Everything is baggage. What we love, what we lose, what we hate, it's all baggage. If a man is held down by a love he lost, love having become pain, if he needed to let go of it, to move on, get better, even if it meant forgetting the joy to release the pain, should he do it? Well, that's his decision to make, not ours. My name's Clarence. The three games we'll be covering today are Cube Escape Paradox, The White Door, and Samsara Room. Cube Escape Paradox is the full bloom of Detective Dale Vandermeer's story, picking up around the time of Cube Escape the Cave. It's a challenging but satisfying send-off to the enigmatic story of the forlorn detective. Its gameplay and narrative earns its title as the paradox that it is. But despite this front-loading of this paradoxical, time-contradicting nature, of the two major games we'll be covering, Paradox and White Door, Cube Escape Paradox is oddly the most straightforward and easy to follow, at least in my opinion. On the other hand, the White Door is a display of the Rusty Lake team's talent and range, having a totally different form of gameplay. The puzzles are very simple. It's arguably the easiest of the Rusty Lake series, but don't let that fool you into thinking that Robert Hill's story will be told in a simple way. Fair warning, out of all the games in this entire video series, this one will likely be the one that gave me the hardest time making sense of. But don't let that deter you from playing the game yourself, because even though it's hard to put the story into words, explain it on a whiteboard, it's just intuitive. You'll get it. The shape of it, at least. And that's honestly what I love the most about Rusty Lake games. And then there's Samsara Room. If you look below in the timeline, it's likely the shortest segment of this video. In classic Cube Escape fashion, it leans into the abstract. The puzzles tell the story. While Paradox is the full bloom of Dale, The White Door is the full bloom of Robert, to me, Samsara Room is the full bloom of Seasons, where it all started. And all three of these games have various secrets and puzzle pieces that are found in peripheral pieces of media outside of their respective games. With Paradox, we'll be exploring a short film, The White Door in a real-world ARG, and Samsara Room in Rusty Lake's various social media posts at the time. This will likely be the most involved video in my series on Rusty Lake. To my recollection, the only real content warnings that this video warrants is similar to the previous one, but to a much lesser extent. If you're able to handle the last video, you'll be fine here. But, like always, fair warning, we'll be dealing with themes of taking one's own life and the afterlife. If you are moderately sensitive, you should be fine, and if you are highly sensitive, I'd say you're still fine, just exercise discretion. Otherwise, this video is not going anywhere. Now, let's start off with our deep dive into Cube Escape Paradox. Paradox has 2 chapters and a short film to accompany it. We'll explore in the order of Chapter 1, the short film, Chapter 2, then tie up any loose ends with the secret endings, as well as any strange breadcrumbs found by other players. Clearing my save so that we may start fresh, we enter Chapter 1 with a short cutscene. Where am I? Have I been here before? Is she here? So, Chapter 1 starts off with a few words. Where am I? Have I been here before? A vision of Laura, and then, is she here? This intro cutscene may not be super important, even when juxtaposed against Chapter 2's intro cutscene. However, this question, have I been here before, combined with the title Paradox, indicates to us that we're going to be in for some crazy loops. This is a pretty deep cut right there. Somebody let me know if Ozone does a reunion concert, and shout out to any Moldovan fans out there. Now, speaking of cyclical paradoxical crap, literally, the song playing in this chapter begins with something that sounds a lot like Mr. Bohr's theme from Hotel, bringing to mind the regurgitative themes explored in his puzzle. Feeding him the poop sandwich and then, well, recycling it. Paradoxical! But also, just in general, I'm reminded of Rusty Lake Hotel, and that question in the intro, where am I? More on that when we have more data. Examining our surroundings, we find Harvey locked in a cage, covered in this red draping. Now, from what I can find online, one of the primary reasons for covering a cage is for mental health and calm of a bird. Fitting. Perhaps the player character is too being tended in this department. Speaking of which, looking in the mirror, we get confirmation that we are playing as Detective Dale Vandermeer. However, when are we playing as him? In previous videos, I posited that we are at the top of his elevator ride, after the events of the cave and his walk down memory lane in Birthday in Theater. This would imply that Paradox is taking place at Rusty Lake Hotel. However, far more qualified Rustorian Nowhere Nest stands by the framework that this is taking place within the mind of Dale during the events of the cave. Perhaps when he's strapped in that device at the bottom at the ending of Cave, which, at least from what I know of the ending of Paradox, sounds like the more correct position. Still, for the sake of thoroughness, let's keep an open mind. Also, side note, Nowhere Nest channel is criminally underrated. Like, listen, I appreciate everybody lauding my Rusty Lake videos for covering the oft-overlooked series, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit frustrated that so many have overlooked this gold mine of all things Rusty Lake, conveniently sitting on this channel waiting for you. So please, show Nowhere Nest some love. I'm a mere newcomer, a tourist. Flawed Peacock is nothing more than a fandom travel channel, but Nowhere Nest is a true guide to the Rusty Lake fandom. Now, when we interact with the mirror, we can get hints as to where to go next. For example, it says, "I'm a bit cold," hinting that we need to find Dale a jacket. And I'm not sure if I have footage of it, but there's a point where Dale says, "I would like a cigar." And for some reason, whenever I replay this game, I just think, "We'll get you that cigar, Dale, don't you worry." Like it triggers some sort of like rave parental instinct, which is just so messed. "I would like a geek bar." Now, granting the detective his jacket, he thinks to check the light, and we catch a glimpse of Laura behind us. And I just noticed she doesn't like disappear or fade out, but like very quickly slides down, which for some reason kind of creeps me out. But yes, checking the door, we find a photo piece, fiddle with the light switch, and collect a second photo piece from behind a painting of Mr. Crow and a corrupted soul. This painting foreshadows a meeting, a sort of therapy session involving Mr. Crow. Does this mean that our Dale is destined to become a corrupted soul? I know, a bit early to jump the gun. Let's keep the knees up. We gather a few more pieces of photos and assemble what we have so far in a frame, reminding me of Seasons and Arls. Curious. We fiddle with some locked drawers and find a brochure for Rusty Lake Mental Health and Fishing. Rusty Lake Mental Health and Fishing. We will help you balance the substance of your past lives. After completion of our mental health program, you will feel reborn. Not the blue vial, D. And just like that, my high knees give out beneath me. This is the crux of much of the mystery of Paradox. These vials. First, let's get this detail out of the way. So here in Chapter 1, we have Dale from, I guess, a different paradoxical timeline, slipping us a note. Well, I assume it's Dale. What other characters have a name starting with the letter D? David Islander? Well, whoever this is telling us, warning us to not drink the blue vial. That same blue vial that we see spilt in that painting. Thing is though, right now from where we stand, we don't know if this D is trustworthy. But aside from that detail, here we have the spelling out of this mental health aspect and possibly how Dale finds itself in its therapeutic tendrils. We will help you balance the substances of your past lives. Not only, of course, is this a mantra that begun as early as Cube Escape Theater, but it's ultimately become a mantra that is married to these corrupted souls, an essential part to the journey of chosen onedness, as displayed in Paradise, of course, Theater, and we'll see here as well in Paradox. Also written on that pamphlet, after the completion of our mental health program, you will feel reborn. I find this very vindicating. Of course, we have the payoff of further folding in of the reincarnation themings, but I think this also subtly hints towards a rebirth for Dale, potentially being under the tutelage of Mr. Owl. Again, something established as far back as Cube Escape Theater. So, here we are, Detective Dale Vandermeer, poised for our rebirth under the tutelage of Mr. Owl. But if you remember from Paradise, one cannot achieve this enlightenment, this chosen wontedness, without going through HE double hockey sticks. In other words, Naraka. High knees, drawers, pencil, photo piece, scissors. One of the drawers is locked. We'll be back. And we have a cassette player. Again, we'll be back. And then a typewriter, an old set piece from the mill. I woke up in this room. I felt different, less real. Where is she? The pre-existing text on the typewriter implies a sort of loop. Have we been here before? Perhaps we have. This is not really that big of a detail. There will be some more fun, puzzle-oriented ways that we can kind of not really make sense of, but confuse ourselves regarding this paradox. Much more fun than just, oh, text. Now this helps lend some credence to Nowhere Nest's position. Dale is still very much on the case of Laura. I feel this fresh searching for Laura, this she, would be more relevant at the bottom of the elevator ride right after case 23. We'll be back. Daily Boy suggests to check that box. We find a couple of boxes, an easy to access one with a key and a puzzle box with another photo piece.
I love the noise that this makes. It's like Sonic the Hedgehog. Da-ding.
Welcome to Twinkle Park. We use the scissors to cut some foliage and use the key to find a wooden cube with a carved symbol. I place it into this 3-slotted display and convene with Dale.
I would like a cigar.
I got your cigar right here, my man. Anyways, he's got his stogie, we assemble the photo, and we discover the first keyword for that typewriter.
A place to empty the mind, reflect on the past and the future.
Perhaps this describes Rusty Lake Hotel, or just broadly, Rusty Lake Mental Health and Fishing. So, empty the mind and reflect on the past and the future. Perhaps a set of steps that will help us decode the coming sequence of events, or maybe just some flavorful theme-oriented instruction. Still though, I did want to point this out. A lot of various injuries throughout this series, like the cutting of the ear, a self-inflicted wound with the use of a revolver, and removing the brain, all kind of echo this empty the mind concept. Just as in many of these puzzles and stories, balancing is involved, a corrupted soul is involved, memories of course, are involved, and so I wonder if we were to go back to the beginning, maybe we can pick up on some of these empty the mind themes. Of course, we need to find the answer to this riddle. Finding the paper with the initial writings, we complete an image of Dale, standing across from a lounge chair thingy, not unlike one that a shrink would have you recline on. Our new drawing simply shows the door.
I have to get out of here. I know I did it before, but the door is closed.
So, Dale can't recall much, but he can intuit that he's experienced this all before. The door is closed. Perhaps in order to open it, we must open our mind. Filling in the door with our pencil, we get a new page. This one with Laura.
Why do I keep thinking of her? I never met this woman. It was just another murder case.
Yeah, I can't help but think the same thing. You know, off the top of my head, Dale's cigar reminds me of the cigar we find at the scene of Laura's death. We know that Laura's death was self-inflicted, related to that corrupted soul, which was linked to William Vanderboom, but I can't help but feel that this surface-level assurance of no prior acquaintance is setting up some sort of big reveal regarding Dale. I'm genuinely not sure. He could just be a detective, but he could somehow be linked to Laura's final fate. I'm definitely overthinking it. Even if I want to jump the gun, I don't have the data to do so.
What do I know about her? How did she die?
Okay, even with the crystal clarity that we achieved in the past video, it seems that there's still more to be discovered. Laura's death is something tethered to Dale's journey. Or perhaps his dwelling on her is just explained by the angst of a case unsolved. Is he guilty, or does he simply feel guilty? Let's keep an open mind.
Case 23 might be the key to escape my mind.
Going back to the escape room roots of Cube Escape, Paradox will be the quintessential premium Cube Escape experience. Following the lead of this final page, we find the case notes of Case 23. Within it are slots for missing photos. This will be a sort of major progress bar for Chapter 1 of Paradox. So, Case 23, the death of Laura Vanderboom. Evidence A regards her body, evidence B a newspaper article, evidence C a prescription, evidence D something regarding Rusty Lake, and evidence E a piece of her dress. Understood. I fiddle with a projector and find a folder of evidence. Convenient. We find evidence B's newspaper article, a projector slide, and cassette tape. Aside from a symbol that will be relevant later, the article simply recounts the breaking news of Laura, pondering on whether or not she was the perpetrator of her own death. The picture is from Chapter 1 of Case 23. I think if we look close enough, we can still see that corrupted soul from that opening image as well. We insert the slide and project it onto a screen, taking us back to Chapter 2 of Case 23. Very fitting. Let's see if we can find some more Case 23 set pieces. If you remember, in Case 23, Chapter 1, it ends with us collecting a folder of evidence. And Chapter 2 of Case 23 consists of us cross-referencing its contents projected onto a screen. We kind of see both things happen here in Paradox. A highly puzzly recreation of events. A cube of a cube of a cube. All that being said, I think this is another point towards this taking place as a construct within Dale's own head. Now, we simply align the outline of the Berg-Cajun mirror to suss out 2 Roman numerals, which translate into a time we must align the clock to. And before I forget, let's pick up this small card. Now, aligning the clock's arms, we find, a cube escape mainstay. Matches.
Mr. Vandermeer, please tell me about your dream.
I was watching TV. It was me on the screen. But I looked different, more real. And then I said, Enin xis xis lenach. Did I talk backwards?
I don't think he did it right. Is that what I don't?
Enin xis xis lenach. Did I talk backwards?
Connell? You'd be saying Connell. Hey, I want to talk. Given how I pronounce Charon or Hyder.
In case it wasn't clear, I noticed that the backwards talk was not correct. He said xis xis lenach, when it should be xis xis lenach. Splitting hairs, I know, but as somebody who's semi-fluent in YouTube poop, I gotta correct it. Perhaps this could also be a reference to a similar flub in the second seasons of Twin Peaks, a prolific source of inspiration for the series. Now let's continue our journey in URG. Now we can't input the channel 666 into the TV just yet. We still need to repair one of the power cords of the TV. Using our matches.
Alright, let's go ahead and light that lighting up a stogie. Alright, let's go ahead and make it. Tit, S, cut box, Z, hypnosis. Cut box? What a fucking way to describe that. Hypnosis. There we go. We have duct tape.
We're lighting up a stogie. I'm a cop, you idiot.
It sounds like he's slurping the fucking tobacco.
Oh, that smoke.
We get our hands on some duct tape and repair the power cord. Let's go ahead and input the channel 666 into the TV.
Channel 12.
Here we have the hyper-realistic Dale from the short film telling us a new channel to seek. However, there are a couple of pretty big details here. First, let's make note that this hyper-realistic Dale... By any chance, I keep saying that it's supposed to be tongue-in-cheek to old shitty creepypastas. That's, if you know, you know. It's just realistic Dale. But yes, let's make note of the fact that this realistic Dale has a gash on the side of his forehead, placing him in his timeline after a very specific injury that we, I guess regular Dale, will be sustaining towards like the halfway point of Chapter 1. Oh, but more importantly, he's got a beard, and 2D Dale in the mirror also has a beard. Here's the problem. He shaved his beard in the Case 23, Chapter 2 if I'm not mistaken, and he descended clean-shaven at the end of Case 23. He reached the bottom of the elevator, and we see him enter the elevator again at the end of the cave with the golden cube and without facial hair. In his ascent, we see him eventually arrive to Rusty Lake Hotel, or at least the surface, again without facial hair. And if you remember in Cube Escape Theater, he has a beard. Damn. Well, maybe Dale shaved in his cube exploration, but not in real life. Let's just chalk this up to Dale being redesigned. If I need to confirm the Dale timeline beyond Paradox, I'll do so, but for now, let's just follow the chain of channels to find this scene from the short film.
A place of relaxation. A place to empty the mind, reflect on the past and the future.
What?
The lake. Gotcha. So not the hotel in specific, just the lake, lending more credence that where we are is likely at the bottom of said lake. Punching this into the typewriter, we print out our page, decipher a phone number, and make a call.
Detective Vandermeer,
Hello?
I do hope you're enjoying your stay.
Where am I?
A place to empty the mind.
What?
Be warned, some find this place hard to leave.
How do I get out?
Look through the keyhole.
Aha! Before looking through the keyhole, I need to point out this line. Some find this place hard to leave. Naraka, the Buddhist hell, in Rusty Lake signified by trees, a forest at the bottom of the lake. Keep this in mind. Looking out the keyhole, we get a light jump scare, suss out a clock arm position, and find a triangle key, gaining us access to the previously locked drawers, netting us a handkerchief, a new slide, and access to some patient files. Now I'm obliged to point out this is a clear HIPAA violation. Soap notes or not, we're not washing our hands of this. Now within these drawers, primarily what we're looking for are characters from the series, but we can also find what looks like patient files sourced from what I assume are patrons and perhaps Rusty Lake staff sprinkled within. To be on the safe side, I'm going to censor names that aren't directly related to the puzzle. I'm sure they agreed to it, but I just want to, err on the side of safety. Sifting through, we eventually find the files for Jacob and Caroline Islander, of course the iconic characters from Rusty Lake Paradise. Two characters we deduced by the end of that game have direct linking to Mr. Owl, well specifically Jacob Islander to Mr. Owl, being one of his previous iterations. Here we have some information regarding their birthdays. Jacob was born in the year of 1775 and his mother 1750, meaning that she had given birth to Jacob at the age of 25 and Jacob would be 21 during the events of Paradise. It's sad when they go young like that.
When they go?
Now these files have these hint diagrams of bookcases. This points us to those books behind us. If we look at these books, we can find hints as to which names to look for in these patient files. But for our purposes, we can glean some pretty nifty extrapolations. Locating Van Gogh's file, we find out that yes, this is the Van Gogh we know and love, the player character from Cube Escape ARG. Also, a little known fact, he was also a painter in his free time. And we also have the file for Robert Bob Hill, the implied but later confirmed boyfriend of Laura Vanderboom. Now I have the image censored, but it seems the self-inflicted grievous wound from the theater may have some canonical foothold. I wish it was that simple. Wait till we get to the White Door. Now it occurs to me, here we have two ginger-adjacent men who have taken their own lives through similar means, Van Gogh and Hill. Perhaps the Dutch artist is one of the substances of Robert Hill's past life. Not sure. If we want further reasoning as to why Robert committed such an act against himself, we can gather some extra intel from his associated book, Robert Hill, False Accusations. Was Rob falsely accused of Laura's murder? If that was the case, who would be the one to j'accuse? This won't be explored in Paradox, but we should brace ourselves to explore this line of investigation in The White Door. Making note of the associated book position of Ida Reisiger and Aldous Vanderboom, two characters from Roots, we have the correct sequence of books. However, if we keep moving past Aldous, we find Laura's file and Dale's file. Laura's file, I believe, has the prescription we need. Here they're depicted in their live action forms. Now, setting the books to the correct sequence, with Caroline's book on the far right, it opens up. Its cover being of a cube with a grid-like texture. This reminds me of that tome in both Paradise and The Cave, and it's a slightly revised version of the Paradise tomb. The glorious day of the lake will come. One will find death, the other enlightenment. Below, 3 potions are depicted. Again, we have this glorious day of the lake involving one person dying and one person finding enlightenment. This kind of dualistic model was seen during the, I have actually here the elixir events, but even in the basement event in Roots. One dies, James Vanderboom, and then one lives forever, the puppy. But yes, we have the elixir event preceding all the events of Roots, where Aldous drinks the potion and he becomes Mr. Crow, and William Vanderboom drinks the potion and he croaks. And also we have, at the end of Paradise, we have Jacob alongside of his mother. And now his mother was already sort of pre-dead. She was there as a corrupted soul. She fulfilled perhaps the someone dies part of the equation, and Jacob was the one that was sent off. Which, I don't know if it dawned upon you, but it's just kind of, like a little kind of chokes you up a little bit, you know, so what you do for your child, you know, what the sacrifice that goes on to, you know, yeah, you know, it's maybe I ought to personally revisit Paradise. But yes, we've been dealing with this sort of dualistic model, but now we have 3 elixirs: a green elixir, a red elixir, and a blue elixir. Although I don't know if they're colored on the actual page we're looking at, but yes, they'll be revealed as a tricolor set of fates. The next page simply says Enlightenment, with the Samsara wheel, and below the Chosen One. We can also find a green glass eye here. The page to the right is a hint as to what to do with this glass eye. For our purposes, let's lock in to the left page. We find the glass eye atop the deer head, representing Rusty Lake's version of the Ashura or demon realm in the Wheel of Rebirth. Let's recall the first time we saw a deer in this whole series. You might think, well, Mr. Deer from Hotel. However, there was one even before that, and that was Chapter 4 of Case 23, where Dale faces off against a corrupted soul taking form of a deer. Keep this in mind. Paradox will be the payoff to this long-established possible linking to Dale and the deer. For now, though, we'll just chart out this wheel. And again, here we have the further establishing of this owl being a chosen one, something established in Paradise. The next page depicts a carved cranium with its brain exposed. A cube is being extracted from it. The diagram is labeled the extraction of the memories. I don't know if I mention it here. I'm just reminded of a hotel, Mrs. Pigeon with her little chick. There's that diagram. Experimentation is going to come up again in this video in a big way too. To the page on the right, we have this further spelling out of this linking between the corrupted souls and this balance the substances of your past life concept. Nothing we didn't already hammer home endlessly throughout the series. However, one new extraction we can make here is a sort of tongue-in-cheek linking to opening our mind. An oft-romanticized concept, however, it has its consequences. The final page calls for us to reflect on the past, the present, and the future. Each has an associated symbol that we find on these cubes. Embedded in the book is an iron cube with the S symbol. I wonder if there's something special that happens if we place these cubes in the proper order from past to future. Well, with an inventory full of items, we place a photo of Laura's body under evidence A and her Prozac prescription under evidence C, placing the new slide into the projector, the glass eye into the deer head, and the iron cube into the middle compartment. We about face and see a new projection. Laura with her eyes closed, standing next to the blossom tree, and Dale standing behind her, awake but not acknowledging her. Lifting the screen, we can see circles around, various characters and set pieces associated with symbols. Our key to this puzzle is found on channel 588, which features cuts from the short film. Mr. Crow, Dale, an apparition of Laura, the spilt blue potion, and the corrupted soul. Cross-referencing the sequence to the circles, we deduce a code for the safe, netting us a key to this globe display. Opening it, we start charting a journey across the scape. I think this is my favorite puzzle. It's just so fun seeing all the different thematic provinces here. We've got Roots Island, the Sea of Roses, I'm assuming a reference to Rose Vanderboom. We've got Darktown, which is an odd name, but of course with that familiar theater, and Corrupted Sea, of course referencing corrupted souls, dark souls. These clusters of locations seem to have, thematic linking within one another. We've got Seasons Peak, and if you look closely, there are 2 peaks, Twin Peaks, and Harvey Island, referencing the lovable parrot. Continuing, we have the familiar locations of the cabin, the chapel, and mill, all surrounded by the Sea of Enlightenment. And finishing off, we have the Rusty Lake Hotel. Could this just be a simple puzzle of deducing landscapes between different perspectives? We have both a bird's eye view, but also an on-the-ground view. Or is there something to glean from the paths taken? We started off in Roots, passed through the theater, then passed through the earlier cube escapes like Seasons and Harvey's Box, taking us to the idyllic Rusty Lake with all of its landmarks. I don't want to spend too much time overthinking this. We'll play a different version of this puzzle soon, and we'll be able to make some linkings and extrapolations, so I'll hold off until then. Solving the puzzle, it's revealed that this is no mere globe, but one of those globe-shaped bar thingies. I'm sure there's a name for it, but for the life of me, I can't think of it. Now later in this game, in Chapter 2, this open globe will be likened to that cranium with an exposed brain. But here in Chapter 1, instead of a brain, we've got booze. Could this show some indication towards Dale Vanderboom suffering from alcoholism? It would certainly further link him to Mr. Deer, but of course, instead of alcohol, we've got a simple puzzle where he must feed a caterpillar some leaves, which causes it to become one of those familiar black moths or butterflies. A motif featured as early as Seasons. Oddly nostalgic. And also we use our embers on our cigar to combust a glass of alcohol to free a fishing hook. Also taking me back to Cube Escape, the lake.
I also want to point this out, I'm just noticing this. Each of these bottles is associated with like a different element. You've got fire, you've got nature, and then we're going to be pouring water in that left bottle. Perhaps a sort of mimicry of the alchemy in Roots.
Turning around, we find that the freed moth has done a bit of damage to our lounger. We snip ourselves some thread, fashion a fishing line, but we need something to lift the evidently buoyant glass eye. Finding a glass cup and filling it with some old water from a jar atop that bookcase, we lift the glass eye and grant vision to the deer skull. A black mist emits from its nostrils, and we simply must match the shapes of this mist to various furnishings of our room, until it takes us to the mirror. Now, there's a light jump scare here, but I do want to play this out. I'll dull the audio. So, we interact with these specks of darkness until... This feels like a callback to Rusty Lake Theater in the bathroom. Is Dale on the verge of corruption? Death? Perhaps simply balancing the substances of his past life? Not sure. But when we see our corrupted visage, I believe this startles Dale and he injures his head on his way down to the floor. I say this because this is what happens in the short film, but I'll keep an open mind.
What's happening to me? I have to arrange my memories.
However, this basically acts as the cut in the middle of Chapter 1, sort of the end of its internal Act 1. I believe we touched on it a little bit already, the concept of the head injury. Perhaps a physical symbol for the process of opening one's mind. That gash is Chapter 1's head injury, and Chapter 2, however, will have a full blossoming. You'll see you'll see in a moment. While we are incapacitated, we enter an at first overwhelming but otherwise fun puzzle where we must make sense of our memories. I'm reminded of cube worlds. Remember those? Now, while I solve this puzzle, for our purposes, we'll just make note of what each cube represents. We start off in the cabin. Nearby is the gowned corrupted soul. This is likely a reference, of course, to the location of the cabin or Cube Escape, the lake, a place where on 3 separate occasions the player character would face off against a corrupted soul. We also have a Seasons cube with Laura and that familiar grandfather clock. We also have a cube to represent Dale's traumatic birthday. Interacting with our folks reveals Mr. Rabbit, the Tommy gun-wielding murderer. Keep him in mind for certain. Moving along, we find a cube that could only represent Harvey's box. The lever and strange chute are for this sequence's puzzle. Again, we're not concerned with that. We find a cube that's the spitting image of the mill, then Chapter 1 of Case 23, and I believe this empty blue room's walls are reminiscent of Arl, but I could be mistaken. We find that familiar cube-shaped submarine in the cave cube, and then finally, the last cube explored represents the theater. Something seems to be significant about that particular event to Dale Vandermeer. Now, while I wrap up, what can we glean from these? These aren't just Dale's memories, they seem to be all memories that we've explored, belonging to Laura, Mr. Crow, Harvey, possibly Van Gogh. Perhaps we shouldn't read too far into it. This is just a fun puzzle intermezzo. However, moving out through the nose, we enter what looks like that misty forest. Rusty Lake's own hell, Naraka, the home of the corrupted souls at the bottom of the lake. Escaping through our nose, we wake up.
My head hurts.
The room looks a bit hazy. We take our handkerchief and clean up some blood off the floor to find a piece of a flyer. We must use it to decode a message on that brochure we read earlier.
We will help you balance the substance of your ass and the poop of your ass. Aha. Well, no, it's not that. Soon. Atl. Krrr.
No, the answer is burn. Typing the word into the typewriter, we get our next piece to the puzzle.
Learn from your mistakes. Do not fail over and over. Burn all that burns.
Now, the bottom of the card simply instructs us to use the cigar to burn the depicted items that are combustible. However, let's refocus on the top writing. Learn from your mistakes. Do not fail over and over. In a subtle way, this puzzle is spelling out to us the cyclical trap our player character Dale finds himself in. Now, with these new burnt holes, we can deduce the next word as life.
There will be blood.
Foreboding. In this puzzle, we must simply burn all living things. While I do that, I have to wonder. We've got the folding in of the corrupted souls with the balance the substances phrase, and the past is never dead is linked to those blue cubes, or just memory or time traversal. What does there will be blood invoke? Death? Suffering? Just bloodshed? Perhaps largely trauma. With the next phrase being read, we get our next riddle.
Turn on the TV and let her find you at... Oh, find you again, I see. At the writing. I see now, okay.
Burning all things that are red, we deduce that we must turn the TV to channel 910.
Look behind you.
Creepy. But don't worry, there are no jump scares incoming. The phrase, look behind you, will come back in Chapter 2. Turning around, we confront Laura behind the divider and must slide her face in the direction that she's looking. One version of her face has her mouth darkened a bit. Not sure if this is to depict a slightly ajar mouth or the blackness seeping forth. But during this iteration, we see a corrupted soul creep behind her. The next iteration of note is the Wazowski variant of Laura.
Wait, I wonder if there's some sort of significance there.
I don't think there's anything there, but it does kind of occur to me that Laura's distinct upper lip only mouth style kind of resembles two mountainous peaks. Maybe her single big eye is meant to invoke a moon or a sun, the horizon of Rusty Lake. But finishing this sequence, Laura's eyes close and she disappears, leaving behind a piece of her dress. Going back to the case files, we can place the snippet discussing the Rusty Lake contest. We actually first saw this in Chapter 1 of Case 23, and place a piece of Laura's dress. Cross-referencing the etchings on the dress piece with the symbols on the other pieces of evidence, we deduce the code to the safe and find a cassette tape. Harvey's song. Been a while since we got to hear that Egmont overture. It's even on the same colored tape from Seasons.
Ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho he ho ha ho he ho ha ho he ho ha ho he 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 ho ha 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 ho ho ha ha ho ha ha ho ha ho ha ha ho ha ho ha 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 ho. Where the fuck you at, Harvey? Can we follow him? No, he's gone. He's gone. He can't hear you right now. He's given into the peer pressure of smoking doobies and stogies.
Now, a couple of things to note. I don't recall if anything special happens when you reverse the tape of Harvey's song. I did so when I played on my phone and I didn't notice anything. I think that's something we've got to do in Chapter 2. That's why I'm misremembering that. In that same vein of frivolous explorations, when I was playing on my phone, I set the cubes in the order mentioned in the book, past, present, and future, and also didn't notice anything different. I could have sworn there was like something that it would secretly unlock, but maybe I'm getting my wires crossed again. Now, with the three cubes united, let's see what's in this cabinet beneath.
We open up this cabinet, and we have the red vial. Let's kind of get our bearings real quick. Not the blue vial. So what we're doing here is only the red vial. You gonna drink it? Drink it right. Not fucking gulp. Who puts a needle in a birthday cake?
Whoa, nice catch, game footage, Chris. This is definitely a callback to Dale's birthday cube. Now, before we enter the finale of Chapter 1, let's take some inventory. So remember, in Chapter 1 we have the warning to not drink the blue vial. And so I think it's safe to say that our drinking of the red vial indicates that we are trusting this advice. Now, there's more to these red vials than just their puzzle implementations, but right now, just on its face, the red vial didn't really change us very much. All it did was cause us to cough out a key. Whether or not this was the wrong or right choice, we don't have enough data just yet to make that assessment. And you know what? Before moving forward in our little timeline, let's take a little bit of inventory regarding those 3 cubes. If I remember correctly from the book, they symbolize the past, present, and future. I just realized that the triangle symbol in the book is different from the one on the cube, so I must have been mistaken to think that these were even related, the past, present, future aspect. However, these cubes made of various materials will be not linked, but related to the ending of Underground Blossom, where we must arrange various cubes in a 3x3 matrix. We start that particular puzzle off with that glass spiral cube and the iron S cubes already put in. Perhaps Dale is helping the player character in Underground Blossom from Paradox. Actually, yeah, not super far off, actually. This could also potentially link these cubes to the symbols in Cube Escape Collection's menu. If we wanted to continue with that, then the past would be linked to Case 23, the future, the lake, and the present, either seasons if we base it on the book symbol, or Arl if we base it on the cube symbol. Chances are it's not related or significant, but still glad we explored this. I think I'm just excited for Underground Blossom. That's going to be in the next video. What an inopportune time to get floppy with it. So, Dale drinks the red vial, coughs out a key, and we use the key to leave our room. Wow. Okay, this is nuts. While I follow the crow, let's really dig in. So to me, this basically confirms that Paradox must take place at the bottom of the lake. I think, and I believe Nowhere Nest would agree with me here, while Dale is hooked up to that Rusty Lake VR headset. Now, why do I say this? Well, think about it. We just escaped a cube-shaped room and have stepped foot in the foggy forest surrounding it. At the end of the cave, we see Dale in the cube at the bottom of that wooded lake, hooked up alongside Laura. A similar scene as to what we'll see at sometime in Chapter 2 of Paradox. Now, while I think Dale is currently at the bottom of the lake portion of his journey, I think what we're experiencing is a simulated hotel stay, Rusty Lake hotel stay. Mr. Crow even asks us about enjoying our stay. We'll explore this naturally as we play this game, but for right now, we've got a Naraka to escape. Following the crow, we pass by a deer, identical to the one that we saw at the end of Case 23. Will he meet a similar fate? The crow leads us to Mr. Crow. He gives us a map and asks us,
Did you make the right choice?
He's referring to the red potion, I think. Something tells me red wasn't correct. Perhaps its sanguine color links it to the "there will be blood" mantra. Now, as far as I could find, the only missable landmarks is at the top left of the map. Here we can find some birch trees. We'll see similar trees in Samsara Room, but this should be ringing a bell from Rusty Lake Paradise. There was a whole lot of trees like this on that island. So we've got a deer, these trees that are possibly from Paradise. Will Dale be making a sacrifice similar to the deer-coated Nicholas Islander? I hope not. Well, let's press on. Our first lead is these X's marked on our map, but in certain areas we can see that we're being pursued by a corrupted soul. Now keep this in mind, because something tells me that this forest sequence in Chapter 1 and the forest sequence that we will come to experience in Chapter 2 may take place at the same time. The link in the paradoxical chain. We find our first X location, a rock with a specific path to take. This takes us to one of 3 items we must collect, a crow statue. The next marked rock takes us to Laura. Clicking on her, or her statue, gets us the woman statue. And finally, on our way to the last marked rock, we see the deer, decapitated. And moving ahead, we confront the corrupted soul that killed the deer. If we allow it to transform and eventually get to us, gameplay-wise, it sets us back a few spaces, but I guess it kills us. Well, we don't have to overthink this. There have been a few instances already throughout this series of corrupted souls attacking the player character, but the player has a chance to change the past, right what was wrong. But there may be more to this when we get to Chapter 2's forest level. To move forward, we must simply allow the corrupted soul to take form, and then click on its weak spots until it's defeated. Simple enough. Now, moving forward, I get too thorough and find the man statue prematurely. Moving past this no longer needed marked rock, we make our way to a gate. What's odd is that it already has a statue inserted. It's hard to tell, but I believe this is to represent the owl, or Mr. Owl. Clicking in the man, woman, and crow statues, the gate opens and takes us to ashore.
Where am I? Have I been here before? I feel different.
So after the ending, we interact with the cube, taking us in a paradoxical manner into the beginning of Chapter 2, where the cutscene's a little bit different. The first two lines are the same, where am I, have I been here before, but this time it's, I feel different. And the vision we see is not of Laura, but of someone, a corrupted soul, holding our brain. But right now that's not very important. Let's go over, play by play, what just happened. Here we have Laura standing in the waters of the lake, and in this case, her death is caused by the corrupted soul. We have gone back to the original depiction. The corrupted soul is now cutting her throat. This scene, to me, also is kind of like a fleshed out callback, an echo of that oven scene in the Summer of Seasons. Remember we opened the oven and we see Laura standing in the waters of the lake? But more importantly, I can't help but feel this puts a dent in my whole Laura took her own life to prevent what evils may come from William's possession of her theory. And while I still stand by that theory, we should also consider a new possibility. Not as a overall canonical happening, just something purely contained within Dale's personal hell. However, that won't be fully understood until Chapter 2. Now, I wasn't too sure how I wanted to attack Paradox after Chapter 1. I think the best thing to do is cover the short film next, mainly because Chapter 1 and the short film are free to play and watch. I think it's best that I walk you through what's for free, and if you decide you want to jump into Chapter 2 on your own, after we cover the short film, you'll have a perfect launching point to do your own investigation. And while it's not up to me to decide what is and isn't objectively cheap, everyone's situation is different, I would say that when it comes to the pricing of Rusty Lake's games, they are very, very fair, especially for what you get. While you simmer on that, let's go ahead and jump into Cube Escape Paradox's short film, released on YouTube. Now, while I do miss the good old days of flawed Peacock movie analysis, much of what goes on here for our purposes is already covered in Chapter 1. I'm going to pick up the pace a bit and spend more time going over how the short film interacts with the games and extra details that may grant more insight to the overall Paradox story. A handsome, jacketless Dale Vandermeer with a gash already on his forehead wakes up on the lounger. This combines an aspect of the beginning of Chapter 1 with an aspect of its internal second act. However, more importantly, isolated to the film itself, it implies there being some sort of continuity, something preceding this loop that caused this gash. We've been here before. And I believe this is further implied when Dale steps in a fresh pool of Maron stage blood. No, I'm kidding. He steps in blood. His blood, evidently. The room itself is a spitting image of the games room, and it's just so satisfying to look at, and super impressive when you think about how the two versions likely were designed in tandem to one another. Now, we're startled by the rotary phone ringing.
Hello?
Detective Vandermeer, I do hope you're enjoying your stay.
Who is this?
Oh, something I took for granted in Chapter 1. I think technically we don't know for certain who is on the other line until we come face to face with Mr. Crow at the end. Of course, here it's in the whispery, Aldous-y voice of Mr. Crow.
Where am I?
A place of relaxation. A place to empty the mind, reflect in the past and the future.
What?
Now, this was already seen in Chapter 1, but this remaining dialogue is new.
Do be warned, Detective. Some men find this place hard to leave, and she is waiting.
Some men find this place hard to leave. Well, let's take this moment to refresh ourselves on Uraka. but specifically putting some more effort in decoupling it from our understandings of the Abrahamic hell, and by extension the Catholic purgatory, or ortho-Nestle toll houses. From what I can gather, in the Buddhist framework, one is not sent to Naraka as a form of divine punishment. Karma, Naraka, or just in large, all these realms that we are born into are just simply a part of a natural order. Buddhism is our tool to understanding this natural order. This is my flawed comparison, but one would find themselves born into Naraka in the same way that one may find themselves with a burnt hand if they touched a scalding hot pan. You're not being divinely punished with a burnt hand, it's just simply the fruition of consequences. Actually, you know what, that's not that flawed of a comparison. Now, I say all of that, however, us as human beings, when we develop our folk tradition, trying to make sense of the world around us and beyond what is seen and heard, we tend to tie things in a very moralistic framework. You are sent to hell as a form of punishment, you are sent to heaven as a form of reward. However, and this might just be my personal quirk, I tend to like to go about unfamiliar territory with a more matter-of-fact way of looking at things. Religion is not a personality trait, it's not a sports team, it's a way that you look at the world, the natural order of things. And I think that reminding of yourself of that helps let you kind of leave biases at the door. That's my uneducated take. Also, given the framework of reincarnation, we can intuit that hell, Naraka, is only a temporary stay. Again, unlike the Abrahamic understanding. Again, unlike the Christian, Islamic, or actually I don't know too much about the Jewish concept of hell, Sheol and all that stuff. But generally, you know, on that neck of the woods, everything's a lot more eternal and permanent. But yes, even though within a reincarnation framework, hell is only temporary, it's still a very torturous and brutal place. Hence why men have a hard time finding their way out of it. In Singapore, there is a really cool park called Haw Par Villa. Within it, there is an exhibit that covers the 10 courts of hell. Now, how much of this is envisioned from regular regional folk tradition and folk understanding of hell, and how much of it is teachings from the Buddha or various discourses within Buddhism regarding hell, the afterlife, in other words, eschatology, I'm not sure. When it comes to the historical stuff, from where I stand right now, no pun intended, I'm rustier than Rusty Lake itself. However, when it comes to hell, if there is any overlap between Buddhism and folk tradition, which I'm sure there's a lot of, I can imagine that there's at least agreements on the temporary nature of the brutal hell. Now, the 10th or final court of hell in Haw Par Villa's exhibit is home to the Wheel of Reincarnation and the Pavilion of Forgetfulness, also called the Mung Po Pavilion, which is kind of nuts, because in my research for Naraka, my bookmark auto-filled for the Wikipedia entry of Mung Po. And this was me when I was kind of doing my own little dive way back when the Pony Island 2 trailer first was released. So who knows, maybe this footwork we're doing here is going to pay dividends when Mullins releases the sequel to Pony Island. But yes, in the 10th court, after you've served your sentence in hell, you will receive your next chance at life, based on how wicked you were in your past life. Here's a cool snippet from a video I found by Singapore for Everyone, exploring this exhibit in Haw Par Villa.
It's a cosmic look. You suffer, you learn, and you try again. Kinda like dating apps, guys.
Now, I'm really trying to upgrade my research techniques beyond Wikipedia and the first 5 pages of a Google search. So, given my amateur research skills, I had a hard time finding any sort of scripture on hell or Naraka. That was until I found the Devata Sutta, translated to the Deva messengers, yes. This scripture is wisdom passed on to us from either gods, devas, wardens of realms, and those who communicated with said parties. This wisdom is regarding the consequences of our actions and how they may lead to either positive or negative further iterations. Towards the beginning, it talks specifically about how one who exhibits good conduct upon death or the breaking up of the physical body will find themselves awakening in a heavenly realm. On the flip side, however, quote, or these beings who were endowed with bad conduct of body, speech, and mind, who reviled noble ones, held wrong views, and undertook actions under the influence of wrong views, with the breakup of the body after death, have reappeared in the realm of the hungry ghosts. The same qualifications are applied to those who reappeared in the animal room, so those reborn as animals, telling us that the realm of animals is considered a lower realm, something to keep in mind for the last game we cover, or reappeared in a plane of deprivation, a bad destination, a lower realm, hell, or Naraka. Now, when we look at the framework of reincarnation, the 6 realms, the existence of one who is stuck in hell and the existence of one who is stuck in the realm of hungry ghosts are very distinct. However, since I think it's quite evident that Rusty Lake gathers artistic inspiration from this framework, I think it's likely that, at least in Rusty Lake, the hell realm is home to its version of the hungry ghosts or corrupted souls. Nothing we haven't already sussed out, but I wanted to show my work. Now, going back to the Devata Sutta, a dialogue takes place between the author of this testimony and hell wardens, devas, and King Yama, colloquially known as the top warden or god of hell. Now, throughout this sutta, the intricacies of these quotations and who they're ascribed to kind of confused me. However, there is one point when the author seems to recall a realization that King Yama makes, specifically about this tortured existence in hell. The thought occurred to King Yama: those who did evil actions in the world are tortured in these many ways. Oh, that I might gain the human state, and that a Tathagata, from what I can gather, is another word for either a Buddha or the Buddha. And that a Tathagata, worthy and rightly self-awakened, might arise in the world, and that I might attend to that Tathagata, and that he might teach me the Dhamma, or Dharma. Another word for, in the English-speaking word, we'd say like the faith or religion, but specifically it means the truth regarding the natural order of reality. And that he might teach me the Dhamma, and that I might understand his Dhamma. This really stuck out to me, because to me it helps emphasize that while, based on our human understanding, there is definitely a sort of punitive aspect to hell, there may also perhaps be a therapeutic aspect to hell. It's not a good thing. Your wounds filling with pus is certainly not a good thing. That's because you have wounds. But the healing that takes place following the influx of white blood cells, well, that's definitely a good thing. And so in a strange way, the tortured existence in hell is almost righteous and helpful in that it gives perspective to those who have been so weighed down that they find themselves there, but also give perspective to those of us who live in the human world, who have the opportunity as humans to take charge of our fates, take charge of our soul when we act with intention. Now, my interpretation of this specific quote from King Yama may be tainted because ultimately I'm trying to make sense of a video game in how it derives its inspiration from a real world dharma. But something to think about. Monks, gurus, or just regular old practitioners, let me know how I'm doing in the comments. Ultimately, I think this therapeutic aspect to hell is something that we can suss out, just isolate to Rusty Lake. But hey, like I said, it's good to show our work. Now, Mr. Crow said, some men find this place hard to leave. And in a strange way of telling us to hurry up, he tells us she is waiting. I assume Laura. The brochure that Dale picks up is slightly different from the one in-game. We will help you balance the substances of your past lives. This part is new, with excellent facilities and professional staff members. Rusty Lake is the best place to find enlightenment, especially for people suffering from trauma, phobia, or depression. And then we're back to what we've already read. After completion of the various steps in our mental health program, you will feel reborn. Also, here too D warns Dale, not the blue vial. At the bottom we can also read Vanderboom Street, or Suite 56, 73298 Rusty Lake, abbreviated RL. I believe this is either flavor text or will be used in a cross-medium puzzle, colloquially known as an ARG. Now, that totally new middle text refers to staff. Again, I think the roleplay going on in this paradox is of the Rusty Lake Hotel. However, in actuality, Dale finds himself stuck inside his mind. Before Dale is the painting of Mr. Crow and the corrupted soul. Again, keep this setting in mind. We've already got hints towards Dale's corruption. Perhaps in order to get the proper treatment he needs from Mr. Crow, he needs to lay bare the darkness within. Something of note, There's that spilled blue vial in the painting. We'll get back to this. Dale has only one goal in mind.
I've got to get out of here. Right.
Nice. Very nice. Seeing the gameplay that's been fried into my head but being put on the big screen is definitely awakening my inner fanboy. All I'm missing is an $80 popcorn bucket shaped like Dale's head. It doesn't just end there. We have Dale rummaging through the small boxes and seeing Laura behind him in the mirror just like in Chapter 1. And he's even sifting through the drawers. Those matches, those Rusty Lake classic big-ass matches. All I'm missing is a commemorative Elixir of Life and Death souvenir cup. One thing that's new in these drawers is a fish that Dale understandably reacts negatively to. On the surface, there's certainly a gross out factor, but we'll also come to learn that Dale has a phobia of fish. Now again, more on that in Chapter 2. And in typical Rusty Lake Cube Escape fashion, Dale hits a dead end with a locked drawer. But luckily, we have a key. And I gotta say, the way he sheaths that key in his hand after unlocking the drawer, very nice, very nice. Now, of course, he finds one of those cubes. He also gains quick access to that globe decanter thingy. It's already unlocked. Now maybe this is just for the sake of this different medium's pacing, but I like the idea of a past Dale having unlocked this already. Now we have a few things of note here. There's that Matryoshka doll from Chapter 1 of Case 23, and a key. I was first reminded of the Rusty Lake Hotel room key, but this could also be a reference to the Great Northern from Twin Peaks. Now, Dale finds nothing of note in this globe and finds that the TV cord is severed, unlike how we left it at the end of Chapter 1. Now, hyper-realistic, biblically accurate Harvey. All I'm missing is a Harvey finger puppet with a perfectly ajar beak that allows me to grab my popcorn with it and then eat the popcorn out of it like I'm one of Harvey's chicks. Also, I really like Harvey's acting here. Now here we get some diversion from Chapter 1 and more borrowing from Chapter 2. On the top shelf of the bookcase we have many filled jars with various organs. The labeling will be used for an upcoming cross-medium puzzle, colloquially known as an ARG, which is also colloquially known as an analog horror. They're gonna fucking kill me. Dale wipes a photo of him and Laura, perhaps reminding him of the case that's brought him to this strange state of existence, the state of Delaware. Dale grabs a book similar to Chapter 1 with a cube lodged within it. On the left, we have got the Rusty Lake iteration of the Samsara wheel, and oh, the tree from Roots. You know what? Probably an Easter egg. On the right, we have the diagram from Paradise, and to the right of that are the 3 cubes that we must unify to unlock the cabinet. On the top, it's not very legible, but we can surmise life and death, and thus this is obviously the 4 steps to enlightenment from the cave. Let the cubes guide you, balance the substances of your past lives, create the elixir of life and death, and find enlightenment. Again, all these disparate diagrams and instructions are nothing we haven't already mulled over, but it's comforting to see these aspects are still in play. Dale inserts his 2 cubes, and before he could find the 3rd, he notices a speck in the mirror, and of course gets jump scared. Slowing down the footage, I gotta say, I really like the special effects here. Now, just like in Chapter 1, Dale is startled and is knocked out from his fall. In this case, he already had the head injury. Fucker's gonna have the meningus of an NFL lineman, poor guy. Now, while he was out, it seems that the TV's cord has been repaired. Keep this in mind, there's something we can waste time overthinking here in a moment. Now, if you remember from either the phone call or maybe the tape recorder from Chapter 1, Dale recalls seeing a version of himself on the television, but more real. Now here we have the flip side, the realistic Dale seeing the 2D version of Dale, which, listen, I love the art direction of Rusty Lake, and there's nothing wrong with this new look to Dale. But man, when I see him just in his full standing pose, he looks like a sick animation character.
Was that 2-liter bottle of Pepsi in the fridge yours?
Now, personally, I like the OG Dale just a tad bit more, but I do think, in honesty, this version is objectively better and necessary. No matter my perspective, playing these games back to back to back will always be inferior to the bit-by-bit waiting for any new release or info on the series. Paradox marks a huge leap of both style and ambition for the studio. And so, while I may have a sweet spot for the new groundsy flash style of the old games, seeing this leap makes me super happy for the people behind the series. Anyways, the 2D Dale furrows an eyebrow, evidently making him the c***tier Dale, and then various images flash on the screen. Before getting into this though, let's overthink a bit. What if in the short film's timeline, when Dale was knocked out, perhaps a version of him awoke, maybe more sinister or more knowledgeable, went to the TV, fixed it, and spoke into it those various channels, communicating with the 2D Dale? Certainly a cool idea, and I'm not against making an already complicated model even more complicated. Introducing a third timeline, albeit a parallel third timeline. But for now, let's just keep this aspect, this parallelism between the short film and Chapter 1, just tentative. We'll just appreciate it. That wasn't too bad. Now, back to the images flashing on the screen. We see Dale asleep, incapacitated or dead, with a spilt potion. I sent a screenshot of this to my siblings and they confirmed that the tint of the vial is slightly green. This might be important. We then see Mr. Crow in the foggy forest, Laura holding a white cube in the middle of the lake, which bodes well, given that the cube we saw after seeing her die was black, but also we see a spiral atop her head. This isn't important now, but will be used later in a cross-medium puzzle, also colloquially known as an ARG, which is sometimes mistakenly called an analog horror, which is also referred to in some circles as an in-toaster. And yes, it works. What the f*** am I... I must have been drinking Rusty Lake micheladas while writing that part. Now, on the flip side of this uplifting image, we've got a foreboding image of what looks like Dale wearing the head of the decapitated deer. More on that in Chapter 2. And again, the numbers to the right will be used for that cross-medium puzzle. Okay, Steve Brule. With a quick flash of Dale's corrupted soul, we then see this. A perfect mirror image to Chapter 1. However, Dale finds nothing behind the divider, and then Harvey escapes the cage, nowhere to be found. In his place, we find the glass cube. Placing them into their slot, the cabinet opens, and this is very important. Dale has access to all 3 of the colored vials. This particular scene is important to me because it signifies the choice that needs to be made. Yes, from a gameplay perspective, in Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 of Paradox, we will only have one choice, whatever vial we find in that cabinet. But I think because this is Dale's choice and not the player's choice, we only see the one that he ultimately chooses in those various timelines or iterations. But I believe in all cases he had a choice. So when we see the red vial in Chapter 1, it was because when the cabinet opens in Chapter 1, he was going to choose red regardless. And whatever color we see in Chapter 2 and the secret ending, we only see because that's the choice that that particular cycle of Dale was ready to make. This is a cube escape after all. We are only here to see the experiences and memories of the characters we're playing as. Now, this next part is also important. Now, I am so glad I convened with my siblings because for the longest time, I thought that this spilt vial was red. And it still looks red to me, but according to them, it's green. Awesome. This makes things a lot more simple. So, he sees the green vial next to his laid out 2D self, which likely turns him off from it. He then sees this spilt blue vial in that painting. Its proximity to the corrupted soul is very relevant, and this too dissuades Dale. Dale sees the red doorknob and makes a decision identical to the Dale in Chapter 1. He drinks the red vial. And just like in Chapter 1, the foley and sound design people of this short film were really cooking here.
The fucking noises are so funny.
Now, the triumphant piano music kicks in, but we know what's on the other side of that door. The forest. After a few steps, the door closes behind him and the room disappears. And I really like this particular touch. Now, after a few moments, Dale faces off with Mr. Crow.
Finally, we meet, Detective.
Who are you?
Have you made the right choice?
I did.
Did you really?
I got out.
You can't escape the boundaries of your mind or the consequences of your actions, and neither can she.
Hey!
So Mr. Crow asks Dale the same question. Did you make the right choice? But since this medium allows for Dale to, respond, he seemingly incorrectly assumes he did make the right choice. His reasoning is that he escaped the room, and escaping means the right choice. But Mr. Crow drops a very important hint. You can't escape the confines of your mind, and neither the consequences of your action. Two truths are dropped. Dale is trapped in his own mind, and the nature of his entrapment is due to the culmination of his actions. It could all boil down to him choosing the wrong vial. However, if we want to stay married to the Naraka-like framing of the forest, Mr. Crow could be saying that the reason he is here in this forest is because of karma. Not punishment for bad karma, not a reward for good karma, just simply karma. Consequence. Actions with intentions. More on that later. And perhaps it seems Laura too is making her stop here for this reason. More on that later as well. Now, Mr. Crow f***s off and Dale finds his way to the shore. And just like in chapter 1, he does not make it to Laura in time. Laura falls into the water and disappears. In her place is a black cube. And just like at the end of chapter 1, we see the start of another loop. For a moment, the room is shown in its 2D form. I think it's better showcased in the short film, the paradoxical nature to, Cube Escape Paradox. But specifically this cube, this black cube that we see at the ending of each loop. It's really cool. Like, the cube is large enough to contain the subject of the new loop, but small enough for the subject to carry it once they reach the end of it. It's a little bit time and space bendy, which is really, really cool. Kind of something we're going to get like a little echo of when we get into the White Door. It's a really shitty fill-in job. But it's a really cool idea, holding the start and end of the loop within your hands. Now, with both Chapter 1 and the short film fresh in our minds, I highly recommend you give Chapter 2 a try for yourself. It's very much worth the price. It's a DLC. You may not see it on the store. You just got to download Chapter 1 for free and then purchase Chapter 2 as a DLC. Now, as we travel into the finale of Paradox, Chapter 2, and of course its various secrets, let's keep in mind these three various potions. A red vial, a blue vial, and a green vial. Potions that we saw all of them in the flesh, in the glass, in the short film. Let's poise ourselves to try and figure out what each of these potions may indicate or lead to. Let's also keep in mind the hellish nature to this story. Dale is caught in an endless loop, seemingly reliving this experience of not being good enough or keen enough to save Laura's life, making seemingly incorrect decisions. And Laura suffers at the end of each loop, endlessly suffering from the consequences of Dale's actions. Now, I'll stop right there. Let's get into Chapter 2 of Cube Escape Paradox. Now in the menu, you may notice that the doorknob for Chapter 2 is blue. The short film emphasized the doorknob's color as Dale's ultimate reasoning for his choice. Perhaps we should prepare to see what this blue vial is capable of. Now, we saw this scene at the end of Chapter 1, but let's go ahead and play it again as the intro to Chapter 2.
Where am I? Have I been here before? I feel different.
So, we have a corrupted soul holding our brain. Is this Dale? Could it be Laura? The soul did stand in her place in Chapter 1, after all. More importantly, though, let's keep this brain this corrupted soul is holding in mind. When we wake up, one of the first things we may be relieved to notice is that the power cord is already repaired, indicating that Chapter 1 takes place before Chapter 2. But let's not get hasty. The globe is locked. Could be for puzzling reasons, just as the globe was unlocked in the short for pacing reasons. Still though, this wouldn't be called paradox if there wasn't some confusing sequence implications. You'll see what I mean when we get there. Not a big deal though. We solve a windmill puzzle getting us a piece of paper, perhaps a callback to the mill, preparing Dale for a role as a steward to the lake perhaps. And next to the globe we can find that the planter is totally empty. Later we'll be solving a puzzle that will grow the plant that would ultimately grow into the plant in Chapter 1. Indicating that Chapter 1 takes place after Chapter 2. Like I said, these aspects are not going to be big details. I just wanted to point these out to appreciate that even this game's puzzles reflect its overall storytelling. It won't be as confusing as I'm likely making it seem. While I get my bearings, I want to point out that the music here is very unique to the series. It sounds like something you'd hear in Spore's creation menu, or maybe in Civ Beyond Earth, my favorite Civ game, believe it or not. By the way, Polystralia, Purity, Harmony, Hybrid.
That's so true.
Now, along with various implements, we can find that fish in the drawer, just like in the short, indicating that the short is sort of made up of aspects of Chapter 1 and 2, at least regarding the room itself. We fixed the light, which reminds me a lot of that twisty knob thingy from Birthday. Turning around, we see that the cage is now a creepy draped person. Above, we see a painting of the bedroom in Arl. Fascinating. Now, the person under the draping holds his hand out for something. We'll be back. We find that dresser with the small boxes, solve the puzzle box to find our last piece of paper, and assemble them into what looks like a promotional postcard.
Rusty Lake Mental Health, a place to empty the mind, reflect on the past, the present, and the future. Watch Rusty Lake TV, channel 945.
We'll be exploring these concepts in depth soon.
Let's click around, let's have some fun. You know, we've got this clock right here. We don't know what to do with it yet, but we have a dot and an X that we'll know that we'll have to associate with these hands. Let's not forget we have a fish here. And let's click on this. Okay, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? It's like a projector. Oh, okay, so we know we have oil here. We have a piece of potted plant. Now that's interesting, huh? In Chapter 1, this was fully grown, but now it's not. Tricky, tricky, right? Indeed.
Switching to channel 945, we get a hint from Mr. Crow.
Go deeper into your mind. Look at the painting. And burn your soul.
Burn my soul. Maybe I wasn't looking around enough. Aha, my cigar, and it's lit.
So the cigar went from unlit to lit in Chapter 1 and remained lit in Chapter 2. So we burned the corrupted soul, Dale's corrupted soul. To me, this painting helps further emphasize not only Dale's corruption journey, but also I think this indicates that the corrupted soul in Chapter 1's painting was of Dale. Given that we're so neck deep in this mystery, this may seem pretty obvious, but it's good to show our work. With the golden key, we open the bookcase, grab a knife, make note of a coffee maker, and instead of the Case 23 files, we have the psychological evaluation of Dale Vandermeer, acting as this chapter's progress bar. Within it, we find the metal label for the bedroom and Arl print. Now, to progress this chapter, we'll need to find a photo of Dale, referred to as a client, his personality test, a newspaper article, a funeral card, and a flyer. We'll be back. The top shelf has jars for a later puzzle, but first we solve this bookcase stacking puzzle to find this chapter's book, The Ultimate Guide to Mental Health, perhaps the definitive edition by J. Islander, Jacob. This particular book, however, feels a lot more hint-heavy rather than lore-heavy. We already basically deeply explored the Rusty Lake theory and praxis in the last video. I'll go ahead and let Gameplay Chris do the talking here.
Empty your mind. Reflect on the present, the past, the future. Order the pieces. Everyone has a role to play. Okay, so this is kind of new. Actually, all of this is new. So we have to essentially cut our brain. This is basically spelling out the different steps of this particular chapter. Order the pieces. Everyone has a role to play. The past is never dead. And then we have a clock with an X and a point. That's going to be for the hands of the clock. And we found our photo. We have some steps right here. Knife, hand gives us heart. Letter, hand gives us a chess piece. Egg, hand gives us, evidently, a cube. Face your corrupted soul. And it ends. This is giving us a step-by-step of this particular chapter, which is very merciful.
One thing I want to point out is this page, everyone has a role to play. Something about it stuck out to me. It's something that we've seen even in Roots. We experience the story not so much like a game of cause and effects, but simply actions coming to their full fruition. Characters playing determined roles. In the case of Roots, this was to gather sacrifices to rebirth William. Perhaps the story of Dale and Laura are two stories of roles being set to be played, and perhaps these peripheral characters like Mr. Owl, Mr. Crow, and even Harvey are simple custodians of that natural order. Now, we placed a photo of Dale into his evaluation. There's nothing of note here except, of course, his corrupted soul standing behind him in the photo. Now, taking the knife, we cut the fish, arrange its bones to find a triangular key, unlocking those drawers again, and instead of client files, however, we have a telephone directory. We'll be referring to this soon for various numbers. However, we can find some fun ads, referencing the cigars from Harvey's Box and Hotel, the gin and tonic from Theater and Birthday, a bird food company that will be central in the White Door, Johnson Bird Food. We've got the coffee maker, which simply acts as a hint for its associated puzzle and paradox, those birthday streamers from Birthday, and the Pilsner from Theater. Now, we solved the bedroom and Arl puzzle, getting an ear. Of course, a callback to Van Gogh, but also Uncle Gerard from Paradise. We give the knife to the strange hand, and he hands us a heart. Odd. We take the heart, eye, and ear and place them in the jars of water to balance the water levels. Balance the substances of our past lives, perhaps? I don't know. But we're missing an organ. Convening with the guidebook, we deduce that we still need to do the first step. Empty our mind. Well, taking the knife, we open our cranium and grab our brain. We see a flash on the screen, indicating a game mechanic that will be revealed to us soon. Placing our brain in the jar, we can read the label.
This is the old mind of Detective Vandermeer. It suffered severe damage from stress and anxiety. Therefore, it is now useless. For more information, call A. Vanderboom. Aldous Vanderboom. Of course, the crow.
Harsh. Now, we know, of course, what at least one of the traumas could be. Of course, the events of Birthday. Now, keep in mind the old mind being called useless. We'll be collecting various brains throughout this level that will switch us into new versions of this room. The fact that the room hadn't changed when we removed our brain indicates that whatever gray meat was jumbling in our head wasn't doing too much to manifest our surroundings. In other words, useless. For more information, we look up A. Vanderboom in the phone book. We find his number and give him a call.
Detective Vandermeer.
Hello?
My name is Aldous Vanderboom.
What can you tell me?
Are you looking for a new present mind?
I think so.
I am confident the new mind is not far away.
Where should I look?
You have been looking before.
What do you mean?
Watch yourself. Channel 412.
Okay.
He sounds docile here. The way he says, okay,
Okay.
amuses me for some reason. You must break open the firmament of your mind and dissolve your understanding of self and other. That sounds like the plan for me. Now, going to the channel 412, as suggested by Mr. Crow, or A. Vanderboom, we see a spot that Dale has been looking before with a magnifying glass symbol. We must look to the brochure and, wait a tick, the writing now says not the red vial. So somehow A. Dale, I'm assuming that's who D is, experienced the consequences of drinking the red vial, of course it being witnessing the death of Laura from this corrupted soul, and so wrote a note Almost like saying, the last guy told me not to drink blue, and so I did red, and it was horrible. So, will this blue ending be any better? The voice is pretty funny. I should have done a... So will it blow? Wow, that was a pretty good impression. We use the magnifying glass to find small text, giving us our next channel, which takes us to the room divider, which gives us a new channel that takes us to the small box, which takes us to the fish drawer, which gets us the globe key. Nice. More topology. Or is it topography? If those were the same, this would be tautology. Now, already the vibes are fucked. We start off at Rabbit Peak, making our way through Birthday Island. The waters to the east are the Gulf of Youth. Of course, the events of Birthday would naturally follow Darkness, represented by Dark Town. However, maybe since our path doesn't cross Dark Town, it means that whoever this journey is for, evidently Dale, doesn't involve this Dark Town, which was crossed in the previous journey. Naturally, our next steps are Laura's Land and Theater, coinciding with Dale's investigation of Laura's death. The next body of water is the Sea of Tears, which reminds me of the artist Lacus Fleo, the supposed artist of the Lady of the Lake from Case 23, Chapter 1. Of course, which takes us to Chapter 2 of Case 23, Police Street, and thusly the chapel from Chapter 3, and we even pass by the cabin from Chapter 4, not labeled on this map, however, which then takes us into the Sea of Enlightenment and to what looks like Rusty Lake Hotel. However, it isn't labeled in this particular puzzle. I think this is very clearly the cube journey of Dale. Cube Escape Birthday, Cube Escape Theater, Case 23, and then Enlightenment. So if this is Dale, who was represented in Chapter 1's map journey? We started off in Roots Island, representing Rusty Lake Roots, then Dark Town, which I still don't really get, but Theater is clear enough, then Seasons Peak, which is a landmass adjacent to Harvey's Island, which I must add isn't traveled through. Harvey's Island isn't traveled through. And thusly we're taken to the cabin, the chapel is ignored, and the mill is traveled through. And then we are taken to the labeled Rusty Lake Hotel, also surrounded by the Sea of Enlightenment. Roots, a period of darkness, the theater is throwing me off. Ooh, no, maybe not actually. And then Seasons, the mill, and then Enlightenment. Enlightenment being either where we are right now or an indeterminate future. The through line here would have to be Laura. Maybe. Earlier I said theater was throwing me off. We did technically see her on stage. And, even though we passed through the mill, we do see her body hanging in the mill. These are cubes that play a role in her journey. And it would make sense that Laura's journey is charted in Chapter 1, being that many of the puzzles are centered around Dale searching for Laura. In that globe puzzle, he's trying to chart the journey of Laura. He's still hot on the case of Case 23. In Chapter 1, a self-aware Dale is in the room still looking for Laura, whereas in Chapter 2, it's a Dale without a sense of self, or without a brain. Charting out the journey of Dale. The main focus of Chapter 2's collection puzzle, his psychological evaluation, indicates that this particular journey, or this particular chapter, is all about understanding himself, rather than Laura. Now, when we solve this particular puzzle, the globe opens not to reveal booze, but a brain, taking us to, not a puzzle, but a tower defense segment. I place my barracks down on the bottom right, and my grade 1 mana leech gem to the top right. I leave my monkey submarine to the left, and pea shooter at the bottom, using the well-rounded circular Harvey launcher to switch positions to take care of any bugs that make it past our defenses. Now, joking and incessant TD references aside, the music in this minigame is similar, if not identical, to the one in the memory cube puzzle in Chapter 1. Perhaps we're doing something in a similar vein? Not so much making sense of memories, but delousing our brain of trauma lice? Probably just a thematically accurate minigame I'm reading way too much into. Treating our brain, we get a present mind. No, literally, we have a brain representative of the present. Stuffing it in our skull, we are taken to a new version of the paradox room, the present. The red draping is now on the floor. Whoever was under it is gone. Behind us we see Mr. Crow, which would tempt me to say indicates he was the one underneath the cover, but that won't be the case. The seat next to him is empty. The scene almost mimics the painting from Chapter 1. We are meant to take our seat next to him. At Mr. Crow's feet, we find incomplete psychological testing files with a seed, reminding me of the seed given to Mr. Crow during the Elixir event of Roots. And we also have a cassette tape. We talk to Mr. Crow.
Welcome to your present mind. Thank you for having me as your counsel. Let's examine your current state. But first, I would like a cup of coffee.
We take the seed and plant it in the pot, and using the cup that Mr. Crow hands us, we painstakingly sift out the liquids from the organ jars and water the plant. I don't know why, but this puzzle or sequence is probably my least favorite in the game, but our hard work bears fruit. Coffee. Using the mill, we grind our coffee beans and gather our implements at the coffee maker. We grab oil from the projector and use it as fuel to brew the coffee. It's interesting how the coffee brewing puzzle is linked to the windmill puzzle, kind of like how Chapter 2 of Case 23, with its, coffee brewing puzzle, is chronologically leading into the mill. Well, proximal to the mill. Handing the cup of joe to Mr. Crow.
Let's find the traumas of your past.
Instead of looking at coffee grounds to see the future, we're looking at coffee bird spit to see the past. Flipping through the notes, we have various Rorschach images. We must simply cross-reference them with this tape.
Mr. Vandermeer, I will show you 5 images. Tell me what you see. 1. I see a moth. 2. A crow. 3. Murder. 4. Fear. 5. I see my corrupted soul.
A moth, a crow, murder, fear, and his corrupted soul. Images from his past trauma, or just puzzle pieces for puzzling reasons. The moth and crow are ever-present motifs in Rusty Lake. Murder is certainly a part of Dale's trauma. Fear is pretty vague and all-encompassing, and, well, corrupted soul is just that, his shadow. But also that hungering karma that will have to be fruited and faced if he has any chance of getting out of here. Solving this puzzle, we get a light bulb. Attaching it to this machine, it prints out white pieces of paper, almost resembling cubes. And we must place them in their respective emotions: love, fear, and confusion. Each correct submission causes the mannequin's head's eyes to sort of roll back, or perhaps the papers, and their memories are absorbed into its brain. Of these images, we have Dale's parents, his corrupted soul, and we also have an image of a head with its brain replaced with what looks like that foggy forest. And this represents confusion. It's all in our head, the suffering. I might get back to this. Among other things, we have a maze, Mr. Rabbit, and then finally our psychological file, indicating that we have finished this puzzle.
This coffee is too bitter.
This is a hint for when we return to our present brain. Now, placing Dr. Crow's psychological eval in Dale's file, we can see a chess piece, as well as some filled-in numbered questions. I wonder what they were. Also, to our right, we have Dale's mental disorders. Anxiety, alcohol abuse, aces, sadly. Claustrophobia, ironic given the cube aspect, depression, and ichthyophobia, which is a fear of Ichigo Kurosaki. No, it's a fear of fish. And hey, if fish end up being a symbol of righteousness, as I've posited in the very beginning of the series, it would make sense that Dale will have to let go of his phobia to walk the path of fishy righteousness. No, that's just me being frivolous. Now, before we collect the brain of our past, I want to give my thoughts on the clearly therapeutic framing of Rusty Lake mental health and fishing. But in order to do that, I need to give a well overdue dive into this concept of karma. The Western world tends to have a very simplistic way of explaining traditions found in many Eastern religions, karma being one of them. Now, I should have said this in part 1 of the Rusty Lake series, but when I talk about certain concepts regarding religion, specifically Buddhism or Hinduism or just folk concepts, traditions, heuristics, you name it, I am most likely going to give an incomplete explanation. Fingers crossed I don't get anything wrong, just not right enough. So, baby steps. Let's not focus too much on having a complete, perfect understanding, and more just orienting ourselves away from stereotypes and towards our incomplete understanding. Karma is a bitch. This is a common saying that's invoked in the English-speaking world when something bad happens to somebody who deserves it. Implicit in that saying is a cosmic justice system. This idea that the fruition of karma is a matter of deserving. That there's a very binary, moralistic good versus evil karma system. Now, that's not an egregiously incorrect way of explaining karma, but let's see if we can orient ourselves to something a bit more accurate. Karma, or kama, is Sanskrit for action. According to the Nibbedhika Sutta, from the Pali discourse regarding Buddhist teaching, karma is not just action, but action with intention. Not only can it represent deeds, but it can also represent thoughts and emotions, and can be experienced in all 6 realms, from the heights of the heavens to the pits of hell, and all beasts, man, hungry ghosts, and demigods in between. Now, here is my personal understanding of karma. Karma is simply a word that the Buddha taught us to describe the reality that intention is the seed, and its fruition will reflect its intention. Now, I ascribe to a pretty moralistic good versus evil framework, so it's pretty intuitive already on its face. I think about stealing, that temptation sets in, I steal something. I think about my love for a family member, and so I'm inspired to do good deeds for them. That's overly simplistic, I know.
It's actually probably more helpful to describe this going backwards. You see, just because you think of doing something wrong, it doesn't guarantee that you're going to do something wrong. The seed of a negative thought doesn't always fruit into a negative outcome. However, a negative outcome or negative action or wrongdoing can be traced back to the negative seed that fruited it. But for our purposes in the analysis of Rusty Lake, we're going to focus more on the state of mind aspect.
But for our purposes, it's not so binary in Buddhism. Stress, pain, desire, these too are a part of the natural order that the Buddha teaches us to regard as karma. Back to the Nibbedhika Sutta. Stress should be known. The cause by which stress comes into play should be known. The diversity in stress, the result of stress, the cessation of stress, the path of practice for the cessation of stress should be known. Thus it has been said, but in reference to what was it said? Birth is stress, aging is stress, death is stress, sorrow, lamentation, pain, distress, and despair, all of those are stress. Association with the unbeloved is stress. So I'm assuming being around people you don't like, that's obviously stressful. Separation from the loved is stress. So maybe losing a loved one, missing them, kind of like what Robert's going through with Laura. Not getting what is wanted is stress. In short, the 5 clinging aggregates are stress. And what is the cause by which stress comes into play? Craving is the cause by which stress comes into play. And what is the diversity in stress? There is major stress and minor, slowly fading and quickly fading. This is the diversity in stress. And what is the result in stress? There are some cases in which a person overcome with pain, his mind exhausted, grieves, mourns, laments, beats his breast, and becomes bewildered. Or one overcome with pain, his mind exhausted, comes to search outside. Who knows a way or two to stop this pain? I tell you, monks, that stress results either in bewilderment or in search. This is called the result of stress. And what is the cessation of stress? From the cessation of craving is the cessation of stress. And just this noble eightfold path, right view, right resolve, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration, this is the path of practice leading to the cessation of stress. That last part is in reference to something called the Eightfold Path, a core heuristic in Buddhist teaching. I guess that's where we get that 8-spoked wheel when it comes to symbolism of Buddhism. But now that I've shown my work on how stress, pain, and emotions play an undervalued part in the English-speaking world's understanding of karma, I want to finally tie an overdue bow on this core aspect in the Rusty Lake series regarding the mental health in the mental health and fishing. Mr. Crow is acting as our therapist, or care technician. It's a forefront facade storytelling mental treatment, but it's also telling an underlying story of karmic fruition. It looks like we're getting fixed, but in reality, our mind has just reached the point of the trauma's growth, and it's about to drop from our branches so that we can finally move forward. Mr. Crow is simply acting as a custodian of that process, a therapist. We are in hell not because we are wicked, at least I don't think, but because our mind is so poisoned by pain that all we know in this life now makes up our personal hell, Naraka. In Signalis, I think using the King in Yellow as a sort of thematic decoder ring was apt and bared good fruit. However, here in Rusty Lake, my use of the Samsara wheel and the language that describes the 6 realms has been repetitive. Rusty Lake is not Buddhism disguised as a puzzle game. It's a story about coping with the past to prepare you for eternity. It just so happens that Buddhism is a great religion to help explain these profound concepts, which is why it's referenced in the more primordial, earlier forms of this story in Cube Escape and earlier Rusty Lake games. But now that the story is starting to take palpable form, it's high time I stop relying so heavily on these concepts as a sort of cheap decoder ring, because I don't believe Rusty Lake is cheaply using them, so I ought to reflect that. I say that now, but the last game we're covering in this video is literally called Samsara Room. So perhaps I should say, I'm not like banning myself from bringing up Buddhism, I'm just going to be less obsessive, that's all. Now, with all that behind us, let's go ahead and grab the brain, our past brain, and place it in our head.
Hello, son. Happy birthday. Please prepare the decorations.
Please, prepare the decorations. It's not time for your present yet.
Whew. Of course, Dale's past, his 9th birthday. This will be the most challenging for our detective. Now, forgive me if I've already mentioned this, but this also helps emphasize the importance of the time aspect of each brain. It's easy to take this for granted, but it makes sense that in the present brain, we are being therapized by Mr. Crow. This is what's currently happening, the purpose of this part of Dale's journey. However, in the past brain, our parents are what I assume to be figments of Dale's memory. That being said, we shouldn't assume this about all characters we meet in the past and future brain. Speaking of which, now that we've set the decorations,
Time to party.
Please call Mr. Ailander the magician.
Please call Mr. Ailander, the magician.
aha! Well, taking a gander in the phone book, we call up a D. Islander. D. Islander. D.
D, of course, meaning David Islander. However, in the phone book, it's just D, period. Just like those notes written on the back of those brochures. Perhaps David is helping, or sabotaging, our paradoxical journey. Okay, that mystery is back on the menu. So, is the D that warns against the blue vial in Chapter 1 and red vial in Chapter 2 Dale or David?
Calling D. Islander, we hear a very similar accent to David from Paradise, further confirming his identity.
Good morning, D. Ailander. Magic show. When will you arrive? I'm already here. Where? In front of the door.
We enter a sequence of hide and seek.
Is he hiding somewhere?
Is he hiding somewhere?
We find him under the red cloth. He disappears, and I can't seem to find him anywhere. So we ask our parents.
Look at yourself, son.
The mirror.
I fucking love this game so much. It's so stylish.
Not only is it stylish, it's like dewy grass in the winter morning. It rhymes. This reminds me so much of that one scene where we look in the basin in the frog plague of Paradise. Now, our next hint.
He is somewhere in the world.
Of course, the globe.
I wonder what they have to say. Let me see here.
Where is he?
Where is he? That's funny.
We enter a very simple puzzle, clicking on the antlers with the correct number of, I think they're called tines or points, and then our next hint.
Turn on channel 369.
Now this is very cool.
Look behind you.
You can hear. Oh wait.
Look behind you.
You can hear a kid, which is probably Dale, and you can hear his grandpa's favorite music, the Lake Suite, I think it was.
Brutal. Now, is this tweaking the canon of the birthday to imply that Mr. Rabbit was let into the birthday as a magician, and from there he murdered Dale's family? It's a small detail that may seem unnecessary to retrofit, but I believe it helps further thematically fuse Mr. Rabbit, the hotel guest, to Mr. Rabbit, the birthday killer, both being magicians, with now David Islander being revealed to be part of that equation. Also, he says, "Look behind you," which I believe Laura tells us in Chapter 1. And just how it indicated for us to check the divider, the same applies to Mr. Islander's new hiding spot. We complete a quick puzzle sequence and are taken to the final trick.
Time to open your present.
So twisted. Well, inside our present, we find a newspaper article. Oh, and that coin-operated lockbox from Birthday, and a sliding puzzle box. We'll return to address the coin lockbox later. What's quite anomalous here is we find in very tiny writing the word preta etched into the inside of the box, and we can't even get a closer look with the magnifying glass, oddly enough. Now, in this puzzle, we have 3 new Sanskrit words. Bhavishya meaning future, Atita meaning past, and Varatamana meaning present. We must simply cross-reference these 4 slides with the 4 walls of this room. The wall with the door is labeled Preta, or Hungry Ghost. The wall with the TV is labeled Past. The wall with the mirror is labeled Present. And the wall with the painting is labeled Future. As far as I can tell, there's no thematic linking, just language being a piece in a puzzle. Cracking open the box, we find a yellow or golden brain, representing the future, much like the golden cube that signifies the future as well. Well, specifically signifying how the cubes are not only the key to the past, but also the future. So, not exclusively the future, I guess. Placing the newspaper article in the psych evaluation, we can read its contents.
Birthday party massacre. 9-year-old boy only survivor. Patient suffers from youth trauma, substantial fears, anxieties, sense of loss.
I think it's good that it's being spelt out a bit more explicitly how the events of Birthday affected Dale. It wasn't just some spooky flash game being spooky, but a severe traumatic memory that's in play throughout all of Dale's journey. Now, taking the brain of the past out and swapping it with the golden brain, we enter the future. We find an envelope to find a key, a flyer, some wax for a seal, and a letter.
Dear Dale, as in a game of chess, we all have our role to play in Rusty Lake. Use all of your minds to find our place on the board. Please seal and return this letter after reading. Mr. Owl.
Sealing the letter, I want to focus on the music here. I probably have said this about a few other tracks already, but this is probably my favorite track in the series so far. But just you wait. This room needs to open up a bit for it to really hit diffy. Now, unlocking the bottom drawer, we find a film reel. Taking it to the projector, we assemble the film using shots from the short. Once repaired, we project onto the screen and simply match lines to more shots from the short. I don't know why, but this particular puzzle is very satisfying, so f it, I'm just gonna play it out, just to really let that music set the tone. Removing the painting from the wall reveals a funeral card and a window. Opening it, a strange hand gives us a black chess piece, representing the corrupted soul. Taking a closer look at the sleeve, I thought at first that this may be David's suit jacket. It seemed to be similar in color, at least based on recollection. However, being that this is outside in the forest, it would make sense that this would be a version of Dale handing us this corrupted chess piece. This will make sense once we get out there. I mean, it would be cool if Mr. Rabbit is helping us in our soul journey. If you remember back in part 1 at the end of Birthday, I posited that maybe Dale, as a part of his soul journey, forgave Mr. Rabbit. Maybe at the time of Cube Escape Birthday's release, these cubes that we were escaping, going from black to white, involved facing some sort of inner demon or making sense of some sort of trauma. So in the case of Birthday, it was Dale helping the one who brought him so much pain. So if this hand is Mr. Rabbit's, perhaps he's returning the favor. but this is just wishful thinking. Because when we look at our arm in the mirror...
Yeah, that is our arm. That is our arm. Handing us the corrupted statue. Okay, cool.
It looks like the same sprite even. So maybe that David that was in the past brain was just a figment. Now, we've got some imagery on the window shutters. Cross-referencing them with the clock in the ultimate guide, we can surmise 2 times to set our clock to. First, 9 o'clock gives us the coin, and 3 o'clock gives us a sugar cube. Very cool. The hint for this puzzle is labeled, "The past is never dead," and so we use a clock to gain items that sort of tweak the outcomes and puzzles that we thought have already passed. Now, before undeading the past, let's assemble some more of our psych evaluation. We place the funeral card into the file.
Laura Vanderboom died October 12, 1971. We can make out a channel 207. Regarding Dale, we have a description saying losing sight of reality in recent murder case, which triggered several unprocessed memories.
Fascinating. So during the case of Laura Vanderboom's death, Dale must have either gotten obsessed or gone insane. The trauma of his past, unprocessed, resurfacing at an inopportune time. We'll definitely have to keep this in mind. This is ultimately going to become the definitive timeline for the events of the White Door. However, some of these things that we're exploring in Paradox and of course in Dale's story, of course converge in the story of Rob. That sad boyfriend of Laura that we first met in theater, or was it Case 23? Well, we met him in both of those games. And the subject of the next game will be exploring the White Door. Let's check out that TV channel. Setting the channel to 207, we see the real-life Laura blinking across the forest, and then her eye envelops the screen. We must simply follow the direction of her... it's Laura, but much older. I see. The future. Following the directional hints... The Laura is gone now. That's an old callback. That's the first joke I think ever said on this channel. Now, in all seriousness, she's still here. We pick up the chess piece of the woman and talk to our fellow traveler.
Welcome to the future. One of us will die. The other will be enlightened. Please, make the right move, Dale.
One of us will die and the other will be enlightened? ¿Por qué no las dos? As in, why can't both be enlightened? Oh, hold on. Come to think of it, it's just like the elixir. One will be granted eternal life and the other excision. No, sorry, sudden death. Same shit. Aside from rhymes, let's go ahead and put a pin in this clear conflict within Dale. Between Dale and Laura, one will die and one will not. And Laura implores Dale to make the right move. Of course, a bit of a wink and a nod to these chess themings, but clearly this is centered around the move, the choice of this vial. Regardless, though, this emphasis to me speaks to this being a tough decision. And why is that? What is the right move? Is the right move to have Laura be the one that dies or Dale be the one that dies? Is Dale selfishly clinging to life, choosing to be the survivor? Or is he weighed down by that survivor's guilt, trying to figure out a way to save Laura, who is already dead? You can't save someone who is already dead. Or maybe broadly speaking, he doesn't want to make a choice. He wants to see if he can cheat the system, slip away, give up, allow the burden of enlightenment to fall on Laura's shoulders. We can't read the minds of these characters. All we have is the data. Dale was the prime investigator of the mysterious murder of Laura. And based on what we either will or already have seen in his psychological documentation, his past... Oh, yeah, bada bing, bada boom, yeah, survivor's guilt type thing. In fact, I even think it's even written in the psychological evaluation. So, like I said, we can't read the minds of these characters, but we have the data. We can, I think, tie a pretty strong line that something about this angst is tied to a survivor's guilt, stemming back from the traumatic memory of birthday, leading up to when he finally snaps and gets obsessive over Case 23, the death of Laura Vanderboom. We'll hold off on appraising this until we see how this ends. Laura takes her seat and we go back to the past. Clicking the coin into the box, we get the man statue. Perhaps this is to indicate the blank slate that Dale was in his past, before he became tainted with the karma of stress and trauma. I asked my siblings, and they informed me that the brain of the past is slightly more pink, the present brain more gray. And I think this kind of lends to that whole blank slate, untainted mind concept. Now going to the present, we sweeten Mr. Crow's bitter coffee with sugar, and to show his gratitude for not judging his unrefined palate, he gives us a crow chess piece. I'm kidding, by the way. Enjoy your food and drink however you like it. Now, with our extra pieces, we go back to the future, place the flyer into the eval.
Patient will be referred to a reputable mental health institute. Mr. Owl's mental health retreat and hotel.
Hey, hotel, huh? Interesting. You know, listen, I always defer to more qualified theorizers, but hey, who knows? Maybe Nowhere Nest and I are kind of both correct in our own different ways. Of course, he's more correct. Dale is in his head, at the bottom of the lake. But also, the construct itself is the hotel, at the surface of the lake. Symmetrically satisfying. But there's definitely something there. Regardless, he was prescribed a visit to Rusty Lake... No, wait, sorry. Mr. Owl's mental health retreat and hotel. Okay, this actually might be slightly different from Rusty Lake Hotel. Okay, I'm spending way too much time here. More on that in the White Door. Speaking of which, we also hand the sealed envelope to the man under the red drape in the brainless version of the room, and he hands us the Mr. Owl piece. Now, with all our implements collected, let's go ahead and make sense of the role that we must play. Placing the pieces in the correct sequence, we can associate each archetype with a symbol, and the order of the symbols are deduced by cross-referencing them to the collected pieces of therapeutic evidence. We then must use this code on the safe to find a cassette tape. Again with Harvey's music? Well, in this case, we have to reverse it. Specifically while we're in the future room and Harvey finds his way to Lower Shoulder. How sweet.
We are back at where it all began. Harvey's egg.
Before exploring Harvey's hint, I want to refocus on this line.
We are back at where it all began. Harvey's egg.
You know, I've mulled over this line a lot. This line from Paradox has stuck out to me since even before I uploaded the first video for this series. But I've come to the conclusion that this is likely just a comforting callback, a sort of look at how far we've come, pointing towards seasons. The first black cube ever encountered coming from Harvey's egg. If this line is more important than I'm giving it credit for, I'll return to it. But let's follow the Johnson lead. Looking up the number for Johnson in the phone book, we are led to Johnson's Bird Food Company. Definitely a keep in mind for the next game we'll be exploring. Now, I noticed the man on the other side of the line has some noise in the background, and it definitely sounds like speech. I'll enhance the audio when it comes up.
Hello, Johnson Bird Food.
You can hear something in the background.
Do you sell parrot food? Yes, we do.
There's something in the background.
Do you deliver? Yes, we deliver.
Oh, fuck.
1 packet of parrot food to Rusty Lake. We will deliver in the future.
No, there's definitely something there. I can't make it out, though. I'm gonna have to do something in post. I'm really fucking tired.
I just love how over it I was. Like, another mystery. But when I got around to organizing the footage, I had a lot more energy. First, let me play all instances of this strange speech again. Maybe you can make something out.
Long story short, using my editing software's equalizer plugin and increasing the volume and whatnot, I tried isolating the audio to make it the most discernible, and this is what I came up with.
Listen, as fun as this was, as much as this helped me make peace with the fact I was too young to participate in the Marble Hornets ARG, this ultimate ends up being a wet fart. It's just audio of the newscast covering Laura's death. Maybe the guy who worked at Johnson's was watching the news as the story broke. Oh yeah, actually his accent is identical to Bob Hill's boss, a character we'll meet in White Door. A cool detail, but ultimately all it reveals is that I have no respect for your time. I'm so sorry. Now, giving the quickly delivered bird food to Harvey, he craps out an egg, and going to the empty-headed room, we give the egg to the strange hand under the red sheet. It's Mr. Owl? Or a fully grown Jacob Islander? We may recognize him from Rusty Lake the Cave. He's holding the wooden cube of the present. The phrase he says,
I cannot think.
indicates that he wants us to remove his brain. When we do, he says,
Show me my present.
so we insert our present brain. Doing so transforms him into Mr. Owl. Makes sense. In his current state, he's still the owl steward of the Rusty Lake.
Dale, we meet again. Finding your corrupted soul is the final test.
He hands us the cube representing the present and says,
Show me my past.
so we stuff our past brain into him, of course turning him into the young Jacob from Paradise. Very cool. In case the ending of Paradise was lost on us, this would help further emphasize the linking between the firstborn islander Jacob and Mr. Owl.
Once, I was a man like you. A great sacrifice was needed to become something else.
Fascinating. The subtitles say, but the lake helped me to become something else. However, he says, a great sacrifice was needed to become something else. More or less we're aware of this. We covered it pretty thoroughly in the last video. The process of undergoing hell to be born again. The great sacrifice refers to him and his mother's corrupted soul being burnt at the day of the lake pyre. And the lake helping him could just simply refer to how the whole undergoing took him to the depths of the lake, and the lake is what helped him take his next steps back up. He then requests,
Show me my future. My time is limited, Dale. I need a successor, the ruler of the lake. Dale, continue your journey and face your corrupted soul.
That line still hits. Continue your journey. So Mr. Owl's future is as a fish. Back during Harvey's box, I found it very fitting that next to the figure representing Mr. Crow, we had a fish person. The duo of Mr. Owl and Mr. Crow. While I don't think this was intended at the time, it's really cool to think that in a strange retrofitted way, we have been in the midst of Mr. Owl's presence as early as Harvey's box. But despite my excitement for tying that silly concept up, what with my whole holy fish theory, what could Mr. Owl mean by his time being limited and his future being as a fish? There are a couple of possibilities. Building up to this moment, I was under the impression that Mr. Owl was a sort of guiding custodian, a bodhisattva, somebody who has attained a perfect awareness and is ready for nirvana, liberation from the cycle of rebirth, but is holding on to guide others to enlightenment. Specifically in this case, guide someone to be the next steward of the lake. But that may be a flawed appraisal. If you remember in Cube Escape the Cave, Mr. Owl requires an extract as well as Mr. Crow.
Give me the extract.
Maybe there are limits to the supposed eternal life that the elixir gives you. In the cave, when he regains his strength, he says, Dale's journey is about to start, which could be in reference to Dale's journey in Paradox. Or perhaps the start of his journey is marked with the completion of Paradox and Dale's ascent back up the elevator. The next line that Mr. Owl says in that scene is, you have to gather the memories. And this is simply in reference to the Cube Collection submarine sequence. But then Mr. Owl claims that they need them for the full elixir. Whatever that is. Maybe Mr. Owl in his current iteration is reaching its end, and the fish just means that in his next life he will be a dumb puzzle piece. Or perhaps, going back to my mitzvah fish theory, the fish itself is a reward, a symbol of righteousness. And, you know, while that premise was very flawed, it just, in an accidental way, it kind of works out thematically. Dale's aversion to the fish is to symbolize his aversion to a righteous path. And so this whole paradox, case 23, everything are parts of his journey, facilitated by Mr. Owl to be his successor. And honestly, there doesn't need to be all these moving parts. For now, let's just take this at face value. Continue our journey, face our corrupted soul, set to be the successor of Mr. Owl. Now, grabbing the third and last cube from Mr. Fish Owl, his head disappears and in his place is just an empty suit golem. We unite the cube of the past, the present, and the future to find the blue vial. Naturally, it turns us into a corrupted soul. I'm not sure if there's any significance to his hair going dark, could just be a quirk with Flash, but we find ourselves in a dark, empty cube room. Now, check this out. Clicking on the black moth on each side of the room, we witness perhaps different fates of Dale in the forest. First, we've got Dale wearing the head of a deer. We then have Dale hanging. Brutal. And then, okay, that kind of goes hard, but also implies that we've been here many times before. Clicking on another moth, we also find a key. So both files, in some way, shape, or form, give us a key. Before moving further, let's go ahead and chart this out. The red vial preserves the form of Dale and causes him to cough up a key, but I think the key is sort of irrelevant because we get a key when we drink the blue vial. It just moves the story along, puzzle-wise. Right now, from where I stand, I think the red vial sort of symbolizes a sort of paralysis and unwillingness to make a choice, or the illusion that not making a choice is a choice itself, a fear of facing or embracing his corrupted soul, while the blue vial itself, I think, at least on its face for now, perhaps indicates progress, a willingness to face and embrace your corrupted soul. I'll simmer on that for a bit and come up with a better breakdown of what I think each potion symbolizes. Now, in the Chapter 1's forest sequence, we were guided by Mr. Crow. However, here we only have footsteps and eventually a trail of blood. We then find the dead body of Dale. Perhaps this Dale was the one killed by the corrupted soul in Chapter 1. I feel like the fact that we pick up a map from his body lends credence to this hypothesis. But more importantly, we can see our hand. Pretty cool. The later designs of corrupted souls have varying qualities. In this case, they're kind of fuzzy. Our first and only lead is to find the X on the map. Doing so takes us to Mr. Crow.
You know what to do.
Foreboding, but also on brand. Mr. Crow's response to Dale's drinking of the red vial is, "Did you make the right choice?" There's almost a little bit of a tauntingness to his cadence. We hear more of an expansion on that in the short film when Dale says, "I did. I escaped." And Mr. Crow, of course, says you can't escape the confines of your mind and the consequences of your action, and I believe hers as well. Basically, all arrows pointing to the red vial not being the right choice. Whereas in the blue vial, you have Mr. Crow handing us a knife, our corrupted soul, the knife, and saying, "You know what to do." The first time we hear this is in Rusty Lake Hotel, in Mr. Boar's room, sort of the catchphrase of Mr. Crow. Now, this next part is kind of confusing gameplay-wise, but we see Dale running in the background. I believe we are chasing him down, and eventually we run into a Dale who's halfway through his corruption.
Please embrace your corrupted soul.
Okay, so the half-corrupted Dale beckons us to embrace our corrupted soul. Noted. We follow the path etched on the rock to find our first corrupted statue, and following the path hinted to us by this tree, we find not just Dale hanging, but, well, you can't see it because it's censored, but a gray Dale, an older Dale. It's as if he's been trapped here for enough years to lead him to despair and taking his own life. Screwed up. Most men have trouble leaving this place, and Dale is no exception. Now, collecting our second statue, we follow a deer-headed Dale until we confront him.
I know you have made your choice. Use your corrupted soul.
So, the deer-headed Dale tells us to use our corrupted soul. Odd.
Something that was lost on me was that first thing he says. I know you have made your choice. You can see that we are corrupted. We made the choice to drink the blue vial. A choice, just like the red vial, we'll ultimately find out, keeps us in this paradoxical loop. And so, because we made the wrong choice, or at least a choice that doesn't help us break out of this cycle, the advice he gives us is to use our corrupted soul. I said that this was odd, but we'll come to learn what he means by that shortly.
Also, here we have full display of Dale and his linking to the deer. Combining this with his corrupted journey, we can look at the finale of Case 23 with a new pair of eyes. A deer is decapitated, and a corrupted soul takes its form to pursue Dale. Probably not intended at Case 23's release, but still very cool, some more retrofitting. With 3 statues, we find the wall, and strangely enough, just like how in Chapter 1 Mr. Owl's statue is already in place, here a 4th statue is already in place. Well, we unite the corrupted statues and enter Chapter 2's finale.
am I? Have I been here before? Is she here?
Oh, I'd forgotten about that. So we wake into the short film version of Paradox. The lines said here mimic chapter 1's. I think what this mainly signifies is that the cycle has repeated, but let's not gloss over what led up to this. So it was Dale's corrupted soul that killed Laura at the end of chapter 1 and at the end of the short film. And just like at the end of chapter 1, a black cube rises from her and the cycle repeats. Laura said that one will die and the other will become enlightened. Make the right choice, Dale. However, given that both vials, both choices, end in the cycle repeating itself, indicates to me that neither was the right choice. However, if you remember, in the short, there was a third option, the green vial. Its verdant color is not unlike the elixir of life and death. And interesting, right? The red vial maintains the life of Dale, the human form of Dale, while the blue one is almost an embracing of death, the corrupted soul at least. Perhaps in combining the two together in Dale's own Paradox Cube way, he must craft his own elixir of life and death. But let's hold off on that for a second. We still have a slurry of secrets to parse through, those secrets ultimately taking us into the secret ending, or endings, of Cube Escape Paradox. But first, let's take a moment and ponder on what the two vials we have access to may specifically mean and their implication on Dale's state of mind when he made those choices. The red vial, to me, signifies a sort of paralysis, a stagnation, an indication that Dale does not want to become something else. However, the only reason he's here is because he needs to change. It sounds harsh, but he just really wasn't cut out to solve the mystery of Laura Vanderboom's death, or save her life, whatever his angst or guilt is stemming from. Since his 9th birthday, he has had all sorts of baggage, trauma, in other words, karma, that eventually has reached critical fruition. Each time he drinks the red vial, he leaves that fruition unchecked, that karma, trauma, and baggage unchecked, and enters the forest unprepared. In our gameplay, when we reach the ending in Chapter 1, we see that he makes it to the lake, but not in time. But this isn't the only Dale that likely drank the red vial. In the forest, in Chapter 2, we have access to different variants of Dale. We saw a Dale that was half corrupted, half normal. Perhaps a Dale that thought he could maybe just microdose the red and the blue vial. In other words, make half measures. We saw the older gray Dale hanging from the tree, likely a Dale that wandered the forest, wandered and wandered and wandered, trying to find a different way out, another, I don't know, wall to just sort of tech into, to just hack into the mainframe and maybe get a different outcome, but to no avail. And he probably got lost. He probably was so lost that he couldn't even find the shore at that point. And that's why he took his own life. Another way of resetting the timeline. Try again. And then we have that deer-headed Dale. He says, use your corrupted soul. This takes us to the blue vial, the necessary fruition of Dale's trauma. We are told to embrace our corrupted soul, to use our corrupted soul, and we use it to kill Laura. But why? How would this play into the one must die, one must become enlightened equation? Piece by piece. Is the corrupted soul of Dale a villainous force, or is he simply playing a role, like in a game of chess? When I first cracked this game open and got the ending of Chapter 2, I first interpreted it as the bad ending. Dale failing whatever it was he was meant to do and giving in to his inner darkness. After all, everything that's deer-coded tends to have a penchant for sacrifice. However, I think in this case it's a little bit more nuanced. Let's simplify this for ourselves. When Laura says, one of us will die, the other will become enlightened, and then says, make the right move, Dale, we should see those two statements as separate. She already knows the role that she is meant to play, a sort of martyr, the fixture of Dale's obsession, an external subject of his survivor's guilt. The right choice that she's telling him to make is not the choice of who will die and who will become enlightened. She already knows that. from where I'm standing right now, that seems to already have been set in stone. The choice she's referring to in that second statement is simply the vial. The choice, as Mr. Owl put it, to continue his journey and face his corrupted soul. In a way, the corrupted soul killing Laura kind of acts as a sort of failsafe, in case the red vial Dale actually makes it to the shore. A rebuttal to any of the red Dales that think that they can actually escape the hell of their mind. It's forming like a pachinko machine, you know? Countless red Dales getting trapped in the forest, taking their own lives, doing half measures, and eventually one, bing, comes into the shore. However, while that was all happening, some Dales were drinking blue vials. And perhaps all it really took was one, and that Dale beat the red Dale to the shore as like a sort of, like I said, a failsafe. Everything, the countless iterations. The process repeats and repeats until, well, let's go ahead and explore those secrets first. Now, with the completion of Chapter 1 and 2, we have access to some hints. Let's start with Chapter 1 secrets. We have a set of various familiar set pieces, each associated with a secret symbol found in the short film. One is a spiral that can be found in that rapid-fire shot of Laura standing at the lake, the one where she has a white cube. 2 is the envelope shape that is easy to miss in that scene where Dale finds the fish. 3 can be very faintly seen on Harvey's perch. This is the best shot I could find, and even then I find it illegible. At the time I thought maybe it was a circle, but it turns out to be an S shape. That one I either trial and errored or used Unwrapper. Unwrapper, I keep calling it Unwrapper. The joke has infected me. 4 is a sliced triangle that can be seen in the ashtray. This is the shot I have, however I recall it being more legible in an earlier scene. And 5 is an hourglass shown at the top of the Kickstarter backers in the credits. I put this together a while back, and while during the assembly of the footage I attempted this on my own, I was only aware of these being hints towards the film because of Unwrapper. So again, big shout out to the good folks over there. Punching in the secret code in Chapter 1, we get a slide. The image it shows is of Dale sitting next to Mr. Crow. From our perspective, not a huge reveal, seemingly just a callback to Chapter 2. However, we also have a new channel to explore, 566. Punching it in, we can see the chapel, also in realistic depiction, accompanied by an upside-down T symbol. This is saved for our convenience, marking that we've completed this particular secret achievement. The second hint points us toward the clock. That's it. I remember being stumped here, not realizing that this was also pointing towards the short film again. So another big thank you to Unwrapper the Rapper. This is the clearest shot I could find of the clock, and we can make out a slightly distal dot and a slightly proximal dot, likely being the long and short arm, and after some fussing around, we find a key. Opening the locked cabinet, we find a hat. But not just any hat, but no, actually that's not. Maybe James no, not that either. Whose hat is this? The closest I could find is Gerard Islander. But no, not even then. Maybe this is just unique to Dale. A callback to the hat puzzles of the wedding photo from Roots and Miss Pheasant's room from Hotel. Well, this gets us our symbol. The next secret is antlers and a TV. This points us to that quick shot of the deer Dale with the numbers on the tree. Punching that channel in, we get, oh god, that's actually kind of freaky. You can see the white eyes. This is the deer corrupted soul in the hyper-realistic flesh. The fact that this is found in association with the deer Dale may further link the two characters together, again giving new meaning to Chapter 4 of Case 23. With another symbol, we're taken to the next hint pointing us toward the filing cabinet. Again, I want to be on the safe side and respect the backers' privacy. These folks are legends for being longtime supporters of this fantastic series. I don't want to take that away from them. But you never know. In the backer credits, we can see various names with Roman numerals. If we cross-reference that with the symbols found in their associated patient files, we put together a code that gets us this cassette tape.
Tell me your name. Robert Hill. They call me Bob. Tell me, Bob, what happened? I remember I was in the police station, and everything went black. I only remember the numbers. 247.
Ooh, I gloss over this, but it is kind of fascinating that a secret linked with patient files gets us a secret regarding Robert Hill. Again, something we shouldn't take for granted when we go into the White Door. Now, punching in 247 into the TV, we see a clearer image of the deceased Robert Hill. There's a hole in his head, and next to him we can see what looks like a Bloody Mary. I believe this is him at the bar in the theater. If you remember, this grievous wound follows him drinking the Bloody Mary. Does this mean he took his own life in despair of losing Laura? Could that be why he's here with Mr. Crow in his own personal hell? The last thing he remembers, of course, is that scene from Chapter 2 of Case 23, his transformation into the corrupted soul and killing of that police officer. We'll need to keep this in mind for the next game. The next hint takes us back to the short film. We must make note of that book labeled The Vanderbooms. Typing that into the typewriter gives us a sneak peek to a Rusty Lake visual novel. Very cool, but with Chapter 1's code assembled, let's get into Chapter 2. In the first hint, we have another set of 5 hidden symbols. I was stumped on the first one. I thought it was a coffee mug and I couldn't find anything of the sort, but it's actually the side of the TV. The second symbol is of course that tree triangle on the wooden cube, and the third, the S on the iron cube. Number 4 had me totally stumped as well. I knew it was referring to the painting, but I couldn't find a proper shot of it. I thought for a moment it was the mirror, but no dice. And the last one is that spiral found on the glass cube. With the help of app Unwrapper, we deduce the 2 missing symbols, punch them into the safe in Chapter 2, and find a snazzy tie with little cubes on them. Maybe the hat in combination with this tie will make up Dale's new attire in his role as the lake steward, should he accept the station. The answer to the second hint is the same one as in Chapter 1, the clock in the short film, but when we place the correct time into the clock in Chapter 2, we find a key, which gets us that Bloody Mary. Giving it to Mr. Owl, he grants us another symbol. The next hint was intimidating at first, but we must simply go back into the short film, find the number of Rusty Lake Pilsner coasters, 4, find the number of cups, 6, and the number of jars, 5, giving us a TV channel showing this scene. Nothing we don't already know, but there's something so intense about seeing the non-corrupted form of Dale holding the knife to Laura. I wonder if there's any implication here. After all, we found that lit cigar at the scene of the murder. What kind of face do you think he's making? He's clearly focused on the Dale standing on the shore. The animosity isn't towards Laura. Well, this next hint is also intimidating, but we simply do some math. With the address found at the bottom of the brochure, the number at the top of the inside of the book, and the number found on the jar labeled J. We add up the number, not for the TV, but for the phone.
Hello, this is Thirsty Boy.
Hello, can you help me?
You shoot from the narrator.
Okay.
Looking up the name of the director for the short film, in the phone book, and giving him a call, we have this convo.
The director speaking.
Hello, can you help me?
Congratulations, you won an achievement.
Thank you.
Well, the last hint is very simple. We must find the room number of the Great Northern-esque key found in that globe app decanter and punch it into the TV. This is nice. It's a shot of the Great Northern from Twin Peaks. I guess somebody must have found the real-life spot from the intro of the show and took a quick video holding the Rusty Lake postcard. What a fan base. Now, let's go back to Chapter 1. Punching in the achievement symbols of Chapter 1 into the safe, we get the green vial. When we drink it, interesting. What takes place is a sequence of puzzles. To me, these signify Dale's endless pursuit for Laura. If we want to interpret this more literally, we see Dale interfacing with this cube and environment in various ways, holding the cube, stepping aside, holding his breath, walking slowly, even killing the crow, perhaps when he first enters the forest. Countless tries to save Laura, and none of them ever pan out, until he realizes you cannot save her. Unless you sacrifice yourself. The lake will be grateful. there Laura stands in the lake. No Dale, no corrupted soul, holding a white cube, and her eyes open. So perhaps I was wrong. It was Dale that was meant to die, and Laura enlightened? So there is a secret ending for Chapter 1 and a secret ending for Chapter 2. I don't think that they are exclusive. I think they go together. And this is just one aspect of the equation. Embracing the unsavability of Laura, you can't save her. Combining the life in the red vial and the death in the blue vial, creating the elixir of life and death, the green vial. The paradox cube. The cube centered around the survivor's guilt of Dale Vandermeer. Much like the cubes we've seen in the past, goes from black to white. It is purified. It is made sense of. It has been taken inventory of. In a strange way, it's not like... It's funny, I interpret this as the good ending, but it's not an ending whatsoever. It's just a step to a larger process. Let's go ahead and see what that next step is in Chapter 2's Ultimate Secret. Real quick, out of curiosity, because I read on a guide somewhere that there was like a different achievement or outcome if you don't fall off the ledge. But when I did, the sequence ended the same. I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering. Now, going into Chapter 2 and punching in the final code, we find...
Ooh. Oh, wait, that's the golden cube. Where did I see that again? Was that... Oh, what? Golden cube and these, like, clear diamond eyes. Okay, I'm assuming these eyes go here. Whoa. Yo, hold on though, I want to see. And you can even show it, that's cool.
And thus begins the ascent. And also confirmation that paradox was taking place in the mind of Dale during the events of the cave. Very cool. So, in Chapter 1's secret ending, we see Dale, his silhouette, fall off the cliff. You can't save her. He embraces not only the unsavability of Laura, but really his own unsavability. And yet, despite this sort of implying the death of Dale, we see in Chapter 2's secret ending, he ascends, still alive, holding the golden cube. Now, at this point, that's hardly a contradiction or an error. I think at this point we understand implicitly that death is required for one to gain new life. One of the interesting things about this elixir of life in death is that it sort of fully embraces or is fully emblematic of that, not paradoxical, I don't know what the right term would be for this, but this idea that life requires death. And I'm not just talking like in a biological sense, I'm talking about like in a religious sense. Eternal life in heaven requires that you die on earth. In the model of reincarnation, death is required that you move on to the next phase. If you are destined for greater heights, you must still die, your physical body broken apart in its current form. And if you are destined for even further consolidation of your negative karma, still you must break apart and die that you enter that next phase. Death is required for eternal life, the elixir of life and death. Now, aside from that frivolous extrapolation, let's just look at the narrative for its face value. The secret ending of Chapter 1 is the cleansing of the paradox cube. Laura holds the cube, it goes from black to white. The secret ending of Chapter 2, Dale attains the golden cube, the key to not only the past but also the future, and descends in the elevator, evidently indicating that he's accepted his station as the lake's new chosen one. At least I think. Because unfortunately, this is the end of the road for Dale's story. Every game we'll be covering from here on out will be something different. We might backtrack a little bit with some stories that Dale is involved with, but that's it. That part at the end of Rusty Lake Hotel that says "to be continued," it has yet to be continued. At least if you follow my model that ascent we see at the end of Rusty Lake Hotel is taking place from this ascent in, well, Paradox / the cave. I'm noticing a pattern here, characters with their fates being in these odd quantum states. But I don't want to let it go. This was so fun. Maybe a couple of secrets. Let's just find some secrets before we get going. This next secret that I almost overlooked may give us some more confirmation, though, that Dale did accept his station as the new owl. Oh, shit. Hey, how cool would it be Okay, first of all, I'm so sorry. I need to stop. I need to let go of this, but there's a couple of things that just come to mind, and it's way too late in the game for me to like flesh this out. But two things. First of all, when we see that elevator open up, we see Mr. Bat in there. If you remember in the cave, Mr. Bat shows up, well, of course, in the cave in the earlier parts of that puzzle. So what if Mr. Bat is Dale? It's like his animal anthro form. That seems pretty, I mean, that's not, I don't know if it's plausible, but it's, it's nothing disqualifies it. But if that's not the case, how cool would it be if, like, the Mr. Owl in Hotel was actually Dale Mr. Owl and not Islander Mr. Owl? I don't think so. It would be always so cool, though. Low-key, that would be pretty cool. But it's in the process, not, yeah, okay, enough. But yes, anyways, before saying goodbye to Paradox, let's just clean up some extra disparate secrets. We'll start off with the most important one. In Chapter 2, if we punch the 4 symbols found in the secret owl mask scene in Paradise's ending, the one that shows Dale and Laura, and just trial and error the final symbol, we get an owl mask. And wearing it in the mirror, in a, mirrored fashion to Paradise, we see Caroline and Jacob here behind us, almost looking at the new protege of the Owl Station. The Lady of the Lake, Mr. Owl, who or what will Dale become? Now, there are a handful of channel numbers that I wasn't able to find naturally, so big thank you to the Wikia for finding these secret channels. On channel 133, we can find some cool art promo material. The artist draws the channel number on there, so perhaps this was a video on like the official channel that points to this secret. On channel 158, we can see a live-action rendition of the family band events of Roots. Definitely makes my skin crawl. Now, why the hell is that in there? We have a secret message from Dale.
Lobster donkey.
A bit of levity, but... Or the key to a future secret puzzle in the Servant of the Lake. I mean, there's like a carriage. I imagine the Vanderbooms or whoever the hell that manor belongs to has donkeys.
And lobsters.
Something to think about, fellow Rustorians.
Lobster donkey, lobster donkey, lobster donkey, lobster donkey, lobster donkey.
But this next one, channel 726, is of Albert Vanderboom doing some sort of candlelit ritual. What gives? Is Albert on the path of having his own soul journey? He doesn't deserve to be a Mr. Owl. He doesn't have my vote. But aside from all that, I'm spent. Let me give you my final thoughts on Cube Escape Paradox. Right now, from where I stand, based on what I know about the coming story regarding Albert Vanderboom and Rose Vanderboom, Paradox may give us a certain equation that will allow us to sort of compare various duos throughout this series. A corrupted parental figure, like we will meet in Albert when we get to Past Within, can be compared to the parental figure of Caroline from Paradise. And similarly, we can kind of see a protective spirit in Dale regarding Laura Vanderboom. But that's more of a slant rhyme. There may be something to this transition from this form of the corrupted or demonic deer to this sort of resplendent owl chosen one. But that's for another time. It wasn't too long ago that I saw Paradox as just a slam dunk, easy to explain series of causes and effects that only on the surface seemed mind-bendy because of its paradoxical structure. And I gotta say, it's just as open to interpretation, if not more, than the rest of the series. We've combed over a lot already, but some disparate things that come to mind. The fate of Dale Vandermeer reminds me of Dale Cooper's fate during one of Twin Peaks' various arcs. Specifically thinking of a scene where the detective is looking in a mirror and sort of facing a shadow, indicating an unsuredness in where his soul hangs in the balance of things. The viewer, or in this case the player, not being entirely sure of the future of this detective. But regardless, I think the ending of Cube Escape Paradox maintains that sort of overall unsuredness that Rusty Lake has maintained from the very beginning. And it's made all the more mysterious because, like I said, this is the end of the road as far as the player's experience of Detective Dale Vandermeer's story. He's made peace with the fact that he can't save Laura. He has faced eternity, faced his corrupted soul, exposing himself to the fact that death is not the end. And so if this trial of his own personal paradoxical hell was successful, I think it's safe to say that his karma has been excised. And even though I don't see us exploring Dale's story any further than this point, I think it spells out a positive, enlightened fate for our dear detective. I think there's no need to overthink these things.
For some reason, what I'm about to explain I totally butcher in this footage, so I'll just go ahead and pipe this in through post. When I completed the secret ending for Chapter 1, the Green Vial ending, I forgot to, or I should say didn't notice that there is a secret video or link, a special link that you can click on. This takes you to an unlisted Rusty Lake video, which is essentially a live action version of the Green Vial ending. It's more or less the same events. We see Dale drink the green vial, but since this is live action, we're able to see it from a different perspective. We see Dale choke and cough, get down to the ground, but he doesn't cough up a key. It looks like he just dies, which makes sense, because that would mean he breaks the paradox. I'm almost reminded a little bit of how we look in the mirror as Van Gogh and sort of take our own life. You know, the absinthe, the green vial, all that jazz. But yes, the secret ending, of course, ends with Laura holding the paradoxical cube, and it goes from black to white and her eyes open. Now, here's my extrapolation.
Just a small thing that I missed, doesn't add any extra context, but when I watched this, it helped me stop from overthinking these secret endings. Dale eventually drank the green vial, broke the paradox, spared Laura, and then cleansed his paradox cube, and then went on to continue his journey with the golden cube in tow, as we saw at the end of Cube Escape the Cave. Now, as we get into the White Door, let's keep in mind a handful of things. There is that secret, that tape where Robert is talking to Mr. Crow, saying that his final memory before talking to Mr. Crow was him in the police station, right before he went corrupted and killed that police officer. Side note, he mentions a number 247, which, you know, in the short term made us click in the channel on the TV, but it's also a reference to that secret number that we were to input during Cube Escape, Case 23, Chapter 2. Yeah, Chapter 2. Just a fun little secret echo. But yes, going into the White Door, let's remember this memory of him in the precinct, that false accusations book that we saw in Paradox, as well as on the TV, seeing basically a canonical confirmation of that mortal head wound, echoing what we saw in Cube Escape Theater. Theater and Chapter 2 of Case 23 are really the only two Cube Escapes that have any sort of substance of Robert, so we are going to travel a lot of new territory. Whatever sparing stuff we've come across already, I fear is not going to do much help in making sense of what I would consider the most confusing game in the series. Let's get started. The White Door has a style and gameplay very unique to the Rusty Lake series. The little man in the menu is Robert Hill. The White Door perhaps is him checking into the facility we open the game with. Starting day one, Mr. Robert Hill wakes up in his room. At the head of the bed, we can find a calendar. This game is taking place in August 1972, the summer of 1972. So this game takes place just a year after the events of Laura's death, which took place in 1971, sometime in the fall. Real quick, I want to go back and revisit Theater. There's a note I missed that was in Bob's pocket. It says, "Dear Bob, as you know, I have not been feeling well for a while now. I'll be staying at this lake I told you about. I'm sorry it didn't work out. Perhaps we will meet in another life. X." The X is a kiss. Of course, signifying the romantic relationship. Or, I guess, ex-romantic relationship. Now, of course, we know that Laura ends up dying, and evidently Robert doesn't take it well. In Theater, he says things like, "It's all my fault." And after drinking the Bloody Mary, he turns a revolver onto himself. That realistic or live-action shot of him on the bar table, you can even see the Bloody Mary next to him, with a hole in his head, corroborates this event. But is it a real-life event or a symbolic one? Perhaps he's still alive physically, but just not mentally, having lost his mind from the grief, explaining why he's in a sort of mental institution, the White Door. This will be one of the bigger mysteries of this game, but I think time will clarify for us where he stands in the balance of things. If he is dead, then this institute would be a sort of new realm, housing his own personal posthumous journey, his personal hell, or cleansing hell. Inspecting the drawers, we find his employee ID for Johnson Bird Food, a bird food manufacturing plant. He was born June 7th, 1931. He looks tired, even then. Well, we flush his toilet.
We flush our toilet, hypnosis, pissnosis.
Brush our teeth and wash his face. And without realizing it, like a fucking psychopath, I made the poor man brush his teeth before eating. It's my fault he's in here.
Cafe, look at that. Coffee for 45 cents, a donut for $1.12. Thank you for keeping it so cheap.
For breakfast, he has a sparkling water, or maybe as we'll come to find out, an orange juice, just currently void of any color, and a black coffee. And, interesting. It's hard to tell given the black and white stylization, but he has some sort of sprinkled bagel. Maybe he's eating a sort of like a hagelslag bagel.
We will come to learn that Robert Hill is in fact not Dutch. The food that's right now on his plate is something called a donut.
And lobster.
We drink it right and eat our hagelslag bagel. Robert says, that was nice. There's a calm to this that I think really encapsulates the checked in at the psych ward vibe, taking it one day at a time coded. Looking at our daily to-do list, we can see that it's the 14th and that Robert is confused. Fair enough. Next on our to-do list is a checkup, but the day is going by so fast. Let's look outside. Foggy. And there's a bird perched on the window. I don't know for certain, but the closest match I could find was a European robin. Now, maybe it's because we're coming out of Paradox, but despite the unique gameplay, we're still very much in a cube-shaped room, and just outside are foggy trees. Not a forest, mind you, more a park, but still something to keep in mind. I don't click on the view here, but I believe Robert says something like, beautiful view, or I like the view. Aside a locked cabinet that won't be relevant until way later, our next step is our checkup.
Hello, Mr. Hill. I see you are awake. You might feel a bit confused. You had an accident. What do you remember? What is your given name? Robert. What year is it? 1972? And the date? I think it's the 14th. Thank you, Robert. I'll check on you tomorrow. Please stick to the program.
Nurse! Nurse! Nurse!
Alright, memory training. It's gonna be here. I wonder when this came out. I wonder if this came out after Severance. I keep making... Dude, I've just been watching a lot of Severance. Alright.
We'll come to learn that the name of our attendant is Sarah White. We'll expand on that later. While I do this memory testing, I do find it telling that this facility evaluates us based on memory. The white door, maybe some linking to a white cube. Well, there's a hidden achievement here.
Do you want to start the test? Maybe. Make a decision, Mr. Hill. Lil. So that's our first achievo.
Each level or sequence will have a hidden achievement. We don't have to collect them all, but I want to be thorough. Now, starting the memory test, we identify a donut, but the inclusion of a hand as an option is pretty cool, calling back to that repeating puzzle piece. We identify a box, with one of the options being a woman. I imagine that option would remind Robert of Laura. We identify a plant, with the strange option being moon. We then identify a frame, and then a stereo. For the stereo, the strange option being a cube. The next thing we identify is just a regular circle, but based on the options, we can deduce that this is a coin. So, a lot of familiar puzzle pieces that have taken us to this point as players of Rusty Lake. And the last thing identified is a bird. Completing the first memory evaluation...
I love it when it's time for dinner, they just fucking open the door and kick the fucking wheel, they kick your room service in.
For dinner, we have the James Quall Special, cola, and... is that Prozac? If so, this would be the same thing Laura was prescribed. Curious. The connotation is certainly a lot different here. I don't want to ascribe intent to the people who created Seasons, but I can certainly see the presence of a Prozac pill in the 2015 release as, oh no, Laura isn't doing well. Which, I mean, to be fair, she wasn't. Whereas here you can see the pill as an indicator for being set on the right track, getting your help.
There's no stigmata these days.
And I think largely that's a good thing. Now, after our meal, we partake in today's recreation, which is a dumbbell. We pump iron and go to bed. Entering the next sequence, we have a memory called The Breakup.
We met at the usual spot.
The Owl Nest. Gotcha.
I was having a coffee at my favorite table on the right. just staring at the table.
The hidden achievement here is easy to miss, even if you're looking for it. Before proceeding, you've got to spam click on that red curtained window. There's no indication like a sound that you can proceed, but it's when the text has gone fully opaque. Even partially obscured, we can make out Rusty Lake presents the Lady of the Lake.
I was stressed out, turning all the stuff in the same direction. I took a sip. They served me my donut. I ate it. Another 5 minutes passed. Finally, she arrived. She looked tired, but beautiful as ever.
I really like how Laura looks in these later editions. She's kind of come into her own as a character, and we're really going to be treated to an up-close, but also bird's-eye view in Underground Blossom. That little fun pun got me thinking about this game. I'll keep that in mind.
She pulled her chair just a little bit closer. She looked away. Not a good sign.
I don't think we should see each other anymore. I've decided to go away for a while.
Now, according to the note in Robert's pocket in theater, this would be Rusty Lake. However, it's been a long while since that release, so let's keep an open mind for any soft retconning or refurbishing. However, as far as I know, that detail still remains. Laura did go away to Rusty Lake.
I didn't know what to say. I just took another sip. I tried to touch her hand, but she pulled away. And then she was gone.
Now, clicking on the red curtains here interrupts the scene and takes us to this sort of Easter egg. It's the Lady of the Lake, the Balance the Substances lady. Fitting that we see her here. The seeds planted in theater regarding Robert and his connection to Laura are now being fleshed out, gone full circle. There might be some significance to the song that she's singing, but I'll hold off on that until we hear this song in a non-secret scene. With this sequence's secret achievement complete, the scene continues as normal.
I didn't know what to feel.
Taking us into day 2 of our stay at the White Door. Now, first of all, I love this music. Here's some floppy lore. I think I might have even mentioned it in the past, but my all-time favorite movie is The Warriors. And believe it or not, I played the PSP game before even ever watching the movie. This music reeks of that soundtrack. So with that memory complete, we've just got a couple of minor data points. Robert's first day at the White Door was pretty uneventful. His status when he woke up was confused, which, valid. And this is something that I missed. Sarah, our nurse, says you had a little accident. This kind of gives a little bit of context as to how, or I should say why, Robert was admitted to the White Door. She is speaking obviously euphemistically about maybe an attempt with the revolver, or something, the revolver symbolizes an attempt to take your own life. It could be an accident because he lost his mind. It's a euphemistic way of talking, and just my gut is telling me this is taking place in, the real world. Robert isn't dead. Also, we should chart out the memory of the breakup, of course, happening long before the events of the White Door. It took place at the Owl Nest Diner, and that little picture that we find in Robert's pocket in theater evidently wasn't delivered to him just yet. Off the top of my head, I think we'll even revisit the event of the breakup in the next game, next video, Underground Blossom. But instead of it taking place at a diner, it's in a train station. Well, we'll get there when we get there. Let's move forward. Now, I may be mistaken, but Robert looks a bit more tired here. Looking outside, we can see a rotund bald man standing in the distance, and the bird is back.
There he goes.
There you go.
Now who is out there?
Returning to the window, we can see the rotund bald man is peeping in our room. More on him later. Now, even though it's morning, I think it's noteworthy that the outside is still very much foggy. Well, actually, mornings tend to be foggy. But still, the trees blacken silhouettes. Again, are we Robert in his own therapeutic hell? Or will he be able to bounce back? without any significant transmigratory metamorphosis, in other words, reincarnation. There's a box sitting on our desk. We'll open it later.
Oh, we can't open this. Okay, for sure. Let's just go do our thing. All right. Oh, there's a straight up turd in there. That was like real realistic. That was like a very, that was like like a biblically accurate turd. Let's like censor that because that was kind of nuts.
I think while poop humor has fallen out of vogue here in the States, I'm glad the good folks at Rusty Lake Studios are keeping it real. Now, we self-care, eat breakfast, and oh, it looks like a little bit of color is returning to our food. Very nice. It's a pink Hagelslag bagel.
He likes his donuts. I'm more of a... oh, wait, we can empty some of the sugar out. Huh. I'm more of a apple fritter guy myself. All right, we're good. So let's go check our schedule, see what we got to do. Check up. Nurse! Nurse! Good morning, Robert. Did you sleep well? Time for the checkup. Can you tell me your age?
We tell Sarah our age, which is 41, his favorite cafe is the Owl Nest, and his past employer, Johnson. And then we tell her what we want for dinner. As far as I know, it doesn't matter what we pick, except for one day, and we'll cover that when it comes. When I played this on my phone, I remember him really reacting positively to the pizza, but here I pick soup.
Thank you, Robert. You're making progress.
We solve the memory test and receive our dinner, along with a side of roasted capsule de Prozac. Rob found this tasty. The meal, probably not the Prozac. But if you're gonna play this yourself, please get him the pizza for me. He really likes it. The recreation is ping pong and he reacts very positively, saying he's good at this. But that confidence is coming back, that self-security. I imagine the core ingredient to self-advocacy. Going to bed, we're taken to the next sequence. Bird food.
I was driving to work. I turned off the radio. The music reminded me of her.
Okay, we just started this sequence, so let me real quick dig into what significance this opera may have. When looking up what the song could be, I was pointed to the Wikia for The White Door. Apparently it's Chiamo Mimi, my name is Mimi, from the play La Boheme. What I took away from the plot of the play was the protagonist writer and his love interest, a seamstress with a flower hobby, fall in love within a desperate period, a harsh winter, poverty, and darkness. I don't have other plays to compare it to, but it is very romantic. I can definitely feel that there is a correlation to perhaps Robert and Laura being lights, sources of warmth for each other in their cold, painful lives. As far as concrete connections, or I should say peripheral connections I could gather that point towards the Rusty Lake, the friend of the protagonist, Rodolfo, is a painter, which reminds me of Van Gogh. In one of the earlier songs, there's talk of a parrot, and the love interest Mimi has an affinity for lilies and roses. But the part of the song that Chiamo Mimi plays in The White Door point to either a part where she sings of spring or a part where she refers to delicate flowers. It sounds like the part where she's referring to spring. Which would be fitting as to why that would be the specific line in The White Door, bringing to mind where it all started, spring and Cube Escape seasons. But I don't speak any Italian, so I could be totally wrong and just accidentally finding a coincidence. The play is just great. Again, I have nothing to compare it to, but I really liked it. I was so distracted by the dynamic of Rodolfo's friend group that I was kind of caught off guard by the ending. Mimi, I should add her real name being Lucia, Light, dies from illness. Now I don't want to get into too many details as not to spoil it further, but it kind of got to me. The play begins with Rodolfo honestly in good spirits despite the angsts of the period, but he falls in love. Mimi, or Lucia, is his light. It doesn't cure the poverty, the coldness, or even the darkness, but it distracts from it. And so imagine Robert, when he loses his Mimi, his light, Laura, the source of warmth that occupied his heart, now being gone. He's now alone in his thoughts, his inner darkness, a personal hell. So, where were we? Oh yes, the second memory sequence. Bird food. From the top.
I had to stay focused on the road.
After a bit of time passes, we reach a traffic light.
I stopped for a red light. A beggar walked up to the car. I rolled down the window. I gave her a coin.
Very Haran-coded. Death is around the corner, perhaps. The babushka lady also reminds me a bit of Margaret from Paradise. Oh, but you know what? If we take that further, perhaps she's meant to evoke the mad scientist Mrs. Pigeon. She even kind of looks like her corrupted soul from behind. You know, like kind of a bit of a sort of a Matryoshka, shadowy kind of silhouette. But that might be frivolous.
It was already late. I had to hurry.
Since we're already late, let's look for that first piece to this sequence's secret. Driving around, we find a billboard with the number 3982. Keeping this number in mind, we arrive to work, observe the smokestacks, and walk up to the door, which is locked. Our boss says,
"You are late. Come in."
This is the same guy from the Johnson Food Company phone call in Paradox. A fun touch. Instead of using the code on the panel, we use the billboard one, and walking to the left when we enter our work, we find a cage with Robert's favorite bird and Harvey, my favorite bird.
We find our little favorite bird and then... Johnson! Of course.
Lovely. Ironic that we find the bird inside the cage here, but at the facility it seems he's on the other side of the bars. Now I have nothing to indicate this, but at the time I played this game, I interpreted the door closing right after as like meaning that we may have freed the birds. I don't know. I remember thinking that at the time, and it would be a fun folding in of Robert being a guy that frees those who are caged, but I think I'm getting my wires crossed. Anyways, our boss chews us out.
Hill, you are late. Go to your station.
And we do our work. I fiddled with these minigames on outside playthroughs on my phone specifically to see if there were any missable scenes, but it's all pretty straightforward. A fun detail is the interface has a black display panel and a white Q button. We organize birdseed ingredients into chutes until we find a hand. I think this is a hallucination. I'll explain why in a moment. And then we dispense ingredients into buckets. No oddities here, but then we reach the last part, a big red button that we are told not to press. But in order to proceed, we press it anyways. I believe this happens because Robert maybe panics when seeing the hand. However, the fact that we do another job right after kind of throws off that hypothesis, but it would explain why he would do something that would ultimately...
You are fired. Get your stuff.
Get him fired. Among the things we find in our locker, we have two heartbreaking photos. A photo of Robert when he first started his job, and a photo of him and Laura at their favorite diner. We take our stuff and leave. So, day 2 of our stay, Robert is, well, sleepy. Ooh, perhaps a hint towards something messing with his restfulness, something going on while he sleeps. You know, kind of a foreshadowing. I'm also reminded of Hypnospace Outlaw. Now, it seems that these memory sequences, or these dream memory sequences, take place in a chronological order. So, Robert got fired from his job after the breakup, but I'm assuming before he found out about Laura's death. We wake up on day 3 and our beard is coming in. Our schedule reveals our mood as insecure. That's too bad. And it seems our surroundings reflects this. We see a tiny mouse sullying our donut. I mean bagel slag. Robert will be skipping breakfast today. We chase him to our sink, and while we're here we self-care, flush our toilet, and find a plant next to our drawers. We can find a White Door business card and interact with a caterpillar. So now we've got to look for the mouse and the caterpillar. We say hi to the bird and trees.
Glad to see him. Beautiful trees.
Douglas fir. When we corner the mouse...
He's eating the whole donut, is in a fucking food coma. Gross. I don't think he's dead, I think he's just in a food coma.
And when we corner the caterpillar, it becomes a butterfly or black moth, a common motif in the series. And now it occurs to me, it's a discernible, regular animal metamorphosing into a pitch black shadow form. Fitting. With our secret achievement, we begin our checkup.
Checkup.
Nurse! Nurse!
Hi, Robert. I hope you slept well. How are you feeling today? Tired.
We can respond with either of these. I choose tired. The first question asks of an ingredient of the bird feed. This info can be found in our box of work belongings, canary grass. The second question asks what street our job was located on. On the map to our work, we can see a whole lot of referential streets. Fun, but the answer we're looking for is 30 Lake Street, and then the street of the Owl Nest Diner, 16 Park Road.
What is the emergency code? For fuck's sake, lady.
We repair some sort of recording or audio device.
Hill, you are late again.
You caused an emergency shutdown. Code 827. You're fired.
So, 827. She asks,
what would you like for dinner? Well, I think a fish would be thematically appropriate.
Again, our response doesn't matter. On my phone, I picked burger, expecting a reference to Paradise's Rusty Lake burger, but Robert just really enjoyed it. Here's what he says about the fish.
Take our pill, eat the eye, eat some of the meat, eat some of the meat, eat some of the meat. That was fishy.
Kind of reminds me of some of the reactions the hotel guests give to the shrimp cocktail. With nothing else left to do, we have our recreation. Dominoes.
I got dominoes.
The last time we played a domino game was in Harvey's box. Possibly more on that later. This may come into play just as a fun detail regarding the nature of this particular installment to the series. Completing our recreation and going to sleep, we enter our next memory, Laura.
I woke up in the afternoon again.
This memory secret is very easy to initiate. Just wait to click on an advertising car for the White Door and the rotund bald man will emerge. Then we proceed as normal.
I had no reason to get up. I was watching TV.
During my pre-editing process, I noticed something. See if you can hear it.
Johnson bird food, tasty treats for your bird. Newsflash, woman found dead, no sign of killer. Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong! Bob, you have to wake up.
Hold on.
That was it.
So,
Okay. Interesting. That was the mumbling noise. So, what does that mean? That means that whatever conversation was taking place, it was the bird food. Johnson's bird food, that conversation that was taking place. Weird. Very weird. So whoever that was had the TV on in the background. And evidently it was playing Lara's death. Huh. What an ear.
Nice to put a cap on that non-mystery. Now, we've got that newscast talking about the death of Laura. Horrible way to get the news. However...
Wake up. Bob, you have to wake up.
This voice invades our memory, revealing this to be a sort of injected dream, an injected memory. We wake up to find that when we are asleep, the facility is wiring us up. That Prozac or whatever pill likely sedating us so that we can be experimented on. A return of the themes established as early as that pigeon in Rusty Lake Hotel. With this revelation of the apparent villainy of the White Door, let's take this opportunity to start tracking their motivations, ideology, and methods. I believe that's Sarah standing at the head of our bed, but who are these other people? The guy close to us is bald, but this isn't the rotund man. He's a sort of head orderly type. When he adjusts our covers, we fall back into our memory. There's a soothing disco scene on the TV. This lady with the sweet fro will actually come up again. But these other characters don't really stick out to me, I guess aside from the rabbit reference. More on this club scene later. Progressing past the newscast, noting no sign of a killer, we then see the brutal picture of Laura, dead. The same scene from Case 23, Chapter 1. And I don't know if this matters, but the static here seems to be like sinking into this specific part of the screen. Don't know why. Now, at this point, because we initiated the secret earlier, we get this ad for the White Door.
Call 312-024-43854. And it's just this dude. He looks like an owl. The White Door.
Now after this point, the sequence continues like normal, but yes, those points to the star behind the rotund man's head do remind me of the angular features of that owl mask. But let's not dwell on that so ahead of schedule. And by the way, that number will be used in an ARG way later on. We'll get there when we get there. So, the sequence continues like normal.
She died. What happened to her?
Hello, Mr. Hill? Please open the door. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hill. Our condolences for your loss. Please accept our gift.
The leaves were moving. Thank you.
Do you mind filling out this questionnaire?
Now, as far as I know, how we fill out this particular questionnaire doesn't matter gameplay-wise, but it will come up again in that ARG I mentioned. One thing I want to make note of is this sort of dead, menacing stare of Sarah. By the way, this is the nurse that tends to us, Sarah White. I can't help but feel like her eyes remind me of David Islander. I don't think this is intentional. We'll come to learn there's more nuance to her position in our story, in the larger White Door story. But definitely when I first played this, she made my skin crawl. So we answer the questionnaire.
Thank you. Please take my card if you ever need any help.
This isn't any ordinary outpatient shindig. This is human experimentation. Well, the day preceding this little reveal, the memory of finding out about Laura's death, day 3 was pretty uneventful. Our status was insecure. But after that day, when we fell asleep during our slumber, our memory of finding out about Laura's death, our dream is interrupted. Wake up, Robert. You have to wake up. And we do, just for a moment, finding out that we're all wired up. Now, of course, given the clandestine nature of this all, this is something that the team didn't intend to happen. Well, except one person, whoever was telling us, beckoning us to wake up. I wonder who it is. This event will be referred to as the incident, so taking place the night of the 16th going into the day 17th. Now, let's not let that distract us from essentially the worst day of Robert's life. The day he found out about Laura's death. On the news, of course. The fact that his room is in such disrepair, and he's like waking up in the afternoon, clearly indicates to me that he was already in a bad state. He was not handling the breakup well. He got fired from his job. And so this evidently would be at least contributing to some sort of tipping point. Let's move forward into day 4 of our stay at the White Door. Now, because of our tumultuous night terror, our face is all messed up. There's some markings. Maybe the complications made the scientists and technicians sloppy. There's a clear concerned look on Robert's face. But despite this, the to-do list shows us as feeling rebellious. Sounds good. Finishing our breakfast, Robert is miffed. Donuts again. We painstakingly remove the markings from our face. Flush and brush. He wonders what happened. Outside the window, he sees the bird fly off. He wants to be free, like him. In due time. It's raining, too.
Hi, Bob. I'm happy to see you. What is your client number?
At first I check our ID, but realize she's referring to our patient files. Now, why would we have them here? They weren't there before, and I feel like we shouldn't have access to these. We've got somebody on the inside. There's a few bits of info here, but I want to first focus on the news clipping, the motivating factor as to why we're here, Laura's death. Marked October 12th, 1971. Nothing we don't already know, but might as well chart it. It's good to kind of have that reinforcement, October 12th, so obviously the fall of 1971. We always knew the season, so it's nice to have a date. Although I think we already got the date revealed in Paradox too. Now, I foolishly don't shuffle the papers enough here, but there's a second article, Mysterious Disappearance. Maybe this is referring to the body of Laura, or maybe this is referring to Dale. The image seen on this clipping is of Laura's house, but the photo is from Chapter 1 of Case 23. Something to think about. We tell Sarah our patient number.
H1931RL? What day did Laura die? 12th. Again. Sorry for your loss. I have one last question for you. Do you want to stay here? No. Remember, I'm here to help you.
Bastards. Sorry for my loss. She didn't even ask what we wanted for dinner. Oh, a Bloody Mary.
My favorite drink.
Ironic, given that was the drink that preceded, well, the gunfire in theater. Well, time for recreation. Blueprints. To wreak havoc. We flood the thorax of the toilet. I don't know what it's called. Who cares? And the perps are onto us. Red alarms? Really? Don't they know that's a trigger for poor Robert? The red light shows some invisible ink on the blueprints. Following the directions, we deduce the word fate. That will come into play later. let's talk to the Q-tip.
Mr. Hill, what are you doing? Be careful with the interior. Behave, Mr. Hill. Please, stick to the routine.
Tell me what to do, the prick. Up next, we break the checkup buzzer.
Shit! The perps are onto us! Ah! Crap. I'm gonna need first aid if I get hit. Nurse! Nurse! Ah, shit! There's no nurse!
First they take our freedom, then they take our nurse!
Mr. Hill, stay calm. This is the last warning. Do not make me come back.
Looking at the ID dropped on the floor, we find out that the lead is named Jay Grant. His access code is LOCK. So fate, lock. And then there's that word lake underlined on our files, if I'm not mistaken. Lastly, we enable the debug console and crack into the admin level of the computer. Scrolling down to the employee simply labeled O, we are prompted for a password. This one is fate. Just like the 4-letter code from that crossword in case 23. Rusty Lake shenanigans. Typing in the word fate, we have access to this O's message, inbox. Now, I'll just reveal now, O, or Dr. O, is the rotund bald man who's been following us. The first message is from Sarah White regarding Robert Hill, dated August 17, 1972.
On August 17, 1972. Dear sir, I would like to receive permission to enter Mr. Hill's dreams. I would like to help him. Yours sincerely, Sarah White.
So, what part of these dreams, these dream memories, were for real, and which parts were of the White Door's meddling? I think at the very least this points to Sarah White being the one who communicated to us through that TV. She's the one who helped us wake up. Perhaps she's our advocate on the inside, sneaking in these various implements for us. As she said, she's only here to help us. Up next, the same date, from Mr. Horn.
August 17, 1972. Dear sir, we noticed some suspicious behavior from one of our employees. This person may have different intentions with Mr. Hill. Yours sincerely, Mr. Horn.
His name is likely a reference to Benjamin Horn, the owner of the Great Northern Hotel in Twin Peaks. If you remember, actually, the Great Northern was referenced to back in Paradox. Come to think of it, there could also be a double entendre. Horn kind of has to do with antlers. I think actually the prongs, they can be called prongs, tongues, or maybe, tines. I wonder if horns are involved in that sort of nomenclature. I only say that because we will see him with like a tie that has deer motif on it. But yes, frivolous theory crafting aside, Dr. Horn will play an integral role in the White Door's ARG, so we'll be meeting him again soon. Now, reading these particular emails nets us a secret achievement for this day. Missable, but intended for the player to see this early. Of course, Horn is talking about Sarah White. Now, let's follow the normal password leads. We don't know where to input Lake, but we have the access code for Jay Grant, Lock. His first message is from, 1969. He's a senior employee then.
In this moment, I forgot that this was taking place in 1972, so it's not that far back. But still, a few years ago.
This one is from the manager. If I'm not mistaken, that's Dr. O.
December 26, 1969. Dear Dr. Grant, we would like to welcome you to the team. Please let me know if you have any questions. Yours sincerely, the manager. The guy with the glasses. Mr. O, perhaps. Patient Hill.
The next message leaps to August 12th, giving Grant a heads up on Robert's admissions.
August 12th, 1972. Dear Dr. Grant, Mr. Hill is our most important patient. Please make sure he sticks to the program at any time. His memories are extremely valuable to our organization. Yours sincerely, the manager.
Gotcha. I'm somewhat reminded of Mr. Owl's emphasis on Laura's memories to Mr. Crow in the mill. If Dr. O, the manager, is a stand-in for Mr. Owl, could Grant be Mr. Crow? Nah, he's too much of a stiff. Mr. Crow is cool. And finally, password change.
Hi, Jim. Love the new haircut. Could you change my password to Hope? Haircut, the dude's bald.
Going to C. Adams' mailbox with Hope, we just have one message labeled, sorry.
Hey, Catherine, I lost my access code. I think I wrote it on Hill's dossier. Could you have a look? Thanks, Harry. Harry ass Truman.
Punching in Lake to gain access to Harry Lee's inbox, we have 3 messages.
Operation Hill, August 15th, 1972. Dear Dr. Lee, I hope everything is in place for tonight's operation. Connect Mr. Hill's mind and make sure he does not wake up. You know the drill. The manager.
He should have said, "You know what to do." Simple enough, so more revelation that we are a guinea pig, a guinea robin. This message would have been sent the day before the incident where we woke up. The next message follows said incident.
The incident? August 17th, 1972. This cooperates. Okay, cool. Dear Mr. Lee, I'm aware of the incident that occurred last night. Fortunately, the memories didn't become corrupted. A patient waking up during his dream can ruin the whole operation. Please be cautious. Make sure the operation goes flawless next time. The manager.
And what are the consequences if this does go awry? Well, the final message is simply a code to the cabinet. We solve its first two contained puzzles and then reach its third puzzle, which involves a bunch of various, motifs and tableaus. The first two are of Laura and Robert, then the manager and our apartment, a crying Robert and the Owl Nest Cafe, and then, the gun. The gun and what looks like a crow, and what we will learn are the doors to the White Door facility, or at least one of its satellite offices. And then finally, our corrupted soul. But he looks sad. Evidently this box is what's being used to observe and perhaps pipe in memories to Robert Hill. This is much like the box in the mill, where we place Laura's head into that sort of mill contraption and we sift through bad and positive memories to extract cubes. If you remember, rifling through her dark memories, extracting a black cube, and then when we throw the black cube into the lake, it causes Laura's body to become a corrupted soul. Now, if the memory of the death of Laura didn't cause Robert Hill to become corrupted, then what will?
Mr. Hill, you have crossed the line. You leave me no choice. I'll have to sedate you. Sedate you? Please count till 3.
Bastards. Well, this takes us to, the Lady of the Lake. Curious.
There I was, or at least what was left of me.
They stole this from the Hex. Only they can have bars. Fuckers.
I ordered another drink.
Drink!
The barman was a strange fellow.
Any money left?
I took my wallet.
7, please. I don't have any change.
I click a coaster to progress a secret achievement and give the old man the money.
There you go, sir. Bloody Mary.
I took a sip. He looked at me.
What do you have on your mind?
I took the photo out and unfolded it.
This is the note from theater. Well, of course, these are the events of theater.
Dear Bob, as you know, I have not been feeling well for a while now. I will be staying at this lake I told you about.
Women. Can't live with them, can't live without them.
He didn't say it right. Women!
I put my glass down.
I have a solution, but it will cost you something. That would be 18. You know what to do, Mr. Hill.
We click on the coaster and then pick up the gun.
A man was sitting next to me.
Hey man, do you have a light?
Here are some matches.
First of all, you should have said, got a light, but maybe Rusty Lake doesn't count Twin Peaks The Return. No bother. Also, the way Dale says, hey man, is oddly, I don't know, seductive, but maybe I'm just getting my wires crossed.
Thank you. Don't worry. I will find her.
I hesitated. Suddenly, the curtains opened. She started singing as loud as she could. Am I really doing this?
I hate that I have to censor that, but you know what we did. But did it kill us? I mean, it couldn't have. Why are we at the White Door then? Oh, brother. Make a decision, Mr. Peacock. So, Laura dies, and I think it makes sense that during the events of theater, we basically witness Robert drinking away his feelings. And we know for a fact her body was found based on the events of case 23 and the fact that we see the picture of it. Well, obviously the death was confirmed, so there had to be a body. And so maybe that disappearance at that bottom of that article was talking about Laura's body. We do see it drift up into the ceiling at the end of case 23. Case 23, chapter 1, I should say. I bring that up because that would explain why Dale, in The Secret for the Lady of the Lake memory, he says, "Don't worry, I'll find her. Not save her, not find her, kill her, I'll find her." So I guess her body went missing. He's going to follow the body to Rusty Lake. Now, if you remember in Cube Escape Theater, after we give Robert the Bloody Mary and after the play of the Lady of the Lake, he uses the revolver and he goes into the bathroom, we see him become his corrupted soul. And then once we complete that particular cube escape, he drifts out of the bathroom, Mad Dog and Dale, as Dale ascends in the elevator. Continues his journey. I think it's no coincidence in the following day we will be facing said corrupted soul. But now we have the question. The gun. Is Robert dead? Is he not dead? Did he die from other means? Attempt to die from other means? The gun being symbolic? Or are we overthinking it? He did take his life, and this is all just some abstract journey, seemingly grounded enough that we are thinking that maybe some of it takes place in reality, trying to rationalize it all. In a way, him and Laura really were two peas in a pod. Day 5 starts with us waking up in solitary confinement. We find a hint at the door and can talk to the manager.
You've crossed the line. Enjoy your new room. Don't lose your mind.
To me, this indicates that this breakout attempt wasn't in the manager's interest, just Sarah's. Breakout attempt? Oh, whoa, double entendre. Well, just one double. Do keep this in mind. There's two breakouts that we'll be operating with, of course, one of them being the hotel. Again, put that in your filing cabinet. But being that there was no clear exit or escape strategy laid out for Robert, something tells me he's exactly where Sarah wants or needs him to be. Now, the first code we punch into the safe is, of course, your, getting us a strange purple or pink drink. Perhaps this is lean, but leaning it too far causes it to spill. Now check this out.
Huh, interesting. Somehow spilling the drink in there spilled the drink over here. Oh, I see, because this is over here. It spilled the drink and it's spilling off into the other screen. That's pretty sick.
As a gimmick, this is just cool. But again, this game is sort of emphasizing this bird's eye view of the game. We're not playing in a cube anymore, but a box. I don't think that Robert is secretly Harvey, although that would be sweet. I think it's just a fun little rhyme that may not even be intended. You'll see why I'm even considering this when we reach one of the future day's recreations. Now, the next code is dark. Punching it in, we get a speaker.
Music!
Aligning the notes causes them to be corporeal puzzle pieces. Manipulating them, we get face. Your dark face? Huh? Well, punching it in, we get a disco ball. Aligning its squares with the squares in our room enables the next puzzle. Out of curiosity, I see what Dr. O has to say.
Party time.
And party time in Rusty Lake is just more puzzles. We assemble a beautiful image of the beautiful Laura. It being made that the light refracted off the disco ball further layers in how she was the Lucia to Robert's Rodolfo. The next word is soul, but also I should point out that this is the picture that Robert had in his pocket at the theater. So, soul, face your dark soul. Got it. Now, the second achievement for this level is found by sliding the little door to see Dr. O is gone and the word cube is hidden to the right. Punching in cube, we find a black cube in the safe. Using it, we find our corrupted soul and get a secret Chivo. Now, punching in the code soul, we find another pill. Robert's had enough of this medication, it seems. Opening the capsule, our dark soul wanders from the right of the screen and onto the left. Very cool. Using the symbols that are found in association with these safe codes, we communicate Duolingo style with our corrupted soul. He holds his hand out in a similar way to Rose during the Last Dance event in Roots. Aligning our hand with his, this happens. Concerning, yes, but if Paradox taught us anything, this is a necessary step towards breaking out of Robert's hell. just like how the hotel guests broke out of the hotel in the form of their corrupted souls. Wow. Well, we go to bed, one step closer.
The bullet went straight through my head. But then I saw all my memories drifting by.
Memories flashing by must mean that we're dead, right? The secret achievement here is attained by clicking on the police car. We can find various things in the background that signify these drifting memories. Donuts, that tree that Sarah gave us, our job in the background, juice maybe related to Laura's juice, linked to her liberation in Seasons. But we eventually get into a fender bender in front of the Lost Soul Club. And since we clicked on the police car, we had this fender bender in the presence of the law. Not good.
The bouncer looked at me. His eyes widened. Who are you? I don't remember. Very good. Come in.
Gotcha. You know, thematically speaking, Robert's head wound mirrors Dale's removal of his brain. Another key step in this whole process, it seems. Not remembering who you are is the requirement to enter the Club of Lost Souls. Inside we see those people in that commercial, as well as some new faces.
It was hard to find familiar faces.
However, since we clicked on that police car, we have a strange cop to click on. He looks familiar to us, just not to Robert. Yet. We also see Dale in his deer head. It looks like the cops are onto us. The presence of the Lady of the Lake is certainly throwing me off. Maybe this is a club for various players in the grand scheme of the lake, the interweaving memory-based soul journeys, lost soul journeys.
I looked at the DJ. He took the record. He put the needle on, and it spun. A guy walked up to me.
Hey man, enjoying the night?
Hey man, wanna dance? Now, I gotta play the rest of this out. I'll interject to explain one small thing, pacing-wise, but this is like such a cool part.
What do you have on your face? I can almost look through you.
What did he mean? I touched my face. I moved my finger to the hole. What did I do? I felt again. And again. That guy. I remember him. I've met him before.
This scene right here is a secret scene because of our interaction with the coppers. Now, check this out.
Lift your arms, please.
I was waiting for my interrogation. Someone opened the blinds. He looked at me, and then he closed the blinds again.
Interesting.
The officer turned to me. He frowned.
What did you do to that poor woman?
A light flickered. He looked surprised.
What is wrong with you?
A darkness came over me. He was still looking.
I need your memory.
I touched the glass.
Wow! That's sick.
And then I realized I lost it all.
Okay, and this is where
I was losing my mind.
This is where it picks up if you don't do that extra stuff.
I love Rusty Lake. Just a quick play-by-play. When the doomed cop says, "What did you do to that poor woman?" it helps indicate that Robert is the prime suspect of Laura's death, Laura's murder. Robert's book, False Accusations, in Paradox, or at least as first seen in Paradox, hints towards this. While it's easy to mistake that the Club of Lost Souls was where Robert was caught, given the secret cutscene that we have access to, remember, Robert says, "That guy, I remember him. I've seen him before." So whatever is happening, whatever the Lost Soul Club symbolizes in the real world, if this isn't happening in the real world, to me it's a lot more abstract, it took place after this false accusation. And we have quite a lot of details and data points that help kind of demystify the very frivolous whys of everything. Why was Robert detained? We can answer that with a few possibilities. If Robert was allowed to leave theater after Dale fed him drinks, he would then be tailed drunk driving. That would be the casus belli to bring him in. However, on a deeper level, for some reason, Dale is obsessed with Laura, or at least solving her murder. And he needs to somehow extract the memories of Robert. Now, that being said, the whole, I need your memories, that most likely didn't take place in the real world. That was something that may have happened in the cube realm. So, in an interesting way, the chapter 2 of Case 23, which was Dale's cube adventure, collided with the Lost Soul memory dream sequence, which was a part of Robert's soul journey, or memory journey. But there's still so many different questions we can ask. Is Robert alive? Is he dead? How is it that we see the cop in the Lost Soul Club when Robert says himself, I've seen that guy before, and the event, the before he's talking about, the copper was killed. In the beginning of the Lost Soul Club dream sequence, the bullet is traveling. It's off the tail end of the events of theater. Again, I'm of the mind, especially because of what we just heard right before cutting to this frivolous, overdone whiteboard segment, because Robert says, I lost it all. To me, help indicates that this revolver stuff, that business with the bullet, that begins the Lost Soul dream sequence, is symbolic of something else, losing your mind. In other words, opening your mind, emptying the mind, as we explored in Paradox. Well, we still need to complete this dream sequence. I'm so sorry. Now, let's continue on with the rest of the memory. Let me point this out too, because I didn't really realize this here. I will get back to this detail, but I want to mention it now. Our interaction with Dale, when he approaches us and says, hey man, what's that on the side of your face? That happens regardless of whether or not we do the secret achievement. Now, where were we? Well, clearly we're corrupted now. This is following us having completely lost our mind, I think he says.
But suddenly, a glimpse of recognition. There she was.
Seeing Laura vibing just makes me smile. I love her, she's great. But do note that this memory now shows Robert as a corrupted soul, making this a very fitting sequence after the solitary confinement day, ending with Robert in his corrupted form.
She opened her eyes. Her head turned upside down. Everything was changing. The moths flew into her eyes.
I wish we could go back to where it all started.
Two things. The moths entering her eyes rhymes with Caroline in Paradise. I forget which play. I think it's the ticks and fleas one, where we unite the flowers at her portrait. And secondly, we have Laura's line, where it all started. Is she again talking about Harvey's egg, or when the two first met?
And she went up in the air, leaving me again.
Fascinating. She's hanging upside down, much like she did in Chapter 1 of Case 23, and how she entered during the mill. Now, starting day 6, we are corrupted. And I gotta say, as menacing as these guys are, Robert's slightly downturned eyes kind of break my heart. Just goes to show that hunger of a hungry soul may not be a ravenous appetite, but a painful longing. Who are we to judge? So, just to recap, it's in solitary confinement on day 5 that Robert faces his corrupted soul, and by the end of that day becomes corrupted, falling asleep, starting the Lost Soul dream sequence. This, of course, mirrors the events of the Lost Soul Club, where he starts off the sequence not corrupted and then ends corrupted, but also the secret scene within the Lost Soul Club memory also kind of is like that, where it starts off, he's not corrupted and he's corrupted, which makes things very confusing. Speaking of mirrorings, the events of day 5, his wrongful imprisonment, him going corrupted, mirrors perfectly Case 23, wrongly imprisoned, isolated, the angst bubbling up the corruption, the fruition of his negative karma. Now, we're going to see in an upcoming dream sequence the events following up to Robert's admittance to the White Door. And just everything starting from the theater sequence or Lady of the Lake dream up until that point when we admit to the White Door, we are just gonna be mind blasted with so many questions. So is he alive? Has he been dead this entire time? Or is he in like this afterlife, this memory afterlife? Are these memories taking place in an abstract realm, or are they taking place in the real world? And that's when we have to remind ourselves, this is Cube Escape. It doesn't matter where or even when memories take place. Memories just simply take place. Let's just focus on the soul journey of Robert. It'll make things a lot more clearer, and if we can come up with a cause and effect chain of events, as you can see I'm attempting to do here, then that's just gravy. But just alone, there's so much we can appreciate with Robert. Why can't you guys recommend Disney's Extreme Goofy Skateboarding for once in your life? Ow, my back. In the bottom drawer, we have a new item, a coin. Inscribed on it is, "The past is never dead." So at some point, we got that coin back. Our breakfast is a rancid spread, a rotten donut, and a bloody red drink. The coffee is still black, however, so corrupted or not, Robert still has taste. Now there are some grounds at the bottom. We'll be back. Our self-care is kind of unnerving. We rotate our reflection. Clicking on ourselves, our mouth opens, revealing a sort of staticky nature. So at this point, design-wise, the corrupted soul is a sort of electrostatic being. However, a soul we'll be familiarizing ourselves with in the next video will have a sliminess to him. So perhaps this is to reflect that so much of Robert's pain comes from learning of the loss of Laura through that damn TV. Now the cabinet is locked again. We'll have to deduce a new code. Our box from work is empty, and despite it being before noon at this point, the outside is gray and dark, fully transforming into Robert's personal hell. Requesting our checkup, Sarah comes in with protective gear.
Please keep your distance, sir. You're not looking very well today. Could you complete this sequence?
Odd. Something about corruption is contagious, perhaps? Or maybe the protective gear is to prevent Sarah from a fate similar to that dead cop. We complete various questions, not in human characters, but shapes and patterns. When asked for what we want for dinner, we just have two options. This choice matters if you want to get the secret achievement. You have to pick the egg.
What would you like for dinner? Ooh, an egg seems thematically appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Please complete your routine.
Nurse! Nurse!
What if we say maybe? Make a decision, Mr. Hill. They're not going to say Mr. Hill, Dark Hill.
Now the memory test points us toward our table. Interacting with the coffee grounds, this happens. We follow a little shit to the box, then to the plant. Then to the picture of Laura.
Oh no. Laura. Oh jeez. Laura! These fries are Laurable.
Then to the stereo. And then finally to that coin.
Aha. Get the f off my coin. It's my coin. It's my coin, you bastard. Get the f off my coin. Oh.
Our egg arrives. Cracking it, we hatch a bird. Following it to the window, it occupies the same spot as the robin. We must then click on all the stars in the sky, and then the moon, reflecting a similar sequence to seasons, roots, and I think paradise to a lesser extent. We see our corrupted soul reflection looking back at us. This is the secret achievement for this day. Now, to complete dinner, we take our sedative, and our recreation is very neat.
Yeah, it's weird. Oh, whoa. Hi.
You know, earlier I was, doing my damn best to kind of fold in those Harvey's box-like rhymes to build up to this moment, but I think this puzzle is so much more profound on its own. We look inside a box to see a miniature of our room, and the miniature version of us approaches the box in their room to loom over us, both smaller and larger than us. A paradoxical regurgitation, not of time like in Paradox, but of space. Very cool. All that's left is sleep. The next sequence is the White Door.
I woke up in the street.
Hold on 1 second. Was that a, okay. Tap the crow each time you see it. There are 3 locations where it appears. Then when you're following the hallway doors, open the one with the star on it to me. Ah, I remember seeing a weird looking door and I was wondering what that was for. That rhymes, you whore. Alright, I woke up in the street.
I was looking at the sky. Clouds were drifting by.
Oh, he's rhyming too. We're a bunch of rhymers, a couple of thespians.
In the beginning, that was just me stressing out about the missable achievement in this sequence. Again, big thank you to app Unwrapper. Now this scene, him waking up in a totally new area, kind of eases my mind regarding the dead or alive aspect. If this follows Robert's symbolic self-harm or literal taking of his own life, we can then see this as a natural next step. He's brought back from the brink of death in the real world and admits himself to the White Door. Or he's dead, enters a new realm where he seeks treatment, taking the form of the institution, and his treatment takes the form of a sort of institution. This is gonna bother me. Let's keep our eyes peeled.
A shadow came over me. An old woman was standing next to me. She poked me with her stick.
You should call someone.
I grabbed it. Slowly, I got up. There was only one place I could call. I walked to a phone booth. I put the coin in. I looked at the card and took the receiver.
Aha! Let me have this one cope. He took the receiver, like a gun, and he put the phone receiver to the side of his head. Maybe he didn't die. Maybe theater was an abstract version of what really happened. He got help. And it would make sense, right? Because you have Mr. Crow, a custodian on behalf of Mr. Owl, giving him the firearm. But in reality, it's him, calling the White Door that's going to solve his problems. I think we're onto it. Oh, gosh, I hope we're onto it. And this is assuming that the receiver thing was even like an intentional rhyme. I think I'm just coping.
I may be onto something slightly because we are clicking on that crow. That crow is present during this process. So Mr. Crow, as a bartender, was there when he handed us the firearm. And the animal form of the crow is there when we take the receiver from the phone booth.
I do want to point out, though, that Haran-like old lady we gave the coin to has come back to give us back our coin. This could also lend credence to this idea. Death has rejected us. We've been given another chance. Or maybe I'm coping.
I listened.
Hello, Mr. Hill. We are expecting you. Please, wait for the car.
I put the phone down. A car arrived. I opened the door. The driver turned the mirror. For a moment, he looked at me. We drove to a large building with a white sign.
Now, I let the driver go on for a bit to see if there's any secrets or Easter eggs on this street, but there's nothing. In the meantime, again, we have a real-life mimicry. The bouncer from the Lost Souls Club is now the driver, both giving us admittance, in this case not to the Club of Lost Souls, but an institution, the White Door. Let's just keep a couple of things in mind. First of all, the presence of the crow, that shadowy crow. Remember, so clicking on this unlocks a secret. We haven't seen the secret yet, but ultimately this will link it to Mr. Crow. So the presence of a crow, the presence of a phone receiver, kind of mirrors the events of theater. The presence of Mr. Crow as a bartender and, well, a revolver receiver. Not as much of a stretch as you might think. Oh, Floppycock's been watching too much Kentucky Ballistics. Put a thumb in it, all right? I think I'm onto something here. Another thing to keep in mind is that coin. Robert is receiving the coin back from the old lady. The old lady that may, harken, think of it this way. The coin, of course, you've got Haran, the opal that takes you into the afterlife, but also the old lady can kind of symbolize that spinning woman, the old lady that spins yarn. I'm thinking of Berserk. I'm thinking of course, there's the Fates, the final step of the Fates. I'm also thinking of, what's that? Fear and Hunger, which is making a reference to Berserk. So 2 death-oriented symbols, rejecting Robert from death. And let's also remember what Sarah says to us on our first day. Hello, Robert, you had an accident. This, to me, strikes me as the aftermath of said accident. Those details I think are very important, but another small detail too is of course the driver that takes us to the White Door is the same character, bald mustached man, that led us into the Lost Soul Club.
Doesn't look like it. Nope, doesn't look like it. Stop the car! Stop!
I looked up. The White Door. There was a man standing at the top of the stairs. Mr. Hill, follow me. Please, sit down. Welcome to our institute.
The institute.
You have made the right choice. We are here to help you retrieve your lost memories and bring back color to your life. All you need to do is sign this paper.
What's this? This gotta be something weird. It's domino, right?
The domino strikes me as odd. Perhaps it will come up again for a distant ARG.
Please, sign here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shark my pants.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
You're welcome, Mr. Owl.
Let's start with the first test.
How about no?
I will show you some items.
No, show me your ass.
You might recognize.
I will recognize your ass.
Move them to the right.
Sometimes I hate the gameplay version of me. I'm including the mic audio so you know what the editor version of me has to suffer through. Now, we have to shift items that we do and don't recognize. All of these we recognize. And I'm reminded of that one scene in Twin Peaks, The Return, where the agents mull over various items like a silenced gun and a jar of beans. But I'm definitely getting floppy with it.
6, a coin. 7, a bird. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now follow me. Please meet Sarah. She is at the end of the hallway. The lights went on, one by one.
Since we clicked on all those crows earlier, we can click the door with the achievement star on it, revealing Mr. Crow. And so maybe this mental facility is a mental facsimile, or just a real-life stand-in for the Rusty Lake Hotel. So, Sarah, Mr. Bat? Or Mr. Crow? I don't think so. I think she's just a rogue character. Her hair kind of reminds me a bit of Rose. Somewhat, maybe. Maybe we can make some extrapolations in the next video. But for now, I'm just going to consider her that rogue character. But let's not cut our analysis short and poise ourselves to make comparisons between the White Door and, if not Rusty Lake Hotel, the machinations and methodology of Mr. Owl. This may help us when we get into the late stage of this particular game, the ARG. But right now, from where I'm standing, I'm leaning towards Dr. O sort of being like the human avatar of Mr. Owl that operates the Institute on Earth, while Mr. Owl operates the hotel in Rusty Lake. There's some flaws I can already see forming in my mind, so we'll just shift those off for now.
Please meet Sarah. She is at the end of the hallway. The lights went on, one by one.
Hi, Bob. Good to see you again. You almost remember it all now. Open the door and bring color to your life.
Okay, that previous stuff was a memory. However, I'm of the mind that Sarah has interjected herself here into this memory to brace us for, well, a paradoxical but wonderful sequence.
Oh, wow. Ah, nice. We get to eat like some good fresh fruit and food. That was delicious. I need a nurse! Everything's done. Status dreaming.
Well, our corrupted soul is still in bed, and the chart says that we are dreaming. I do think this day 7 is meant to signify that we've healed a great bit. The color being brought into our life is definitely a positive thing. However, we're kind of in this weird astral dream projection reality paradoxical collision. The day-to-day White Door Robert lays corrupted, still sleeping, dreaming, and Sarah is sort of projecting the dream Robert into this day. I'll simmer on that. The bars on the window are a metric for this day's progress. The memory test is this maze game.
This one had me farted up, but one second. The fucking the real life YouTube poop man. Robert Hill's bringing some color back into my life as well.
Anyways, we bring the color to our reflection, ruffle the leaves of our plants, and find the intake form that we sign. We color in our work ID for a secret achievement, and then color in a picture of the Robin. However, this is better interpreted as a picture that was already finished, left inside our drawers to remind us of Laura. You'll see what I mean in a moment. We eat our favorite breakfast.
Brings back memories. Nice. Oh, there she is. The tit. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. A reason to get up. If we were to go there without, he wouldn't want to get out of bed. But now we've given him a reason to get out of bed.
Yeah. Please.
Oh, ouch, ouch. Oh, that f***ing stings. I'm not sure how to interpret that. I think the condensed form of our angst is ready to be extinguished, meaning that we're ready to move on. Remember what Sarah said, you almost remember? When we get into bed, the linens are revealed to be in the same texture as Laura's dress. We've lost her, but we still have our memories, which takes us to one more memory. The bird, when Robert first met Laura. Or something else.
I was walking at the park.
A woman sat on a bench. For a moment, I stopped to look at her.
Clicking on all the trees a bunch causes Harvey to appear in this shot. We must click on him again to get the secret.
A bird flew away.
I've grown to really like Harvey. Every time I see him come up, it always brightens my day. He's like, I don't belong here.
Of course, there's the Robin, always there, regardless of secret attainment, and it seems we've scared him off.
She was drawing something. She put down her pencil. I asked her, "What are you drawing?" She looked down.
It's a place I know,
she said. She moved her hand.
Oh, okay, I actually completely forgot about this. So normally she would have that drawing of the Robin in her book, the one that was completed in the puzzle, but in reality she completed it herself.
It's a Robin,
she said. She moved her hand.
However, in this secret iteration, she implies that she's already been to Rusty Lake, or perhaps she just knows of it and longs to return to where she was born.
And closed the book.
The cover echoes her origin, roots. We can also see Rose's signature here, so a memento from her mother.
I'm sorry, it's gone now. She stared at me.
No, it's not. It's all in your head.
She closed her eyes.
Oh, hold on. Okay, there's like a major double entendre here. Let's dig in just for a quick moment.
To help frame our little equation here, I want to reiterate in both the secret and normal iteration of this memory, Robert asks,
"What are you drawing?"
Then either the secret Rusty Lake hotel scene or normal Robin scene plays out, and then the sequence gets back on the rails when he says,
"I'm sorry, it's gone now."
I'm sorry, it's gone now. Of course, he's referring to the Robin he scared away. However, even though Laura says the same thing regardless of secret attainment,
No, it's not. It's all in your head.
It applies differently to each scene permutation. Now, we haven't completed this scene, but simply put, when she says, "It's all in your head," this can just be interpreted as this memory just being that, a memory. In a way, it's like she's telling him to wake up. It's all in your head. However, in regards to Rusty Lake, in a way, she's saying that this strange realm, this strange lake, is not a realm in the physical world, but a realm in the mental world, a realm of memories. This emphasis on the mental state is definitely something I really only vaguely scratched against in my admittedly low-level research into Buddhism, that sadly I still haven't been able to put into words as of yet. If I made an attempt now, I'd erroneously make this concept sound like solipsism rather than Buddhism, but still something to think about.
All that overthinking aside, I think this line, "it's all in your head," is most aptly applied just to the way that this sequence is working. This memory is all in Robert's head. Kind of like how Sarah has been interjecting in the dream memories of Robert, Laura from beyond is interjecting in this memory, kind of telling him in a way to wake up. This isn't real, it's all in your head. And so we see that square form around Laura's head, in the same fashion that was established, I believe, in Rusty Lake Roots, but I'm just reminded of seasons all around. And the credits roll. However, this is a Rusty Lake game. The end is never end. It's not even end. We have everything we need. We honestly have everything we need to appreciate Robert's story. It is a very simple story. It's when we start to ask the nitty-gritty questions, the details, regarding his final fate. Was it an accident? Did he attempt to take his own life? Did the attempt fail? Or was the revolver just symbolic of him making the decision to be admitted to the White Door? And also, what is the nature of the White Door? What is the nature of this game that we are experiencing? To keep it simple, we the player, you and I, not just you and I, player character, we are experiencing memories, an abstract compilation of a story. But obviously, memories are reflective of something. They can be reflective of real-life events, but they can also be reflective of something more abstract, a slew of just angst. And that's what I think that the Lost Soul Club is all about. Are these memories just being instilled into the real-life Robert? Or is Robert in this sort of institutionalized version of the afterlife? His memories being made sense of, the pains and angsts and karma being excised so he can move into the next step. We still have just a tad bit more to explore. And listen, I knew from the very beginning that fishing played a huge role in this series, but I didn't expect to do this much floundering. However, I will come to a final decision, a final summation of all these events. We will do just a quick comb through, but again, we just need a couple more details. With the completion of the base game, we unlock Sarah's level. However, getting all achievements unlocks a prize of free merch, which I believe has already been fully exhausted. Even if not, I used a guide, I didn't earn it. Looking at the date, we come to learn that this is taking place on the 20th, the day of the White Door. We can tuck and untuck the corrupted Robert and look outside to see the bird. However, he won't fly until he's seen his friend wake up safely. Sweet. Looking at Robert's status, we have a question mark. During the day of the door, or day 7, when we bring color into Robert's life, Robert's status is dreaming. So this may lend credence to that whole sequence being in our dream. As Laura said, it's all in your head. Therefore, maybe we aren't truly free yet? That would make sense. The fact that, we're clinging on to Laura in that last memory means that we haven't let go. I'll simmer on that. We can also eat Robert's donut, which is pretty funny.
Aha, he said who watches the watchmen? Who nurses the nurses?
How Sarah got in here without her gear and able to do what we're about to help her do is unknown. But regardless, she has a plan. Looking at her ID card, we can find that her access code is free. Fitting. Typing it in, we get to her inbox.
August 17th, 1972. Dear Sarah, the memories can be retrieved by connecting all the substances while the patient is asleep. Do not enter the patient's dreams without my permission. Yours sincerely, the manager.
August 17th was the date that Robert was feeling rebellious, the day after the incident where he woke up. It seems Dr. O may have been somewhat keen on Sarah's meddling and has given her a warning. Also, these substances that Robert is hooked up to is referring to that TV from the 17th, with all those memories, motifs, and tableaus. Further confirming that when Robert sleeps, they're subjecting him to these memories. The next message regards the woman, Laura, sent on the same day, August 17th.
August 17th, 1972. Dear Sarah, please be careful with the memories of Mr. Hill. I have a particular interest in his memories of the woman. Do not erase her from Hill's memories. His mind will become useless. Yours sincerely, the manager.
More of this talk of brains being rendered useless. Dr. O, clearly an iteration of Mr. Owl, just like an hotel, is harvesting memories, using them for some sort of science-y purpose. It's also very relevant that this Dr. O doesn't want Laura to be removed from Robert's memories. It's almost as if Robert is useless to Dr. O as like a soul sojourner, but any information and memories of Laura could be of use. So instead of guiding him on his journey for his own freedom, he's being kept in this suspended, torturous observation. Perhaps he is a villainous character. Or perhaps in the grand scheme, morality just isn't relevant. Just motivations, stewardship, and understanding. The next message is a code for the safe.
Are we really gonna fucking do this shit again? Okay, whoa, don't fucking jump, okay, whoa. Fucking, okay, whatever, I get it now.
Putting in the code causes these wires to connect to various items with hidden symbols. I forgot how we associate each symbol with each wire. I think I messed up and just used a guide in this one. One thing I forgot to point out earlier was this business card, pointing to this number again. Apparently you can call it and it points you to a website, but that's not relevant yet. Going back to the TV, now I remember. We link these wires connected to various items with symbols and associate them with these memories to figure out the order, I think. For our purposes, these are simply memories pulled from, or I guess were fed into, Robert during his sleep. Balancing the substances of Robert's past life, we gain access and begin to erase Laura from his memories. Not sure how I feel about this, but I think Sarah has seen enough to make this call on behalf of Robert. We erase her from the diner, scratch her from the photo.
I'm trying to spell out Ovaltine, but it's not working.
I struggle to solve a color puzzle, but eventually we then wipe the newscast from Robert's memory. We tear up a photo of her, and then shine a light on all the trauma moths to remove her from that memory of the club. This next one stumped me. From my recollection, we're meant to slide things to the right if we remember them, but it seems we're still remembering the photo of Laura. I don't know, this puzzle sort of solved itself before I could figure out what the hell was going on. The main thing of note is that we have all of these new items that we sent to the left that have to do with the previous Cube Escapes and Rusty Lakes, primarily Paradox. These of course don't apply to Robert. I flubbed that one. And then we wipe out the final memory of Laura in the park. The black staticky cube becomes...
It's a yellow box now? Like golden cube?
Freedom, but at what cost? So, one party wants to extend the cycle of suffering for the purpose of understanding and fully grasping how things work, while the other party wants to liberate those from this cycle of suffering, cleanse their soul by excising painful memories, painful trauma. As we continue to comb through, I think we'll get more and more understanding of these motivations, Rusty Lake's twist on these philosophical questions, and become better Rusty Lake ontologists. Ontology, by the way, is the study of how things tend to be that way sometimes. Tucking in the memory-obliterated, corrupted soul, we enter the memory. She's not there.
I was walking in the park. I saw an empty bench. For a moment, I stopped.
A bird flew away.
We can repeat the Harvey secret here, but there is no secret achievement to obtain.
I kept on walking.
The White Door.
Robert keeps walking as if he never met Laura. If we were to slowly open the door at the end without letting go, we can more clearly see what this final shot is. Sarah is consoling Robert. He's awoken and she's looking out of the window with him. I believe this is inside his apartment. There are no bars on the window. What's odd is that she's in her lab coat, not casual wear. So I interpret this as her having taken him back to his home as he is now, breaking him out. However, on a table we have this book, False Accusations, still something linking him to this memory of Laura. I guess she can wipe his memories, but not reality of Laura. Maybe from his perspective, he's being accused of killing a woman he claims he never met. Maybe he wrote this book in the year following her death and leading up to his admittance. But he has this book now, living in a reality that Laura lived in without a clue or memory as to what she meant to him. It certainly is a conundrum. Is it better to have loved and lost, or to have never have loved at all? I'm of the mind that Sarah's extra ending, that final shot, indicates that Robert is still alive, but his memories have been wiped so that he may live his life spared from the nutty shenanigans of Rusty Lake. With his memories wiped, just like that brain in Paradox, he's useless to Dr. O or Mr. Owl. Because you see, Rusty Lake is Laura's birthright. It's Dale's destiny. But it has been nothing but a cruel collision in the already shaky life of Robert Hill. It's a cruel kind of mercy, but a mercy nonetheless. But let's go ahead and get our story straight and see if I'll have the same feeling by the end of this. What we know for sure. During the events of the bird, Laura and Robert first meet and they fall in love. Eventually, as the relationship went on, Laura felt that her linking to Rusty Lake, on top of the fact that she was not well, meant that she had to go to this mysterious lake. And I guess to spare Robert from getting him involved in those shenanigans, she breaks up with him. These are the events of the memory of day one. The breakup. Robert, still mourning the breakup, gets fired from his job at Johnson's Bird Food. This was because he erroneously pressed the alarm button. I'm still of the mind that he was kind of triggered by this hallucination of that hand. This was the memory of day two's dream. Now, Robert, totally burnt out, unemployed, is kicking it DD style, fucking aimlessly flipping through channels in his apartment, until he sees the news of Laura's death. Almost immediately, Sarah arrives to his apartment under the guise of a concerned neighbor, consoling Robert, giving him the gift of this plant. This could have happened in the real world. She could have been sent by the White Door to sort of plant the seed for Robert to, of course, go to the White Door. Or this could be an instance of her injecting herself, meddling with his memories, trying to wake him up. After all, right before this scene, we see, "Wake up, Robert, wake up." Yeah, it was like right here, I think, yeah. The incident. It's also tempting to think that this little sequence right here at the end of Sarah's ending, where she's sort of consoling Robert, then they're looking out the window, is just a flashback of that moment. However, I believe Sarah is wearing just plain clothes in the Laura memory, while the ending of the Sarah extra gameplay, she's wearing a lab coat. Regardless, the seed is planted in the form of the plant that she gave him, and she also gives him a business card, ending that particular memory. Here's where things get squirrely. The events of the theater, as it's known in the White Door, the Lady of the Lake dream. At first, I feel a lot of my confusion comes from that secret scene with Dale, where he just sort of taps on the shoulder of Robert and says, "Don't worry, I will find her." The reason why that might be confusing is because it implies that, like, she's missing rather than dead, which would have to place this before even case 23 chapter 1, but I think that just has more to do with, like, the secret shenanigan, the memory adventure shenanigans, not actually happening in the real world. Let's just ignore it. Without the secret scene, Robert simply talks to the bartender, has his Bloody Mary, and then pays for a solution to his problems. The bartender offers the solution of the gun, saying, "You know what to do, Mr. Hill." The Lady of the Lake play begins, and the memory ends with him pulling the trigger. With the pulling of the trigger, the bullet flies into his head, and this takes us directly into the next memory, the Lost Soul Club. If you remember, it literally starts with the bullet traveling, and it transitions into a driving sequence. This requires another play-by-play. First off, Robert himself says the propelled projectile went straight through his head, and his memories passed him by. So that would again tell us he's dead. Because he took his own life due to severe trauma and pain, he had a lot of soul baggage at the time of his death. The traffic jam won't let him get to the next point of his journey until he makes a step in the Club of Lost Souls. If you remember, he becomes a corrupted soul in that sequence. Clean. I like that. Even without the secret, we can see the evil dear Dale in the club. He asks us about the hole in our head, and we come to the realization that we've lost our mind. So maybe not death of the body, but death of the mind. And just like that, it's not so clean again. So, our first conundrum. Did he die, or did he just simply lose his mind? If he's dead, like his actual physical body has died, then from here on out, everything can just be interpreted as a sort of abstract afterlife sequence, including like those days that we spent in the White Door. On the other hand, if we look at the gunshot from theater as simply symbolic of him losing his mind, something that he did say in the Lost Soul Club, then we can just simply interpret the Lost Soul Club as a sort of hallucinogenic, abstract sequence, explaining why in the following memory he kind of just wakes up from his stupor outside, where he would essentially experience events foreshadowed in that sort of hallucinogenic sequence. Now, I like this line of thinking because, number one, I don't want Robert to be dead, but it also just makes sense that this death would be of the mind. It would lend reason as to why the coming sequences or coming events would take place in that mental institute, the White Door. It would also kind of really lean into that whole idea of cheating death. Once your physical body dies, it's done. You've lost your physical body. But I feel like if you've lost your mind, you can come back from that brink. So tentatively right now, I'm considering that the death, the bullet, all of that stuff is just Robert having lost his mind. When he wakes up in the White Door memory, he wakes up alive in the real world. One thing I overlooked in this small detail when we get the secret scene.
That guy. I remember him. I've met him before.
This clears a lot up. The events of Case 23, Chapter 2 must have taken place before all of this. I met him before. But then why is the cop following him in this memory? Maybe because he's dead. Robert snapped and killed him and maybe escaped. Depending on how cognizant Dale was about the Rusty Lake shenanigans at the time, Dale might have even been the one to let him out when he says,
"I need your memory."
There is a cold opportunism to his request. But again, we're lost in the weeds. We must simply let this be confusing and move forward. So regardless of how we interpret the Soul Club, Robert becomes a corrupted soul and is reminded of Laura. Despite forgetting everything, he was reminded of her and went through the pain again of losing her. Now, I'm not entirely sure if I agree with all of that, at least the idea that Robert died, snapped, killed the police officer, and that the Lost Soul Club is an afterlife where like all the dead people are dancing. I don't think that anymore. I think I was a little bit lost in the weeds there. Still want to give alternative theories their due. I think it's far more simpler just to see the Lost Soul Club as a sort of hallucinatory, transitory kind of sequence taking Robert through the process of losing his mind. Now, we've spent way too much time in the Lost Soul Club. Robert wakes up, I believe, in the real world, still alive. He's given the coin. He's given back the coin from the old lady, and he calls the White Door. Now, if we want to stay married to this idea that the sequence is from the theater up until the end of the Lost Soul Club is purely symbolic, or an abstract retelling of events regarding Robert not losing his life but his mind, we can point to a couple of data points, I think, in this early sequence of the White Door. The coin being given back to Robert can be a symbol of cheating death. The phone being referred to specifically as the receiver brings to mind the receiver of the firearm. Even the placement of the two items is identical. The bouncer and driver are the same, Dr. O is the DJ, and while we don't know this yet, the lady with the afro looks similar to one of the captives, or I should say patients, if I want to be corporate about it, of the White Door. She's involved in the ARG, implying some tethering to the real world when it comes to the White Door. Simply put, Robert can't check into a facility dead. I think that's the cleaner and simpler model. But listen, if Robert is alive, then yes, he checks into the real-life White Door facility. But even if he wasn't alive, then fine. He was in the afterlife transitory mind phase where he checks into a figurative or abstract internal institution, taking the form of his personal hell. Again, not the punishing Christian hell, but the cleansing Buddhist hell, or Naraka. From theater to the Lost Soul Club, I'll admit, very confused, and I'm probably giving off a lot of mixed signals as to where I fall in that. But things get a lot more straightforward at this point. Robert calls the White Door, he's taken to the facility, he signs some papers, takes a little bit of a memory test, and the memory ends with him entering his room for the first time, where I would say the 7 following days of his stay at the White Door take place. Give or take, I imagine. However, going back to the White Door memory where it ends with Sarah opening the door for us, let's bring color back into your life. Gameplay-wise, it takes us into day 7. I believe this is Sarah meddling with this memory of when he checks in to guide him through day 7, to bring color back into his life. And it's successful up to a certain point. Remember what Laura says in the Lost Soul Club. I wish we can go back to where it all started. And I think so does Robert. Because what's tethering him to this trauma, this angst, this bad karma, is the memory of the bird when you first met Laura. The events of day 7, where we bring color back into our life from the perspective of Robert, is taking place in the corrupted Robert's dream. However, in the real world, or at the very least the not dream White Door world, Sarah is enacting the final step of Robert's freedom, wiping Laura from his memories so that instead of the memory of that day being when he first met Laura, it was a memory of him passing by an empty bench. So, despite my confusion in this grisly middle portion, we can still see the sequence to the other side. Does this not all sound very familiar? The past is never dead. In seasons, memories are altered. The past is altered. Even in birthday, the events that transpired are altered so that the memory, the cube, can be cleansed, going from black to white. In Van Gogh, we see a little bit of a different, a sort of slant rhyme of this, where he cleanses himself of his corrupted soul and steps foot into his magnum opus, or one of his most famous pieces. These aren't perfect rhymes, but the common theme and just form is black cubes turning white, or bad memories becoming cleansed, rectified, excised. And we see this front and center with Robert's story. However, in this case, we look at that machine, the black cube, or at least the black staticky screen, becomes more golden. I believe what Sarah is doing is taking place in a real world. She is a living, breathing person on Earth, and somehow the mystical properties of the memories, the cubes, something that seems that should only exist in the realm of memories, in the realm of Rusty Lake, has been tapped into scientifically. This goes some very interesting places, not just in the following White Door ARG, but in Underground Blossoms ARG. What a mess. But I think we've gotten what we needed despite this mess. The White Door is, I don't want to say by far, but it certainly is the most difficult game that I've ever covered in this series. And to be honest with you, I don't think it's intentional. It's certainly a flaw on my part. The overthinking, the what ifs, overvaluing peripheral details, overlooking core details. On the bright side, the difficulty I personally had with the White Door will make the ARG feel like a super breeze. I won't lie, I was kind of dreading it going into this, but now I'm excited to show you what I found. After attaining Sarah's ending, there would be 2 ways a Rusty Lake fan's interest would be piqued. Fans who followed the series closely at the time would have seen this video on the Rusty Lake channel, covering the death of Dr. Horn. First thing to note, he was found dead in a park. I wonder if this is just a regular old park, or if it has some sort of linking to the park that Robert and Laura met. What's also of note is he's wearing some snazzy wear, not a lab coat. Probably not a big deal, I guess, but that handkerchief and tie is giving me Rusty Lake wallpaper vibes. Hopefully we can get a closer look. Chances are his body was disposed in a different place from where he died. Although, we're gonna see him have a cube. Maybe he picked up this cube, was confronted by the corrupted soul tied to that cube, and then got murked. Maybe this has something to do with a certain breakout, but not of the hotel variety. Speaking of which, the newscast notes his place of work as the controversial White Door facility. So in the AR that we will be G'ing, the White Door is an actual company. The handsome fella playing Dr. Horn has a voice to match. He's played by Bob Rafferty, who I have not given nearly enough credit for his voice acting throughout the series. The show starts when his mic is on. At the very end of the video, we see a black cube with Dr. O, or Mr. Owl's voice in reverse, saying 721003 if I'm not mistaken. According to the app Unwrapper article on the ARG, this code was used to locate Robert's black cube. What this means we'll soon find out, but for our purposes I believe this indicates that this cube may have belonged to Robert, or at least was linked to Robert's memories. Otherwise, it could be Dr. Horn's. The next lead we have here is another video uploaded, a hypnosis recording from the White Door. According to the Rusty Lake site, it was leaked from a USB stick that was owned by Dr. Horn. When playing the meditation guide, the narrator introduces himself as Mr. Owl, not Dr. O. Now, it's a nice video. I won't lie, I had a hard time actually locking in because I was just so relaxed. The only major hint we have here is the description of a symbol.
I want you to imagine a square. In the middle, there is a line running from left to right through that square. Imagine that now.
I forgot where this was used, but I remember it was relevant for something. I don't think it's the White Door's ARG. Aside from this hint, though, we have a pretty run-of-the-mill meditation guide, but with various Rusty Lake motifs, mentions of a pier, fishing, the hotel, jewels, a cube. If there's something here that I overlooked, don't blame me. Blame Rafferty for having such a soothing voice. Now, the other lead we have is that phone number. From what I've read, it simply points towards the website mentalhealthandfishing.com. And so, it begins. Let's first comb through anything lore related, and then we'll jump right into the ARG puzzle solving. The White Door Mental Health and Fishing main page is pretty standard. I'll read out the mission statement of this institute. Here at the White Door Mental Health and Fishing, we are specialized in the treatment of the mind and its interactions with memories. Do you have trouble sleeping at night, or feeling like no one understands you, or that your life is worthless? Are you lost, anxious, and depressed at least twice a day? Do you sometimes confuse dreams with memories? Then you are in the right place. We are here to help with your mind. Your memories will always be safe at the White Door. The past is never dead. Okay, there are 3 details that stick out to me. One of the qualifying indications for treatment of the White Door is confusing real-life memories with your dreams. Now, this is a great rhyme with how we've been experiencing half of the sequences in these games, these dream memories. But within the machinations of the White Door, it helps kind of keep suspicions mitigated. The suspicions of the subjects, I'm talking. Whatever shenanigans the White Door, the Institute, has involving their dreams, whatever rifling they do with their memories, will be sort of pre-gaslit, overlooked, like, oh, well, yeah, you know, I've always had a hard time differentiating my dreams from my memories. If we want to even get more floppily world-buildy, we can interpret this as some people with certain symptoms and indications as having certain preternatural abilities that make them prime subjects for the White Door. Maybe a preternatural ability to recall memories, a preternatural ability to bury memories, ultimately protecting them maybe, or maybe some preternatural ability regarding dreams. Perfect guinea pigs for said White Door shenanigans. The second detail that sticks out to me is, your memories are safe with us. This will act as a sort of layout to a more fleshed out clandestine company that we'll be exploring in the next video when we play Underground Blossom. This effort in the real world to inscribe memories, these sort of formless things, onto formed things, cubes perhaps, not only for the purpose of research and experimentation, but for posterity, storage of said memories. These cubes, however, in at least Underground Blossom, will take a far more familiar, grounded form, albeit in a more rectangular shape, but with that familiar white and black coloring. Also, these efforts could represent a sort of real-world, grounded version of what we've been seeing happening time and time again in Rusty Lake. Cubes can be either stored in the lake or fiddled with and experimented on by Mr. Owl, the steward of said lake. However, in this case, in this real world or earthly world, we have Dr. O, or the manager. And finally, the concluding phrase, "The past is never dead," further indicating that there is a direct connection between the White Door and the Rusty Lake realm with all of its abstract metaphysics. Perhaps if the White Door truly was a therapeutic institute, this could tie in very well to this MO that we've been dealing with throughout the series. Recalling painful, torturous memories and then changing them, past is never dead style, blue cube style. Not just for their eternal journey, but perhaps, as we've seen in the White Door, their worldly journey. Before digging into all their pages, let's make note of the pictures of the staff. If this grid of pictures looks a bit lopsided, that's because there's supposed to be a picture of the manager here, but it's missing, or was just never uploaded. Dr. O either values his privacy or something happened and he's gone into hiding to separate himself from the White Door's deeds. Hopping on over to the About Us page, our suspicions are confirmed when we see that the manager's staff entry is totally missing. There's a lot of information here. Dr. Theo Horn, of course, was seen in the White Door game. Oh, I should say we read of him in the game. He specializes in memory restoration and, quote, uses assessment-oriented clinical psychology to create a patient's profile. At first I thought, don't they all do that? But assessment describes one of the steps of healthcare treatment. Without getting too specific, my past main work, now part-time work, involved collecting subjective data and objective data, but I wasn't qualified to make most assessments or really any diagnosis. So a client would say, my arm is itchy. That would be subjective data, and I would observe that they have a redness on their skin. That would be objective data. But a doctor or higher level technician would be the one who could diagnose and prescribe treatment. There's more to it than that. Less qualified practitioners like myself can still make limited assessments, and the plan of a treatment within my scope of practice can be executed. But again, under a way more limited scope of practice compared to, say, a licensed and mastered psychologist like Horn. What this tells me is that within the shady story of the White Door, Dr. Horn's techniques involve just the assessment, authoritative observation, a clinical assembly of a profile, and behind-the-scenes tweaking of a regimen. While the website claims this is for the health of the client, we also know this is for research and experimentation purposes, in line with whatever machinations this Dr. O or Mr. Owl has. Again, I'll remind you, there's a sort of shadiness and an uncertainty of the motivations that we kind of had also in Hotel. Very, very, very cool where they took this story. The question is the White Door in good faith attempting to heal and treat its clients for the purpose of release? Sure, we saw something similar happen with Sarah White and how she wiped Laura from Robert's memories, but something tells me she did that beyond the intentions of the White Door. In fact, if we haven't read an email yet, we will soon, definitely spelling out that any sort of meddling regarding Laura in Robert's memories is not what the White Door wants. So something tells me that Sarah White is sort of a advocate, working outside of the motives of the Institute.
One thing I wanted to make note of is on the tie of Dr. Horn, if we zoom in, we can see that there are deer on there. What this means, I don't know, but I wanted to point that out.
There are a couple more details regarding his dog and love for galleries, hints towards ARG puzzle pieces. We'll get there when we get there. Now, I believe Catherine Adams was also seen in the hacked admin database. While Horn specializes in memory recall, Adams specializes in decay theory. From what I could gather on Wikipedia, decay theory is simply the idea that memories fade because of the passage of time. A theory that challenges this is interference theory, which from what I understand sees the decay of memory as more due to other aspects interfering with recall. Perhaps one may have a hard time recalling something because they've made so many new memories since then. Occupying their brain with so much data, it just makes it more difficult to recall older, less relevant, or more traumatic experiences. I think Adam's application of decay theory helps emphasize this past is never dead aspect, the core concept of time being a huge part of the memory-based metaphysics of Rusty Lake. Here's what's nuts. She, quote, self-developed a technique that stimulates both halves of the brain in such a way that they perfectly merge back in sync again. This allows patients to remember the past and prevents the experience of reliving the same painful events several times in a row. First off, I'm reminded of the two halves of the brain being extracted from in the mill, but this reflects the charitable interpretation of Mr. Owl's motives, and just the stories seen throughout the series. The painful extraction and extinguishing of bad memories, the changing of the past for the therapeutic treatment of the lost soul. Dr. Peter Clark doesn't strike me as particularly important to our story. I don't recall seeing his name in the hacked inboxes. He specializes in art therapy, stimulating the abstract capabilities of the mind, and puts together activities for clients to stimulate their mind in positive, wholesome ways. Some things that stick out to me are his hobbies of fishing and his pet parrot. Likely simple callbacks. Dr. T.K. Johnson, Johnson? Wonder if there's any relation to Johnson's bird food. Dr. Johnson's past specialty was in studying the ways that animals have emotional complexity similar to humans. The final part says that Johnson is pleased to work with human patients now instead of animal guinea pigs. Now this could indicate that he worked with rodents, primarily in the past, or this could be a sort of darkly humorous way of comparing the patients to guinea pigs. I do wonder if he worked with birds. Parrots, especially the African gray parrot that Harvey is based on, are known for being very emotionally complex animals. Now, Dr. J. Gonzalez is another peripheral doctor. I don't believe we mulled over his inbox if he even had one. His bio is pretty sparse, but from what I could gather, he specialized in somatic or body-oriented aspects to treatment. He has a checked box on his front pocket. This will be used as an ARG puzzle piece. And then, of course, the manager. No available picture and no bio. Under services, nothing really sticks out to me. Some of these modalities that seem way too specific to be real actually are real-world modalities, like existential therapy and reality therapy. However, I do find the final modality being fishing therapy to be very funny. Under research, we've got nonsensical drafts and stock art with boilerplate Alan Resnick-esque captions. I wonder if the White Door treats Lynx disease. Shout out if you know what I'm talking about. This will be a page where we can find more puzzle pieces. Note the parenthetical numbers. That will be our key. On the test page, we find an application that we can send to the White Door to see if we qualify for treatment. However, this will just be the place where we assemble our first layer of puzzle pieces to the ARG. Inputting the correct answers gets us into the next phase. Under testimonials, we have a mishmash of what I could consider fabricated reviews, only because of what will be revealed by the end of this ARG. Romano talks up the simplistic soap, washcloth, and toothbrush amenities. Weber recalls memory loss from a fishing trip accident. Berger mentions the White Door being a way out, when again, I believe all who have been admitted never were intended to be let out. Again, we'll kind of naturally come to that conclusion. Sollard sings basic high praises. Jensen sends her compliments to Dr. Grant, the bald scientist who oversaw Robert's treatment, and Lasnik. Lasnik! Like the Slavic Lesnik of the trees, or a forester, Vanderboom-esque. Well, Lasnik's name has a parenthetical number next to it. If we were to, that's like so, that's beautiful. It's like thematically beautiful. His name is Lasnik, and if we were to assemble all of the capital letters of their review, it would spell out "My Corrupted Soul." Again, this is another puzzle piece, but damn, that's good. It feels nice. What the it's gotten into me. Contribution simply shouts out Kickstarters, and Contact Us doesn't really have much of note except this easy to miss checked box on the front pocket of this doctor. Another puzzle piece. And finally we have Dr. Login, which simply has our browser prompt us for a sign-in credential. Now let's solve the test. Big thank you to App Unwrapper and all the OGs from when this first came out, the people who did the heavy lifting. Big thank you. Going back to the test, we can find that the stock image at the top gives us a freebie. The first row is checked off as very negative, so the answer to question 1 is the first box, very negative. On the contact page, we can see that the first box of this array is checked. Its file name, if we open the image in a new tab, is photocaring2, so the answer to question 2 is the first box. Dr. Gonzalez's photo file name is Gonzalez35, indicating that we must check off the 5th box of question 3. Heading over to research, we can find many answers to this first phase. In figure 4, the line crosses at the value of 3, so the answer to the fourth question is the third box, I believe neutral. The stock image of the guide with a chalkboard in research shows the fourth box being checked. The file name indicates that the answer is to question 5. That covers the multiple choice. For the open-ended questions, we can find the answer to number 6 in figure 6. The caption mentions blind patients, bringing Braille to mind, this image having a hidden message in Braille. Translating it, we discover that it says a black cube. Figure 7 had me stumped, so again, big thank you to App Unwrapper. We must simply assign each number on this graph to the sequence of the alphabet. Each bar spells out enlightenment. So the answer to 7 is enlightenment. Earlier, we deduced the 9th question from Lasnik's testimonial, my corrupted soul. But we're missing 8. Again, I was stumped. Reconvening with App Unwrapper's guide, I find out that the seemingly innocuous services page was not so innocuous. Viewing the page source, we can find a key to deduce the phrase from these modalities. Each number is associated with the letter in said modality, spelling out a cabin at the lake. At a lake. The key to these letters is labeled with an 8, so the answer is to question 8. So, the final answers. How satisfied are you with your life so far? Very negative. How do you feel in your dreams? Very negative. Do you like fishing? Very positive. Do you have a clear memory of your past life? Neutral. And how do you feel about reincarnation? Somewhat positive. What do you see when you close your eyes? A black cube. What do you think of when imagining your future? Enlightenment. What would be your ideal holiday destination? A cabin at the lake. A lake, my bad. A cabin at a lake. I made that mistake so many times. Who do you see in your dreams? My corrupted soul. And what is the past? Of course, never dead. We didn't need to show our work on that one. Submitting our test correctly causes the site to glitch and the system to reboot. Using C. Adams' password HOPE from the game doesn't do anything. The only other doctor I recognize from in-game is Horn. We never got access to his inbox in-game though, so I just BS an answer and prompt the command line for help. If we type S, we can gain access to his security questions. Now, each question is doled out one at a time and requires use of various pages that must have been found through some extra thorough sleuthing. For this one, I employed the full help of the guide. Our first lead is this article on an interview with Theo Horn. For some reason, when trying to access it through the White Door website, it comes up with an error page. Perhaps I'm missing something here regarding the ARG, but I found a screenshot on the App Unwrapper guide. Again, big thank you. The interview has a few breadcrumbs as well as some cool world building regarding this technology and motive of the facility. When describing the White Door, Horn states that the facility was found some time ago, and people say that it's a place to reflect on your past life and heal your mind. We'll soon learn how long ago some time ago means. Of course, this re-emphasis on this place to reflect on the past as well as the future is an echo of what we've been dealing with regarding Rusty Lake mental health and fishing. To me, further indicating that the White Door is either a sort of mental version of Robert's version of Rusty Lake mental health and fishing, or what I personally believe at this moment, the real world establishment that acts as a sort of human realm mirror to the abstract realm's Rusty Lake Hotel or Rusty Lake Mental Health and Fishing. When asked about the White Door's current work translating to future advances in science, Horn proudly but with discretion hints towards imaging tech that uses the electrical impulses of the brain to render memories into images observable outside the brain. In other words, this tech that we saw, that TV with the memories of Robert, is one of the crown achievements of the White Door. A breakthrough for us mortals, but in Rusty Lake, it's quite run-of-the-mill. Sometimes I impress myself. That's pretty good. Horn loves the great outdoors, flora and fauna, his dog, and daughter, Kirsten. And while we can't view it on the screenshot, I believe if we were to highlight his favorite Van Gogh work, it would be Bedroom in Arl. Not just a callback to the Cube Escape Arl, but one of the answers to his security questions. The next lead will be Kirsten. We can find a Kirsten Horn on YouTube and Instagram. The sole YouTube video shows her father, Theo Horn, played by Bob Rafferty, showing his ping pong high score of 53. Again, not just a callback to the ping pong in White Door, but another puzzle piece. And the Instagram has a various and sundry of seemingly mundane photos. seemingly. The first upload was in 2020, denoting that her father had died 20 years ago, so in the early 2000s. Y2K let him down, it seems. I'm not sure what kind of tree he's standing in front of, but it does evoke that same tree that we've been seeing throughout the series. The second picture is simply of a lake. A nice wink wink nod nod, but I don't think that this is the lake. The third picture is of swing sets, and if it weren't for the comments, I wouldn't have realized this is another wink wink nod nod to the swings that flung Frank into the well in Roots. The fan base is absolutely brilliant. The fourth picture is a hint toward a puzzle piece regarding the secret ingredient to a family recipe of soup. Also perhaps a wink and a nod to soup being one of the options in the White Door. The fifth picture is of a Dutch tabletop game called Schulen, an ARG puzzle piece. I imagine Kirsten misses challenging her late father to a Schulen showdown. Also, this is the second time a 4-part series on my channel covered a European tabletop game in an ARG. If you remember in Inscription, there was a Carnoffel? Yeah, Carnoffel. The 6th photo is of Kirsten's dogs, the 7th is of Kirsten's Tims, the 8th is of a squirrel in a tree. She mentions nuts, perhaps hinting at another puzzle piece. The 9th is of a Sunday, and the 10th is of her father's favorite tree, the chestnut tree, another puzzle piece, and also reminding me of the chestnut trees leading up to the Arc de Triomphe, featured in The King in Yellow. We have Dr. Horn with his 4-legged friend Paco, the name revealed in the caption, giving us another puzzle piece. We have Kirsten on a plane. The only thing sticking out to me is the black heart she uses in the caption. She's traveling to get her mind off of sad memories, perhaps. Her mind off of blank cubes, so to speak. And it seems she's landed in a spot with a lake, and it's all foggy. She reveals the secret ingredient to the soup recipe, vodka. Again, another puzzle piece. Now, is it this lake where she was heading on that plane? Perhaps she's already back home and this is the lake from earlier, but it is fascinating to think that she's taken a form of transportation and is now in a new phase. Because the next and final photo is kinda dense. She's cleaned out her father's cabinet, and all of this reeks of Cube Escape-like set pieces, even down to the frame with a single piece of a photo in it. Something tells me that in the distant future we'll be revisiting this. Maybe. So going back into the hack database, we select Horn, and I've come to learn that typing help gets you directly to the prompt for the security questions. So, what is the name of his daughter? Kirsten. What is the secret ingredient for his beet soup? Vodka. What is the name of Horn's dog? Paco. What's his favorite painting? Bedroom and all. What tree does he like the most? Chestnut. Remember, there's a T, there's a T in the middle of chestnut. Apparently not pronouncing T's is a Californian thing. What's the favorite family game called? Schulen. And what is his high score with ping pong? 53. We're in. Our password is TWDH!! Seems like a placeholder that never was reset. Perhaps the White Door, Horn, ! Now we have 2 uses of this password. We must input its first 4 characters into the game itself as Sarah, and use it to access the Doctor login, using T_Horn as his username. Let's go back to the White Door game as Sarah. As Sarah, punching in TWDH into Horn's inbox, we gain access to 2 messages, and something fascinating. First, we have the message Security, dated February 16th, 1972, so still in the same year as Robert's admittance, but earlier in the year.
February 16th, 1972. Dear Mr. Horn, please take care of the security of the White Door basement department. The manager.
A basement department, huh? We'll keep our eyes peeled. Up next, Patience. This was sent on the 17th, again, from the manager.
Patience. February 17th, 1972. Dear Mr. Horn, in the next message I will grant you access to the basement department. Please handle the patients with care. They are valuable to our organization. Yours sincerely, the manager.
Clicking on basement, we reveal a ladder beneath the table, taking us into said basement.
Well, we climb down. The escape? Okay.
In other words, a breakout. Before us is a row of several captives, all serving their time here for different reasons, and at varying lengths of time. Given that their doors have little slides on them, I wonder if they're all in solitary confinement. However, this could likely just be a quirk of game design to allow us to see who resides in each room. Regardless, their lives are solitary, their fate cruel one way or another. And so we are going to free them. With Horn's username and password, we access the Doctor login from the website to find 2 options, a directory of patients and a cube locator. The directory has clues for each patient as to where you could have found their real-life cubes in the real world. a proper ARG with geocaching mechanics. For our purposes, let's go to that directory. For Bart Leewater, we have a hazard sign, a Shell gas station logo, a view of a building, and a note in Dutch on a coffee-stained coaster. Dear Lisa, I left the cube at the cafe. It's located in Bart's old workshop. He worked in the lab here for years before he got sick. The people behind the counter will help you further. All you have to do is order a Bloody Mary. Good luck, Ava. I'm not sure if I translated it properly. Something tells me it's located in Bart's old workshop. Better translates to it was in Bart's old workshop, since it's now at the cafe, or maybe the lore is that the cafe was rebuilt upon the workshop. But no matter, Ava, a friend or loved one of Bart, had found or left Bart's cube at said workshop or cafe, evidently because of some innate workplace hazard. Bart must have suffered from ailments that led to his admittance to the White Door. Let's see if we can gain clarity from his antiquated intake form. He was admitted by Dr. Grand in 1960. His abnormalities listed are mental, eyes, lungs, and cold extremities. This is due to toxic environments from work. It's severe enough that it led to angry bouts and struggled speech. He also occasionally suffers from blurred vision during bouts of hyperventilation. His security level is 3. So, slight anger, verbal problems, but nothing really memory related, nor any mention of vivid dreams. There's vague mentions of workplace hazards. Maybe there was an accident, a traumatic experience that would be his reason for his admittance to the White Door. But what about the security level? Bart Leewater has a security level of 3. What does this measure indicate? Value to the company? Danger? Likely both to some extent. The final piece of evidence for the actual geocache hunting is a bit of reversed French music. I'm going to move on. I doubt the music has any relevance for our purposes, and was just to act as another hint to the cube's location, maybe a French cafe.
Minor correction, it's not a French song, it just sounded very French in reverse. It's actually a Dutch song called Aan de Amsterdamse Grachten. It's, I guess, a love song to the canals of Amsterdam. Beautiful song, actually, but ultimately a hint that this cube would be found in Amsterdam.
Once the cube was found, I'm assuming it must have been given to them with a code either written on it or in a separate piece of paper. You would input the code into the cube locator on the website, marking the cube as found and rendering the code to unlock its associated patient from containment in the game. Shout out to Samantha Boris Melinda for finding Bart's cube in Amsterdam. Hartelijk dank. Up next, we have Giulio Trentino. His evidence listed is a trolley, a picture of a military officer with the number 31 in the top left, a precise location from Google Maps, and an audio recording from someone speaking in Italian. Ciao, it's me. I left it in the place we talked about, the place in front of Dr. Annalisa's studio. Ask Federico where I left the cube. Thank you. Giulio would be proud of you. Now, unless I did a poor job at translating that, we can surmise that again, we have a third party telling us, or whoever this was delivered to, about Giulio's cube. The question is, are these cubes being searched for by the White Door, and the fans got to them first? Is that what happened to Horn? He found a black cube that belonged to Robert and was killed for his troubles? Not sure. Also, Giulio would be proud makes this tough. Does this indicate that Mr. Trentino is dead? He's not with us anymore? Or maybe he's gone into hiding. Well, we have another old-looking intake form. Giulio Trentino was admitted by Dr. Clark in 1968. His abnormalities are mental and bad hearing. Specifically, he shows symptoms of hypoactive delirium. Hypo means under or less, so maybe a delirium that brings on lessened alertness and cognizance. At some point, his conditions worsened, and thus began Treatment 101. Wonder what that was. He too is at a security level of 3. We still don't have enough data to elucidate what these security levels might mean. Now, with Giulio Trentino, the fact that he's a widower, I wonder if his reason for being admitted to the White Door is similar to Rob's, or at least tangentially, the loss of a loved one. However, to be specific with Robert, it was more of due to an accident. Also, on second look of Trentino's intake, there's a sort of scribbled out note regarding 2 milliliters of medicine number 36. Now, I looked it up. The only medicine related to the number 36 that I could find is something called, and forgive me if I mispronounce this, methylphenidate hydrochloride extended reliase. Now, not sure if it's related to this case. Also very easy to overlook is that most, if not all, of these names have something to do with Rusty Lake. Trentino, for example, evokes the Italian province of Trentino. If you look up pictures, it's got a big lake, it's got a wooded area on one side, large mountains on the other side, very, very reminiscent of Rusty Lake. And then Leewater, the surname of Bart Leewater, means low water, specifically bodies of water that are so low they are prone to drying out, like a small, shallow billabong. Maybe just a coincidence. Let's shove that jump buck in our tucker bag and press on. Shout out to Gabrielle D_ans from Selbit's community for finding Mr. Trentino's cube in Milan. Sei stato bravissimo. Up next is Jin-Ho Kim. We've got what looks like the inside of a mall, the interior of an unknown location, various letters with numbers at the end that for the life of me I can't make heads or tails of, and the storefronts of a small shopping strip. Again, admitted by Dr. Grant in 1968, Kim was a barber who suffered from depression, social instability, and forgetfulness. In his side notes, there is extra emphasis on his instability. Later, Grant noted his expressionless behavior. However, in December of 1971, so the year Laura died, Dr. Clark, the old man from the website, not the bald man, noted that Kim may be suffering from hidden schizophrenic disorder and scheduled new treatment. His security level is 2. We still don't have enough data regarding this security level scale. But based on Jin-Ho Kim's intake, we can deduce that at some point Dr. Clark overtook some of these cases off of Dr. Grant's caseload. If you remember, Dr. Clark is kind of that spiky-haired old man from the website, and Grant is the bald-headed mean guy with the sedative from the game itself. Maybe I'm reading too far into it, but when I'm reading the intakes written by Dr. Grant, again, the bald doctor, there's a certain coldness to it, a bit of an antiquated way of talking about the patients that I kind of pick up on, but again, maybe I'm just reading way too much into it. Now, what sticks out to me, and I'm color coding this differently, and actually I should mention this right now, red relates to, just innate health issues. Black is a theorized reason as to why they were admitted, and the blue indicates how their name relates to Rusty Lake, thematically. But this orange right here, I'm going to be using to make note of certain discoveries or events that take place around the 70s, around the events of Laura's death. So in 1971, Jin-Ho Kim was discovered to have symptoms of schizophrenia emerging. Were these symptoms overlooked by the hard-nosed Dr. Grant, or did these somehow preternaturally emerge due to something happening in the realm beyond regarding Laura and perhaps even Robert? A kindred clarion call from Rusty Lake. Now, as far as what his name might mean thematically, Kim means gold, which, solves the mystery regarding the Medbay puzzle in Signalis, the K being associated with the gold key. But I don't see how Jin-Ho Kim's name can relate to Rusty Lake. Maybe Trentino and Leewater was just a coincidence. What do you take me for? Jin-Ho! It means vast lake. Well, Jin and Ho can mean different things respectively, but one of the meanings of Ho definitely is lake. And off the top of my head, I think Jin can mean vast, large, or full of glory or treasure, something like that. But this is the most apt one. Big shout out to Metal Kim for finding Jin-Ho Kim's cube in Busan. Apologies if my intonations are incorrect. 감사합니다. Up next is Leonie Poisson. Poisson in French means fish. We have a couple of images of the city, a snippet from the Roots graphic novel, specifically the scene where James first moves into the Vanderboom manor, and it seems Leonie left a note. This is the first written clue that is a primary source of the associated patient. And this one is in English. Dear Jim, please read this letter carefully. As you know, I don't have very long to live anymore. At this moment in life, it is important to share something with you. I told you before about a special artifact I have in my possession. It's the only thing I brought with me when I left the Institute. It is important that it stays in possession of our family. For the time being, I left the artifact at this cafe I told you about, the place where they also sell books. When you get there, just ask the store owner for the cube. Good luck. Love, Leonie. This is big. It indicates that at least some, if not all, the cubes found were placed there after the escape. Maybe there's more to this, but let's read her intake. Supervised by a new doctor, Catherine Adams, or Dr. C. Adams as we know her, Leonie suffered from low energy, guilty thoughts, and aggressive panic attacks. Overall, she suffered from thoughts of taking her own life. In 1970, she sadly developed an eating disorder. It was unclear when this started. Again, there's proximity to Laura's death. Fascinating. We're going to see this repeat, and I don't know if I make any extrapolations on that. That's tough. She's considered to be a security risk of 5. We will come to learn that Robert, too, was at a security level of 5. Of course, there's always the possibility that a high-level security could just mean importance to the Institute, but I can't help but notice the commonality between Poisson and Hill regarding things like self-harm, certain ideations, things of that sort. Brutal. Big thank you to Destu for finding Miss Poisson's cube in Montreal. My friends from that part tell me to say good job, you say tabernacle. Ain't that sweet? Like the Bible. No, I'm kidding. Merci. Thank you. May your double doubles be 4x4s and your darts extra hacked, bud. Up next, we have Linda Kirkland. Her evidence is a photo of a man named Washington Irving, another Google Map view, and an image of something called the Goose Game. Again, probably stuff more relevant to the location of the cube. Here we have another note, again directly from Linda. Dearest Natalie, I know your heart will shatter as you read on, but I cannot leave without saying goodbye. I left the last gift I will ever give you in the place we used to play games at every Wednesday. I'll miss those days when I could pick Candyland and you would insist on playing chess. When you get to the place, just tell them you came for the cube, the black small box. I hope you find strength to overcome this pain and move on in life. Yours beloved, Linda. Brutal. It seems that despite their escape, they couldn't return to their old lives. My gut is telling me that these patients shortly died after their escape. Or maybe their minds were wiped, that's why they wouldn't recognize people from their past life. I'm just coming up with that right now. So maybe they went into hiding, their minds of their memories obliterated. Linda was admitted by Dr. C. Adams. Her abnormalities are redacted. She suffered from severe depression, nightmares, and PTSD. The same year she was admitted, 1970, a month into her stay, she had repeated memories of a red bird flying away. In 1971, she started to get angry, requiring extra treatment for anxiety. Her security level was 4. So it looks like, at least in part, security levels reflect danger to self and others. Now, Linda's last name, Kirkland, may be linked to the Norse kirkja, meaning church, perhaps evoking Rusty Lake's chapel. That one's a bit of a stretch for sure. And I'm not sure if I just mentioned this, but I want to go ahead and make note of it now too. 1970, she starts getting dreams of a red bird flying away. And mind you, one of her main issues is nightmares. So maybe this is a positive thing. Her nightmares being replaced by these dreams of a red bird. Much like that bird that we've been dealing with, that robin. Shout out to Zain Salama for finding Linda's cube in San Francisco. I owe you one, twin. I don't know of any special ways to say thanks in Californian. I just say thanks. Although my preferred way to say you're welcome is you're chillin'. Same thing I say when people say sorry or excuse me. Now before we dip out, that's how we say leave, I want to note Linda's picture looks a lot like the woman that we saw at the Club of Lost Souls. Up next, we have Ryo Kobayashi. We've got a Google Map view, a map that reminds me a bit of Pathologic. I just awoken a bunch of sleeper cells with that one. And a seafood pasta dish. The audio is an interview between a man and someone named Kimiko, Ryo's granddaughter. The woman says, hello. The man says, are you Kimiko? Yes, I am. Are you Ryo Kobayashi's granddaughter? Yes. Ryo left something for you. You can find it at Ryo's favorite Italian restaurant. Ask the owner about a cube, but be careful. You're not the only one looking for the cube. Make sure you're not being followed. They're ruthless. Be careful. You're not the only one looking for the cube at first seemed like a reference to the ARG itself, but the rest indicates something lore-related. The White Door, or somebody, a they, was looking for the cubes of these escaped patients. Now, unless I made a mistake in the translation, these people are ruthless. Perhaps that's why Horn was found dead. Now, we're back with an older intake form. Ryo was admitted by Dr. Grant in 1963. Her abnormalities were simply mental. What's interesting is her first set of notes were dated at 1901, Were these transcribed from a previous doctor, a separate institute, or does the White Door go that far back? These notes list shifting moods, crying that accelerated into laughter, freaky, and was observed speaking with her deceased husband at night, double freaky. In 1963, she began to show worsening hysteria, so perhaps that's why she was transferred to the White Door, or the new institute. In her notes, it stated that she would refuse to eat. Despite this troubling behavior, though, she was left in security level 3. Communication with the dead, huh? Kind of reminds me a little bit of Rose Vanderboom. Rose Vanderboom, Rio Kobayashi, an old lady. Oh, goodness gracious. Is there something that I'm missing here, just staring me in the face? Kobayashi is, I believe, Japanese for a small forest. So, you know, a Vanderboom, but with less boom. Well, and also, Rio in Spanish means river. But that might just be a coincidence. Maybe there's something to this. Yeah, I mean, again, R, name starting in R, Kobayashi, a last name that invokes the forests. And you have an older lady communicating with the dead. Very similar thing we're going to be exploring with Rose in the next video. I don't know. But I'm missing the forest for the booms. Rio's intake is particularly anomalous because, after all, she's talking to the dead. From the perspective of a very, a medical background, this is just a hallucination, it's a delusion, whatever you want. I don't know what the official term would be when it comes to psychology. But in this very preternatural realm of Rusty Lake, there's definitely something there. There is a communication, an analoguing with the past, with people from the past, that I think the people of the White Door value quite a bit. Fascinating, but also very sad. Rio's cube was found in Tokyo by Smoke, Sugoku Jozu. Up next we have Robert Hill. His directory is sparse, and that's because his cube wasn't found in the real world, and based on the database, he didn't have any basement code, and mainly because he wasn't in the basement level of the Institute. I believe the way his cube was found was through the reversed speech in the newscast of Horn's death, to me indicating that that was Robert's cube. All we have in his directory is his intake. He was admitted by Dr. Grant. His place of birth is redacted, which is odd. His listed abnormality is severe memory loss. In bold it says, high priority. Patient has a high value to our organization. On the first day, he was observed as oblivious and numb during the day, explaining his confused status, but showing extreme emotions while sleeping. On the 16th, when he had the status insecure, he was observed as showing signs of recovery and that the nightly operations were giving positive feedback. Then the 17th, when he was feeling rebellious, he registered aggressive behavior, was disobedient, and damaged the room's interior. Thus, he was transferred to isolation for further observation. And finally, on the 19th, right before the 20th, he became corrupted. Sadly, the following notes are redacted. I guess we're not supposed to truly know the nature of his fate, it seems. Robert Hill's security level is 5. Now, there could be multiple reasons why that is. Even though it's not listed on his intake form, at least unredacted, the cause of his admittance to the White Door likely has something to do with that revolver or some sort of attempt at taking his own life. Maybe the security level has more to do with his rebellious day during his stay at the White Door. However, I think it's most likely that his security level just almost purely comes from the value he has to the White Door. How close he was to Laura Vanderboom. Something integral to the mysteries of the Rusty Lake. One of the things that always stuck out to me too about Mr. Hill is his last name, of course, being Hill. It invokes a geographical, location, something that, a landmark. I don't know, what do you call it? A feature. And, it's interesting. There's nothing really hill related in Rusty Lake. I mean, yeah, sure, you can look at the cave and there is like this sort of craggy, rocky outcropping that you can call a hill, but no specific landmarks that are considered hill related. There is the mountains in the background, but I think what this tells us is even though Robert Hill was directly linked to Laura, his fate, his destiny does not belong in Rusty Lake. Perhaps these other captives in the White Door have some sort of linking that we haven't experienced as players, but Robert Hill finds himself in its story out of pure consequence, falling in love with the wrong woman at the wrong time. But that's just an extrapolation. Shout out to Lucy for deducing Robert's code. Thanks a lot. Up next is Susan Fisher. Her evidence is a Google Map image, some letters I can't make heads or tails of, and a picture of the moon. This is her recording.
Please listen carefully. I am Susan Fisher. I left something for you at the cafe. You know where to go.
Nothing of note here. Cubes really like their cafes, it seems. I think it's likely that those establishments are just more likely to participate in these things. Susan Fisher's intake was filed in 1970 by Dr. Alice. Her abnormality is mental, specifically illusional. Odd, maybe hallucinations. Sadly, her first set of notes were redacted. In bold, the intake states that she should be watched closely, highly manipulative. Spread out through April of 1972, she registered aggressive behavior towards Dr. Alice's assistant, I wonder if that was Sarah, had nocturnal panic attacks and vocal aggression, and strong anxiety problems. Her security level is 2. Just like Ryo Kobayashi, Susan Fisher is a very anomalous client, a captive of the White Door. But if the note of manipulation and this mental illusional reference is any indication, maybe she has some sort of preternatural ability of suggestion or even illusion. Very interesting. Ooh, like a magician, like Mr. Rabbit. And if she did have such preternatural abilities, it would explain why, despite her clear anomalous symptoms, she has a security level that's so low. Aside from that, her name, of course, evokes fish, Susan Fisher. She also kind of reminds me a bit of Miss Courtney from Mind Your Language. Susan's cube was found in London by Guzaral from Selbit's community. Cheers. Up next, we have Tobias Olszewski. His pieces of evidence show what looked like a word search or perhaps just an array of letters and a picture of a street. There's also an Apple Pages file. I didn't know how to open it until learning that you can change the file extension to .zip and you can see a preview of it. Luckily, it looks like this is just one page. Translating from Polish, it just has directions and instructions, but nothing of note lore-wise. However, I do find it interesting that the location has a well in the courtyard. Very apt. The note seems to have been made by an RN, so not Tobias. I wonder who. Looking at his intake, we can see that Tobias was admitted in 1971, so a year before Robert Hill, by Dr. C. Adams. His abnormalities are delusions and many missing teeth, which were already gone by admission. There's a note from 1968. Ooh, I'm kind of reminded of, goodness gracious, there's a whole lot of teeth puzzles in the mill and in Paradise. That's kind of crazy. There's a note from 1968 regarding angry conversations that he would have with himself. There's an extra note written down either from or to an OBS to see his full medical record. Aside from this, he's just a level 3 security level patient. Nothing new of note, but I wonder why his teeth were missing. Maybe the reason why he was admitted to the White Door had something to do with a traumatic accident that's related to his missing teeth. Ooh, geez, torture maybe? Ah, gosh. Also, the root of his last name, Olszewski, Olsza, means alder tree, so forest, once again. Dziękuję to May Prezotto from Selbit's community for finding Tobias's cube in Krakow, Poland. Up next is Juliana Kazantseva. Her evidence is a picture of a bear, a strange warped hallway from Moscow metro station, some historical pins, and an audio file in Morse code. It reads, "The cube can be found in the bar. Be careful." She was admitted in 1968 and was an industrial economist. Her supervisor at admittance is redacted. Odd. She has poor hearing in her right ear and signs of an early form of Alzheimer's. Brutal. Whoa. Security level 5? Yeah, that's quite anomalous. Harmless old lady. I wonder why her security level is so high. As far as her name, Kazantseva could have a linking to the city of Kazan in the namesake of the river Kazanka. You know, river, certainly lake adjacent. Mwalwa diet to Obrastov for finding Juliana's cube in Moscow. We've got one last cube, and that is of Zhang Yong Li. We've got a picture of what looks like perfumes, a street, and a picture indicating what the password is, translating to Harvey. There's a file that's just called IP. When opening it in Notepad, it just simply had the pi sequence, or perhaps pi backwards. Probably a pie shop or a bakery. Lee was admitted in 1972 by Dr. Alice with no recorded anomalies, just a question mark. His notes state, everything seems quite normal, but only after a dissociative episode followed by an inexplicable seizure. His security level is also 5. It's like the SCP Foundation, but for outpatient care. Minus the out, I guess. Despite his high security rating, there's not really much of note to him. Even his name, Zhang Yong Li, doesn't have any thematic linking. From my recollection, it's just a really, really powerful name, like Great Super Cool or something like that. Something tells me he doesn't belong in the White Door. They just kind of locked him up. They just, for some reason, gave him security level 5. Wonder if it has something to do with Susan Fisher's illusional manipulative meddlings. But that's everybody. All cubes are accounted for. Shout out to ZH and 4K, Jack Yan, and Pedro from Selbit's community. Shit. Now, with all cubes accounted for, we can free the lost souls from the White Door. Unlocking door A, we free Giuliani. Unlocking door B, we free Tobias. Unlocking door C, we free Leone. And if we look where she's standing at the elevator, she's holding her cube, confirming that these lost, now hopefully free, souls left with their cubes. They're black cubes. In the case of Leone, she delivered it to one of her loved ones before either dying or losing her memory, who knows. Unlocking door D, we free Juliana.
She's so tiny. That's so cute.
Unlocking door E, we free Linda. She too is holding a cube. Unlocking door F, we free Bart. Unlocking door G, we free Kim. Door H, Susan. Door I, Ryo Kobayashi. And finally, unlocking door J, we free Zhang Yong Li. Ascending in the elevator, not unlike Dale Vandermeer, our lost souls become free souls. Before I give my final thoughts on this sleeper of a game, I want to show this funny realization I had while preparing to render some of the pre-edited game footage for Samsara Room. Oh, Sarah. Samsara. Sarah White. White cube, maybe? Sarah? Sam? Sarah? Sarah White? White cube? Maybe Sarah is a force that frees people from Samsara. Free them from the painful wandering of the world, its path, made of pains gained and joys lost. I was so caught up in the weeds trying to rationalize and make sense of some of this certain chains of events in the story that I had basically, I say almost, but essentially I did overlook the core of the story that is the White Door. Looking back at the story of Robert before the White Door, before this game, Robert's role, his fate, was a very cruel one, a very one-sided cruel fate in the scheme of Rusty Lake's narrative. Shortly after the events of him losing the love of his life, we have the events of Cube Escape Theater, where he's compelled to pierce a hole into his skull so that Dale may harvest his cubes. And then he's compelled to take the life of another man, the cop, in Case 23's Chapter 2, so that Dale may harvest his cube. And throughout the events of the White Door, his stay at the institution, he is kept suspended in pain, ruminating on these painful memories, so that the Institute may not necessarily harvest, but prod and analyze and research his cubes or his memories. Up until the game of the White Door, all data points that involved Robert just pointed to him as just one peripheral casualty. A set piece that just merely echoes the revolver being turned onto Van Gogh. But now in a strange, the past is never dead way, Rusty Lake Studios, with the help of Sarah White, has sort of, not necessarily retconned, but refurbished the taking of his own life, allowing it to be interpreted as something more symbolic, bringing him back from the brink, turning his death into an accident. The coin, mind you, the one etched with the past is never dead onto it, being returned to Robert. So that this rogue character, Sarah White, could excise the karma and lingering angst that still tethered Robert to his painful wandering, the memory of his relationship with Laura. And now, fully appreciating what I think is the core of this game, I can still hear all these what-ifs and these nagging sort of questions in my head. the accident, the revolver, whether or not the cop was killed, or if that was just symbolic. What matters is that the pain of Robert reached its critical mass for reasons out of his control, and he was set to be one of several other people to be harvested and analyzed and probed, much like we are doing when we analyze these stories, until Sarah freed him. Now, to me, some of the evidence from the ARG can be interpreted as the freed souls shortly dying after their release. But part of me also thinks that, well, aside from some of the freed souls that were already well up there in age, some, if not most, of these freed souls didn't die, but just simply lost their memories, in a similar way to how Robert lost his memories, or at least some parts of his memories. And it makes sense. Kind of the vibe I got from at least some of the specific characters in the ARG is that they were saying their goodbyes to their loved ones, even framing their own disappearance or them, leaving their loved ones' lives maybe as a death, but in reality, it's just the patients were going to forget their loved ones, and that parting gift, a cube, a memory. For that reason, I think we can interpret that final shot with Sarah and Robert at his apartment can be interpreted as her just simply checking in on an amnesiac client. But if the freed souls were all doomed to die, then perhaps this is just her consoling Robert in his final moments. That little realization I had earlier about us kind of being like the White Door, prodding and analyzing these memories, it got me thinking. What is Robert's final fate? I'm not talking about his fate with the revolver. I'm talking about the fate at this point, like beyond the game itself, beyond the White Door, beyond its ARG. What is his fate? I don't know. And if I'm being honest with you, I don't want to know. Because in order for us to know that, it would require for Robert to have his story reignited, unextinguished. And if Robert were to ever become a subject in the painful mysteries of Rusty Lake, it will be too soon. The White Door by far was the greatest challenge in this whole series. At least thus far. I think we covered everything I think we've made sense of all the things that I think we can justifiably attempt to make sense of. I think we've got a really good charting of all the sequence of events. But Robert's fate, and even the nitty-gritty of the revolver and the Lost Soul Club, the events of his interrogation, well, sometimes you just gotta throw your hands up and surrender. But while we have surrendered to the plot of the White Door, doesn't mean we should surrender to the Institute. I think there's a lot to be said regarding the warring ideas that we have seen displayed in this game and its ARG beyond it. These warring ideas between Sarah White and the Institute at large. The White Door Institute, I think, remedies a lot of the things that I may have overlooked in the past couple of videos, specifically regarding the intentions of Mr. Owl and the purposes of the hotel. Towards the end of the last video on this series, I had a pretty positive outlook on Mr. Owl. I considered him to represent a sort of guide, a guru, a master of his domain. But his domain, what he calls enlightenment, is not so much a freedom from samsara, a liberation from the pains and pleasures of the bound existence that is of the soul, but simply a mastery over reality itself. To him, enlightenment simply represents an omniscient understanding of the world, both physical and metaphysical. In a strange way, Mr. Owl could potentially represent a villainous take on how one may feel like they are on the path of the Buddha, or perhaps on the path of a bodhisattva, someone who's trying to game the system of the soul's migration in order to suspend himself in higher levels of being to maximize his power, maximize his understanding. Sure, the knowledge that Mr. Owl embodies and has used has led various subjects of the lake to a watery surrender, but it's certainly not a peaceful surrender. And I can't help but feel that he's making decisions on behalf of others for his own personal gain. On the other hand, Sarah seems to be a sort of rebuttal to Mr. Owl, or at least Dr. O. Perhaps she sees the sacrilege and soul debauchery in suspending these poor souls in their perpetual therapy. That being said, you can interpret that what she did for Robert is similar to what I'm accusing Mr. Owl of, making decisions on behalf of somebody else, choosing to erase Laura from his memories for his own good. But at this point, I think her actions are a reaction to the cruel ensnarement of Robert Hill in Rusty Lake's larger plot. Perhaps if she could send him off into the next journey with his fond memories of Laura still intact, I imagine she would. But the longer that she would falter on this necessary step, the longer the poor and unfortunate Robert Hill would be ensnared in said Rusty Lake plot. Now, while this will be the last time we face the White Door, based on my recollection of Underground Blossom, I feel some themes that we have behind us here will re-emerge. If not in the game of Underground Blossom, its respective ARG. In other words, this won't be the last time we'll be facing a shadowy, clandestine, memory-based institution. But still, I feel that there are some, here I say major, but you know what? Probably just minor details that went over my head. Full disclosure, I'm filming all of these segments that, I think I'm titling it Chapters, the chapter segment, before filming any whiteboard segments regarding the White Door. So I'm going to trust myself that I did a good job there. But yes, in the spirit of freeing lost souls, perhaps we have time for just one more. Up next we have Samsara Room.
Before jumping into the final game of this video, we've got a whole lot of fan art shoutouts to go through, and these gotta be rapid fire. There is a lot. Big shout out to Finn Decipher for this wonderful text work of the channel name and my catchphrase. Keep this in mind. We've got a couple of pet shoutouts, one towards Galaxy Shad on YouTube and V and Misty. We've got Immortality fan art from Bohemian Walmart on Tumblr, this awesome Signalis fan art from Falcom Reynolds on Blue Sky, and a reference to something called, I think it's called Umami by Yume Awu on YouTube and Twitter. We've got some wonderful Detective Viewer fan art from Chris the Fool, Bina, and Demi-Urged NST. And then we got a massive three-piece from Elena, Detective Viewer, Peacock, and that scene from Case 23 Chapter 1. We've got Serge Tankian playing Mr. Peacock by Svabia Umelkina, some inside joke fan art from 13_3.0, and a set of doodles from I Will Cry Over Anything. Fully transforming us into Mr. Peacock, we've got Puddin_Puppy, Bo, Anna, and Chudo Love. It's only a matter of time until the Peacock checks into the Rusty Lake Hotel. And finishing off, we're going back to the classics with the OG Peacock, with Nananichi 721 and The Heretic. Thank you all so much for this fan art. Every single one of these were so good, and it pains me to have to do rapid fire. But rest assured, every single one of these just made my day when I received them. Now, let's capstone this video off with our coverage of Samsara Room.
Now, while the title says Rusty Lake presents Samsara Room, this will ultimately play out like a cube escape game. Starting the game, we enter a white cube.
Where am I? Is this the circle of life? I have to find a way out.
In this wheel, we can see an egg, baby, heart, fish, salamander, and worm. This isn't the proper Samsara wheel. Perhaps this is just the path that this particular character has been wandering. I wonder why there's a lot of animals. I want to front load this info now because this game is pretty straightforward. We'll be playing as the corrupted soul of William Vanderboom. I believe that the clock spinning indicates that he's running out of time to catch a ride in his new Laura body, crafted in roots. I say that mainly because it reminds me of that clock spinning at the end of said Rusty Lake Roots. But time may prove me wrong. Entering, we see our reflection in the mirror.
Is that me?
This room will be the room of William's human past. Adjusting the view in the mirror, we can see a symbol. This will be used later. I make note of an envelope and phone, pick up a candle, fail to catch a salamander, and approach the window. It's a view of Rusty Lake. However, interacting with it, it's revealed to be some wallpaper. Rummaging through drawers, we find another candle, a fish, a knife, and unlock a puzzle box to find our third and final candle for this room. Tearing off the wallpaper, we can find one of the candles has already been set. Each room requires 4 associated items to unlock this portal. Oh, paradox. Like the 4 statues. Gosh, goodness gracious, there's something, okay. Interesting, wow. Each room that we will explore requires 4 associated items to unlock this portal, and the item that we place in the plate allows us to choose which room we travel to. Right now, we are fixing to travel to our fish cube. However, we need to light these candles. Opening the letter, we find a card with the phrase, "Enlighten me," along with the diagram of William's individual cycle. Picking up the phone, we hear the garbled words evoking the reversed speech from the beginning, seasons. Making sense of the phrase, "enlighten me," a pun falls from the ceiling. Matches. Something that enlightens stuff. Right now, from where I'm standing, it seems that the corrupted soul of William is going through his own paradise, or paradox, or white room. White door. I keep calling it the white room. Will he try to cheat the wheel and catch a ride hitchhiking onto his great-great-niece Laura? Or will this game essentially be the story of how his corrupted soul finally let go? We'll have to wait and see. Lighting the candles, we gain passage into the portal. Now, something to note. When there's no item on the plate and we try to enter, we just see a black cube. However, placing the item makes it white. Strange, but probably just a game mechanic thingy, not a lore mechanic thingy. Swimming over to the water level, we see our fish self in the mirror. I don't click it here, but he says, "I look fishy," reminding me of the shrimp cocktail comments in Hotel. I make note of this room's mirror symbol and pick up this room's collectible, a shell. Again, taking us back to Lake or Arl, that imagery of that Fibonacci cochlea shell. Now this phone puzzle can be solved right away. We simply click on the bubbles from left to right and reveal the phrase, "Let it sink in." The same enlighten me note from before sinks down in the form of a paper boat, very Haran coded. Inside we have a key. So far we have enlighten me and let that sink in. The phrase enlighten me on its face is very thematically apt, but what about let that sink in? I would argue that in this sort of afterlife or transitional period, you would have to let it sink in that your past life is over, that it's time to move on. Let it sink in that you are on that boat of death, taking you to the next life. We unlock the cabinet with a jar, collect a shell from a glass bottle, and fiddle with the side of the clock to get lightly jump-scared by a hand. I know what to do. We hand the knife over to the guy in the clock, likely William, and he carves out his heart, similarly to how in Roots the substance of William that was balanced was also his heart. We rip open a sea pickle to find a shell, and then pick up our final shell. Now before heading back to the human room, using our heart, I take a look in the mirror.
I look a bit fishy.
And swim back over to humanity. We use the jar to capture the salamander and replace the heart with it to go to the salamander room.
Salamander? I like the view.
I think Robert said something similar when looking out the window in White Door. Salamander is odd, not a very common animal motif in the series. Weird. Now, the items for this level are marbles. Maybe there's something to each collected item. I have it right here written, marbles make me think of losing one's marbles. Empty the mind, I guess. But no, I also think about like that smooth spherical shape, maybe the world, Samsara. I believe Samsara is Sanskrit for the world. The shells could just be an echo of that sort of eternal fractal thing that has been established, I think, goodness, how far ago was it established? In Harvey's, no, in Arl. But this one's good. The candles. Nirvana or Nibbana, specifically, it means to blow out, to extinguish. So, you know, there might be something there. We light the candles of the chandelier from shortest to tallest to gain a marble. We tear a hanging image of paradise to find another marble, which is curious. I wonder what William's connection is to paradise. Maybe Gerard in a past life. And we can observe a time on an image of the cave. Again, not sure what William's connection could be to the cave. As far as I know, he wasn't present during Cube Escape the Cave. We punch the time into the clock, 3:55, and gain a small triangle. We need 2 more of these. To the right, we have the picture of our corrupted soul. I don't believe it has any puzzle relevance. I tried interacting with it, and nothing happened. The picture seems to have been taken in these rooms, however. We align a bookcase. 2 books that have a discernible title are The Circle of Life and Rose Vanderboom. Interesting. Solving this puzzle causes this book with an S symbol to drop to the floor. We can't reach it from here, so we'll collect the rest of our marbles to get back to our human room. Doing so, out of curiosity, I check out where the book might be in the fish level. We can't open the book, but we can see it's titled Samsara and has a picture of a clock in a specific position. Mimicking said position gets us this level's triangle piece. While here, I collect some water and then we move back to the human room to read the book.
The Seed of Sacrifice. Remember the time. The past is never dead. Mirrors don't lie. Gotcha. Past is never dead.
I don't think these have any profound lore relevance, just puzzle pieces and hints assembled with familiar phrases and imagery. Placing the arms of the clock in the human room, or heart room, to the depicted position gets us our final triangle piece. Uniting the triangle pieces unlocks the body of the clock. The noise playing is oddly distressing. Perhaps this is traumatizing or shocking for the corrupted soul, the realization that he's dead. Clutched in William's hand is fittingly a seed, much like the seed that the doomed Vanderbooms inherited from their deceased uncle. Planting the seed in a pot and watering it, a flower grows out of our reach. In our salamander form, we can pluck the petals and they fall to the ground, and within them we find a worm, our next form that we will be traversing in. Entering the worm room, we are totally flush to the floor, the carpet a hyper-realistic texture.
I feel so small.
So we have a heart, a fish, a salamander, and a worm. All of these, except the salamander, are very familiar motifs that have been following us throughout the series. And I'm reminded, in the previous video, towards the beginning of Roots, I hinted towards perhaps that worm potentially being the reincarnated William Vanderboom. I mean, here on his wheel is the worm, and we see him at the beginning, or we see the worm, I should say, at the beginning, present when that seed was planted. And if you remember, there was even the crow there. So, I mean, it works, like, thematically, but where does that get us? Nowhere. It's just interesting. But if we follow that logic religiously, well, then the fish kind of throws a wrench in a whole lot of stuff. Which fish are William? Which fish are Jacob Islander? Whenever I dive into these kinds of games, there's always certain things that I think are going to be really interesting, and they end up really just not being super important in the grand scheme of things. Still, it's cool to see how as we've experienced this series, it's blossomed beyond our imagination. We nudge the phone receiver off the table, but need to unscrew the speaker faceplate. Going to the right, we fiddle with a falling flower petal, and with all our might try and grab a petal lodged in the book, but we'll need something to pry it open. We pass by William and grab the petal that has fallen to the floor, then double back, and just like in Roots, we enter William's mouth. Within him is his hell, his forest. Traversing to his core, we find these 4 jars beneath this clock-like contraption. Going back into his jaw, if we hold the mouse button, we reveal these fireflies, and letting go of the mouse button on them activates them. Collecting them in each part of his body reveals which cubes are associated with which Roman numeral. We must simply align each number to each room's mirror symbol. Doing so here gets us an egg. This puzzle is also where we can access Samsara Room's secret ending. Now, backing out of William, we go to the clock, collect the knife, mind you, the one that William grabbed from us earlier, and shift around the debris to find another petal. Using the knife to unscrew the faceplate of the phone receiver, we solve a puzzle, and the electricity summons down another petal. And then finally, we use the knife to pry open the book and grab our final petal. With everything collected here, we unite this room's transitory items and use the egg to go to our next destination, the bird level. The first puzzle is quite confusing, but I think I have the gist of it.
We could put the egg inside of this nest right here. I don't understand this puzzle. There's kind of an inherent logic to it. You click on the one with the mouth open, and then you click on the newer one, and then the new one has a mouth open. And then you click on a new one, and then you click on the finger, which I guess, you know, you click on the new one with its mouth open, the new one without its mouth open. I think you don't click on repeats. That's what it is. You don't click on repeats.
Completing this puzzle gets us the collectible for this cube, a feather. Fitting enough, the grandfather clock has changed a bit and will be used to traverse through different times of the day. So now instead of traversing cubes, we'll be changing phases of this particular cube.
I feel free.
Hey, hold on. That looks a lot like that bird shadow from Harvey's box. Was it William's corrupted bird soul that was attacking us then? Not sure. Interacting with the phone, we just have a question mark with wings. We'll be back. We have some hooks for a future puzzle and a chipmunk clutching a feather. Going through the drawer, we get a weight and find a book.
After the sun set in the evening, the owl came to me through the nighttime air. The moon was larger than I had ever seen. The owl looked to the right while he spread his wings. Then he turned again to look at me and spoke these words. Do not forget your purpose. He looked to the left, and then he said, You have become something else. Become enlightened. He looked at me straight in the eyes. When the sun rises in the morning, he turned his head all the way to the back, and then he was gone.
I see. So even William benefits from the guiding words of Mr. Owl. Or just an owl. In the top drawer, we have a couple papers that will act as hints as to how to change the time of this cube. The time for night is hinted at on the next page, hinting at a weight puzzle. Oddly nostalgic. Now, before we do that, we fiddle with some clouds, forming them into the shapes of our past life, and we get a specific time, morning.
The nice thing about this is that when we find new areas, it will have it recorded here in case we forget, which is nice.
We interact with the paper airplane and find a feather within it. Rise up, it says. Aha! A sinking and a rising, a descending and ascending an elevator. The hellish requirement to go to the lowest point of your existence so that you may gain perspective, let go of your baggage, and reach new heights. An undergoing and an overgoing. Paradoxical. Or arboreal. Or Samsara-esque. With this mantra in our mind, we can now discern the words on the phone. Rise up. This causes, an air balloon. We allow it to rise, collect a sunflower from the bird's nest, and enlighten the burner of the air balloon. The arm of who I believe belongs to William, however, is weighed down by the baggage. Cutting the sandbag, we allow this symbolic puzzle to foreshadow our own enlightenment and fly off. Inside the sandbag, we find some sand and weight plates, as well as a puzzle box. We'll be back. We plant our sunflower and use the sun to tip the sunflower over to find a sunflower seed. We'll get around to giving that back to the chipmunk, but while we're here, let's solve that weight puzzle with these plates. Balancing the substances of our past lives, we deduce the numerical values of their weights and assemble the time for night. Heading over to nighttime, we click on the shadow of the owl. Its glowing eyes remind me of corrupted souls.
So the puzzle goes like this. Turned his head to the right, waved up and looked straight at us. To the left, back at us again, and then away from us. Bam, done.
Goodbye, Mr. Owl. Oh, not the Mr. Owl, just an owl I'm calling Mr. Going to the moon, we see an all too familiar sight of a slit on the surface. Cutting at it, we reveal an eye, which gives us the key to that puzzle box in the dawn phase. And solving said puzzle box, inside we find the Deva timepiece. Fascinating. I believe the last person we saw to have this was Rose in Roots. I wonder if she'll still have it when we meet her again. Fixing its innards, we find a new time to align the arms of the clock to afternoon. We feed the substances of our past lives to the heron and...
Oh, it's a stork. Well, thank you, stork. That was pretty morbid.
We get a baby. The substance of a future life, perhaps? We just need one more feather. We give the chipmunk the seed and he gives us said feather.
Space baby, yeah. Space baby, yeah. Going to the sky, oh, to the sky. You won't be sacrificed, 'cause you're space baby, yeah. You're the space baby, yeah. And of course we have Rose here. It's all coming together, man. Everything's coming together. And look, it's the Bebekis you get us. All right, well, that's cool.
That hot mic moment probably was my favorite in the entire series. Now, let's do a play-by-play of Samsara Room's regular ending. The music swells in anticipation. We see the Room of Seasons and baby Laura resting between its walls. us clicking on the various parts, causing them to drift away, almost like disappearing, it reminds me a lot of Season's ending, where the room bit by bit slowly disappears. At the very end, all that was remaining was Laura. However, the baby lifting up through Rusty Lake and onto the surface where Rose is holding her, I think it can be interpreted a couple ways. It could mean a successful reincarnation as Laura, the final shot being a sort of triumphant, this is your new life now kind of vibe. And while I think that might be like an intentional red herring interpretation, I think if we really tilt our head and look at this based on what we know of Laura and her predicament with her corrupted soul throughout the series, this can be interpreted as Laura slipping away from William's clutches. In a way, because he failed to possess the baby Laura, perhaps misunderstanding the nature of reincarnation, his condensed karma lingers. The body is dead, but the consequences of his past life remains in the form of his corrupted soul, perhaps hungrily pursuing Laura throughout her life until her decisive end. Nothing we don't already have a general image of already. But how about that secret ending? For this, I employed the full help of App Unwrapper. Usually what I'll try to do is like do a little bit on my own, and if I'm really like hitting a hard wall, then I'll convene with the guide. But here, I didn't pick up on any secret symbols throughout Samsara Room, and that's because the secret symbols are hidden in Rusty Lake's various promotional tweets and videos made around the release of Samsara Room. We've got this triangular tree shape in the photo of Arl. Another symbol was actually from that hypnosis video from the White Door, if you remember, a box with a line going through it. There's a spiral on the cutting board in a video of Lake, and then an S found hidden at the beginning of the trailer of Samsara Room. I'm not entirely sure how the order of these symbols was deduced, likely release orders of these various materials, but aligning the new set of symbols in the gullet of William gets us a shrimp. So the egg led us to Laura through the bird room. What does the bottom-feeding crustacean lead us to? Well, using the shrimp, we're taken to a sort of disheveled, distorted room. It sounds like we're submerged. We can find a giant shrimp wriggling beneath the Sanskrit samsara. Shucking the shrimp reveals William. And I'm reminded of actually when we kind of, well, not really shucked, but we separated the capsules, and inside we saw the corrupted soul, the tiny corrupted soul of Robert. But yes, within that shucked shrimp, foaming in William's mouth, is a green liquid, likely that elixir of life and death. Using a pencil on some crumpled paper, we get a key. We light a box of tinder and gather the fire as a usable item. Solving a time puzzle using the phone, we get a time to set the clock to, getting us a vial. Brilliant. We gather the elixir bile from William, and interacting with the pot, we get earth. So I guess we're collecting elements. Unlocking the cabinet with the jar, we simply gather the air from within it. And interacting with the mirror, William says he doesn't like shrimp, and we gather a droplet of water from the glass. With all the elements, just like the elixir event, where William and Aldous craft the elixir, we gather them at the portal, and placing the elixir of life and death on the plate, we are taken to the secret ending of Samsara Room.
But we put the elixir, I'm assuming. Oh, whoa. Oh, no, this isn't the window from Seasons. This is, I can already tell it's Rose. It is Rose. And little Lara. Well, of course. We saw her at the lake. Is that me? So we're playing as Lara. Who's she looking at? Wow. That's sick. We can get a prize? I hope it's a chocolate bar. No, we're good.
Huh. You know, in a way, we're not like playing as like the shadow form of William or Laura. We're just playing as a corrupted soul. A preta made of the baggage, sins, and karma, fruited by the life and perhaps the past lives of William Vanderboom. The body of William Vanderboom lies dead in the Samsara Room. The real thinker and doer in this game is the corrupted soul itself. The corrupted soul is a being in and of itself. Sure, it's made of the fruits of its preceding lives, the substances of its past lives, but still, nonetheless, it's a miserable, standalone, independent shade, a byproduct of condensed desire built by pain. I do find it fascinating that the animal that precedes the main ending, the one that shows the baby drifting up and then Rose holding the baby, The animal preceding that ending is the bird. Let's go back to the words of the Blessed One from the Devata Sutta. No, I said it's Devaduta Sutta. I screwed it up in that last segment. These beings, who were endowed with bad conduct of body, speech, and mind, who reviled noble ones, held wrong views, and undertook actions under the influence of wrong views, with the breakup of the body after death, have reappeared in the animal womb. If you remember, this was in that trifecta of describing low realms. The hungry ghosts, the animals, and those who are trapped in hell, Naraka. And so, I think based on what we experienced in Roots, it's safe to say that William is a wicked person. And so it's fitting that he would cycle through the clueless fish, the skittering salamander, the low-to-the-ground slimy worm. However, the bird is a much more freer animal. An animal nonetheless, but still freer. Hollow bones, light feathers, unburdened, enlightened, if you will. To me, I think this, I don't want to say nobler, but more freer animal might indicate progress. This could be why the ending associated with that specific room, the bird room, almost depicts the breaking apart of that final cube, the dissipation and letting go, resulting in the birth of new life, Laura Vanderboom. A good ending. However, on the flip side, we have the secret ending. And if you recall, the animal associated with the penultimate cube is probably the most lowest animal of all of these ones. The shrimp, the bottom-feeding crustacean. I think out of all of these animals belonging to the lowest sea level, I mean, at least the worm is an earthworm. And it's no coincidence that it's in this secret room that the shrimp is housing William's body, possessing the decrepit, dead body of his human life, his Manusa life. Even the elements of that room harken back to the elixir that led to his death. And so I interpret the secret ending as the remnant hunger, the parts of that corrupted soul that didn't dissipate in that main ending, that didn't get sent off into the soul of Laura, remaining in William, remaining in the part of the corrupted soul of William that clings to the life of William, hungering and longing for the vessel that he believes he's entitled to. Kind of like instead of muscle memory, it's like soul memory. What about the other corrupted souls that we've been exploring throughout this video? Robert's corrupted soul is heartbreakingly pitiful. It is completely concocted of this desire, this longing for Laura. Every atom, like metaphysical atom, in the body of this corrupted soul is made up of this desire for a woman that I would say the corrupted soul doesn't even know personally. It's as if the corrupted soul is a being that's meant to culminate and be discarded so that the soul that it molted from could finally be free. Take my place, he said. The true tragedy of Robert's letting go story is not that it was tied to any particularly malicious victimization or a purely negative traumatic experience. Hear me out here for a second, because you're probably like, what are you talking about? His baggage is directly tied to something positive. Love. That desire, that pain that he's experiencing is the loss of that positive thing, the loss of that joy, the loss of Laura, his love. And so when we think about the ending, the Sarah ending, it's such a suffocating thing to dwell on. Memories being ephemeral, fleeting things that are buried under time and death. The fact that moving on requires you to let go not only of the bad, but of also the good, is genuinely one of the most brutal things to think about, at least from my perspective. Who knows? Maybe I've got to go through a couple cycles myself so I can understand why it simply must be. But God willing, not anytime soon. And what about Dale? Part of me fears that I'm just thinking too moralistically here. But there is a very menacing, villainous streak, if not to Dale, to his corrupted soul in Paradox. I don't think this right now, but throughout filming and all that stuff, I was half thinking that my theory about William Vanderboom's soul pursuing Laura, compelling her to take her own life, lest she be possessed, theory was bunk, and that Dale was just the one that killed Laura. Oh. But, comparing it to a certain TV show, not in ways that you think. Not in ways that you think. In many ways, in that theme of possession, perhaps a vessel was required. Yeah, and I mean a murderer that you wouldn't expect. Again, it's not, if you haven't seen the show, you're thinking like trying to draw the lines. Not a chance. So what I'm trying to say is that maybe if Dale was the one that killed Laura, he was done so possessed by the corrupted soul of William Vanderboom, in this like constant need to take the vessel that he crafted for himself, or at least his previous form crafted for himself. An interesting theory. However, I think it's more sensible just to see his personal hell, his corrupted soul, as the form of his condensed survivor's guilt, his feeling of personal failure to solve the mystery or save the life of Laura Vanderboom. The core to all of this is the unburdening, the letting go, the emptying of the mind, the process of embracing the failure found within the red vial and the darkness found within the blue vial, so that you may drink from the elixir of life and death. In each of these games, in each of these corrupted soul journeys, there is this common theme of unfurling the clinging grasp of the rigor mortis hand, the grasp of desire, of longing, of craving. And to me, this helps in fully blossoming this narrative surrounding the memories, surrounding these cubes, taking inventory of them, making sense of them, bringing balance to them, and thusly letting them go, casting them into the lake. However, we humans love our nostalgia, fear our deaths, and do everything in our power to maintain posterity and life itself, if for anything but to better understand these two things. While Sarah is all about liberation, I think it's safe to say that the White Door, and by extension Dr. O, the manager, is all about striving for said understanding. Just as we try and fight the ephemeral nature of fading memories, the White Door suspended its pained subjects to maintain and research their memories. And so it makes sense that there will be further blossoming to this narrative when we get to the game Underground Blossom, where, in its secret levels, we'll be exploring a company called Best Kept Memories, a sort of evolution, or just perhaps a totally new iteration of what the White Door Institute was all about. I'm not gonna lie, this was challenging for me. And I think while the seams in my videos are always apparent, editing mistakes, verbal flubs, messing up the etymology of nostalgia, I fear that in this video there were more than just seams. Analytical hangnails, extrapolative frayed edges, theory cowlicks. It's for this reason I always like to remind you guys that these videos are never the definitive analysis of whatever subject I'm covering. If anything, especially in the case of Rusty Lake, I hope these videos to be a launching point for discourse surrounding a game that, despite all the love it does get, a game and a series I consider to be truly underrated. This was part 3. The next part will be the finale of my series on Rusty Lake. So until then, thank you all so much for your patience and your support. Ma salama, sudesutun, hasta luego, I'll see you soon.